Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John Lance along with Dell. We are all over the country today. I'm in LA, Lance is in Indianapolis, and Dell is in Houston. And so here we come. You can see two of us, and now you see, oh my God, look at Lance's room. Holy crap, look at that room. How nice that is. So for those of you that are on Twitch or YouTube or X, whatever you're on watching us, Lance has got that's not his room. Is that Cliff Kingsbury's house in Arizona?
Yeah, I think so.
What is your backdrop? What is your backdrop
Well,
there?
it's my real backdrop's a messy bed. But in here, all you need to worry about is this nice little duplex I live in, this nice community I live in. It's a gated community.
Look at that! Look at that place he's got there. Oh, it's one of these things. You see, that's just not right. Okay?
You showed me how to do
right.
this yesterday, so.
So you could put any backdrop in there?
I don't know. This is what it did.
Oh, yeah, you could tell though because you're coming in and out that it's not real. You know, it's not a real backdrop.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Watch me sit on this couch. Let me get something to my table.
No, there's a lot of stuff going on. Oh, there's a lot of stuff going on there. I don't know if you were able to watch it in Indianapolis last night, but them Cougs, man.
How about we've got a Greek player that is just really putting it on people? Milos.
Well, yeah.
Milos continues to make the three with his Windex.
We talked to Calvin about him the other day, and he talked about how, he started and he had to find his way, and boy, has he found his way. With J1, not, he was 3 of 10, I think, and LJ was just 1 of 5. I mean, without LJ, scoring, where you're going to get them points, and them points, they came from Milos. Milos 8 of 15 from the field. He was 3 for 4 for 3, and he hit a huge one at the end of the game when it was tight. 3 for 4 from the line. He had a couple of rebounds, couple of steals. He did have 2 assists, but 3 turnovers, and he was fantastic. 22 points. J1 had 16 as he was 10 of 12 from the line. While he was just 3 for 10 from the field, he did get to the line a bunch. Emmanuel Sharp had a couple of huge threes as well. I was watching Game Day, and I didn't realize that they're not. They said, the Cougs just aren't a 3-point shooting team. And I was like, well, they'll take their threes. No. They shot 12 last night to 30 for Tech. Tech shot 30. They shot 20%. They shot 29.8% from the field. The Cougs defense, normally they will take the ball away from you. They didn't have the turnovers last night, but boy, that stifling defense is something when you're trying to shoot. Toppin can play. I know they didn't have a couple of their guys. Oh, well. Cry me a river when you're in the NCAA tournament and you lose Jamal Shedd or Marcus Sasser or Tremont Mark or everybody or J.J. Tugler or whoever. Only JoJo Tugler, all the guys that you've lost, that the Cougs have lost over the years and during the NCAA tournament. I don't want to hear, we didn't ever play you. We didn't have our guys. Oh, shut up. And, by the way, how is Patrick Mahomes doing now? He's on a 2-game losing streak. Got his ass kicked in the Super Bowl, and he got his ass kicked last night.
I tell you what, I will give Texas Tech credit, though. Down 2 starters, man, that is a scrappy team. They're a tough team. They're right there at the end with the Cougs. And that's a good team. They beat the Cougs once, and then they're right there at the end with with 2 starters missing. That was pretty impressive.
I was at that game, and I taught listen, Iowa State and Texas Tech play a lot like the Cougs play. They play hard. They rebound hard. I'm telling you, those 2 programs, those coaches really, really work those guys a lot. Like I'm telling you, I think they mold themselves after the Cougs. That's how that kind of the basketball that they play, and they are tough. They are really, really, really. That's a great win. You go into those places. They went into Kansas and kicked their ass. They went into Tech and kicked their ass. It doesn't matter where they go. They go to Iowa State. It doesn't matter where they are, this team kicks ass. It is a great, great program, and I don't think we get near enough. I don't think we get a couple of points here. How about J1 Roberts? He got a ring in 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. He's got that many rings in conference championships. The Cougs are one of 9 teams that hit the Ken Palm national championship criteria. The national championship criteria for Ken Palm, 96% of national champions since 2001 have had a top 21 Ken Palm offense pre-tournament. 91% of national champions since 2001 have had a top 31 Ken Palm defense pre-tournament. The Cougs are one of those teams. Iowa State and Texas Tech are both both those teams. Duke, Auburn, Florida, Arizona, Clemson, and Maryland all fit the criteria. And now with that win, with one more win, Houston is one win away from having more outright Big 12 titles than the following schools: Texas A&M, Texas Tech, Baylor, West Virginia, Oklahoma State, Oklahoma, Colorado, Missouri, Nebraska, TCU, and Kansas State. They're one win away from more Big 12 titles than all of those schools. How crazy is that?
That's a little. Since they didn't get them all at the Big 12, does that count?
What do you mean they didn't get them all at the Big 12?
Well, how long have they been in the Big 12?
This is year 2.
So they got more Big 12 outright titles.
Yes, than Texas and Texas A&M. They never won. They didn't win Big 12 titles. No, this is back to back, right? This is just number 2. Yeah. All those schools never won 2 Big 12 titles. How about that? Why do you have
how is that possible?
What do you have in your background now?
It's just a background. It's no big deal.
Oh, it's just you and the
Rhett
boys
Miller and DJ and Bucky Brooks.
Oh, okay.
Now that I learned how to do this, I'm going to be messing with background stuff literally every road trip. There's no telling what will be up here the rest of the show. You're going to have to watch it on stream.
You have to watch on the stream to see what's Lance's backdrop.
I've got surprises coming all over the place.
Oh my God! Thank God. I mean, this is something to look forward to. Twitch,
that's right.
Y'all are going to get it. It's a party now. Okay. So I mean, the Cougs are just fabulous. Now this is year 3, right? This is year 3 that they've been in. Maybe this is their 3rd straight title, but I keep seeing back-to-back titles. Isn't this because Dana was in 1 year? No. Dana was in 1 year, and then Willie was in 1 year. This is only 2 years. 2 years.
Yeah.
But none of those teams won 2 titles. How about that? None of those teams have won 2 titles. That's crazy. Texas A&M. Well, Texas A&M basketball hasn't been something.
No, yeah, that's true. And Texas basketball was Shaka had his moments, but for the most part, it was kind of disappointing. Baylor's been
they had Rick. They've had some good basketball teams.
Yeah, that almost seems like it's impossible.
Yeah.
I mean, who's winning the Big 12? Well, you have Kansas.
Yeah.
Kansas and
year.
Baylor winning a lot of them.
Yeah, Kansas won every
State
year.
State with Frank Martin 1 year, one of the scariest men who's ever lived.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
yeah.
Cougs, it's good to get your revenge game. I mean, it's just another year for the Cougs, just another year of Kelvin Sampson doing his thing. So did you see, by the way, all my Matt Stafford stuff is starting to come true. He hadn't been taught, I hadn't heard when I brought up the Matt Stafford to Giants thing that I was hearing. Matt Stafford being traded at all was pretty unusual, frankly. No one had heard any of that stuff, and it hit me out of the blue. But now it's like a known thing that everyone's talking about, and he wants $50 million. And apparently, talking to some people here at the Combine, the Giants are very much in this to try to land Matt Stafford. So the intel I got was correct, but wisely, the Rams are looking for the best package possible. So now that it's kind of out there publicly, you have other teams who they're hoping get engaged, and we'll see what the going rate is. You're going to have to pay Matt Stafford $50 million plus for a new contract. So He's he's going to want
crazy. That's not crazy money anymore.
Nah, it's not crazy money. I mean, it's a lot to give up for the amount of what are you giving up draft capital wise if you know you have to pay $50 million, a couple twos?
And how long is it?
It's a lot for a 3-year rental just so you don't get fired. But money. I had dinner with Money Smith last night. He made a good point. If you do this, if the Giants, because you're not giving up your first pick you're not giving up the third pick of the draft, not for a 30 whatever 6-year-old, however old he is now, quarterback who has maybe 3 more years left in him, and you're going to have to pay him a boatload of money. So how would it look if you drafted Travis Hunter was available at 3 and you took Travis Hunter and had Matthew Stafford? I mean, the excitement in New York that might really help Brian Daboll and Joe Shane, the general manager and head coach, general manager.
Well, this is the danger, though. This is the danger of having a general manager and a head coach who are on the chopping block.
Yes,
because they make deals that are going to benefit you now and not in the long run. So I don't know what they may give up more. And listen, if I'm the Rams, I'm like, what you giving up, bro? Because other people are out here wanting some. So you better up your ante because we got a better deal out there, right? I mean, and they'll give up whatever just so that they can win, so they can keep their jobs. I mean, that's if I'm the Giants front office, if I'm the owner, if I'm fans of the team, I don't want guys who are desperate, and this is a desperation move to bring him in, because what do you better not give up a top pick, certainly for him. There's no way. If I'm the owner, I nix that right now. We ain't doing that. So that's the problem with having. I mean, that's what poor franchises do. That's what the Poors do.
Yeah, I don't. It's not my team, so do whatever y'all want to do. But I can just tell you, it's not a good way to do business. You're right. I mean, if that's your idea of doing business, is trying to cover your own ass and save your job for another year.
Yep.
I mean, go ahead, but you're not doing right necessarily. Now, the flip side is you'll get better immediately with Matt Stafford and, for example, the what I had heard was Cooper Kupp also. Matt Stafford and Cooper Kupp. Cooper might help. I don't know what he has left. Travis Hunter would definitely help. But yeah, you could get better right away. Is it in the long-term interest? I don't know. Not if you gave up the third pick of the draft. It's 100% not in the best interest. Now, if you gave up the third pick and you got the Rams first pick, if you flip-flopped, and then maybe you got an additional third or something like that, or a fourth, all right, maybe we can talk then. But it couldn't, you have to be very, very careful how you do that. I'll have anything that I pick up that I'm able to share. I was on the flight with the Texans yesterday, saw D'Amico, I was sitting there talking to Mark Vandermeer and Johnny Harris in the line waiting to get on the plane. And I look over and I see D'Amico looking my way and Nick talking to him and kind of pointing in my direction. I think he was basically saying, that's him. That's the a-hole right there.
Stay away from him.
That's the a-hole. Yeah, and then I wanted to leave Johnny and Mark so I wouldn't get them in trouble. I thought, oh boy, there's the troublemaker.
He was pointing like, okay.
Oh yeah, no, I'm almost positive he is pointing me out to D'Amico, like that's him right there.
Well,
so I get on and they're sitting first. They're sitting in the fourth row, first class.
D'Amico knows who you are. What do you mean?
I know he does, but he hasn't. I haven't talked to him. I mean, I've texted, but I haven't talked to him in person for a while. But so it was Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator. I guess Nick Caley was there. Frank Ocam, who's a D-line coach, former Longhorn. Rod Wright. I didn't realize Rod Wright, former Longhorn defensive lineman, is one of the coaches on the team. So he was on there. Dr. Muntz was on the flight along with an assistant doctor because Dr. Muntz has to do all the just a tremendous amount of work for him here at the Combine. So Texans were on the flight. I saw Mark Vandermeer, talk to him for a little bit, Johnny Harris, sideline reporter. And so it was good catching up with those guys and getting over. D'Amico and Nick Caserio talked today. I'll be over there at the media facility to listen to those guys and maybe ask a couple questions as well. So Texans meeting with the media. We need to pull audio if we can and make sure we have some of that for you as well.
Yep. All right. We'll do all that. We got a lot to do here this morning on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could join us. And if you can watch, please watch because Lance is changing his background all the time. So this is a big, big day for us here on the show with Lance's
Huge
backgrounds.
day.
Huge day.
You just
HRP
never know
what
you're going to get in the virtual background.
No. But right now, you know what you're going to get with HRP. You know what you're going to get. You're going to get payroll. You're going to get it perfectly done. You're going to get an easy. I mean, it's so simple. We have a one-person department, right? Laura Beaver, she does everything. And what's everything? I don't know. She just gives the hours. So if you're hourly, if your salary, if your commission, none of it matters. If you have branches in other states, it doesn't matter. It could be. There's nothing that's too complex, not for the technology that HRP has. So they know how to do payroll. They know how to bring it to you cheaper than you can do it. Okay. You don't know anything about payroll. You don't know anything about HR. That's not your expertise. Your expertise is whatever you're doing. Okay. It was funny. I'm applying for a mortgage and they were like, what is HRP? I thought you worked for Gallant Media. I was like, well, y'all don't know how to do it, right? Because it's simple. HRP handles our payroll, and they do it much better and much easier than we can. Instead of employing all those people and doing it wrong and having tax problems and implications and having somebody, all of it, everything about it. It's so much simpler. It's so much better. HRP. How's your business doing? How are you doing it? Do it with HRP. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Rockets in action tonight. And then they got another back-to-back. Did you see last night? Did you see Oklahoma City's up 24 in the fourth quarter at home to Minnesota, and they lost?
Chokaroo.
Holy crap. Up 24 in the fourth quarter. That's worse than the Rockets. That's worse than any Rockets fall apart. That was crazy. Anthony Edwards with the block of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander as he's trying to give him the lead in overtime. And he blocks it at the Shai's going up and laying it up, and he blocks it. Crazy. So that was awesome. The Rockets might get Fred VanVleet back. And
finally,
so we got a couple of.
Let's get Fred VanVleet back, and let's give him an extension.
Well, actually, they've been talking about that, and it's going to be less money. They've been talking about an extension, and it's going to be less money.
I just think it's going to have an impact on Reed. I wonder where Reed Shepherd's time is going to come unless they get rid of Cam Whitmore, because you got to develop Reed Shepherd. Like, you're not quitting on your rookie already. Your rookie needs reps.
Well, who do you think is going to have the better career? I know he was the third overall pick, but the third overall pick has failed multiple times in the NBA. Who will be a better player, Cam Whitmore or Reed Shepherd?
I don't know. I really don't know. I think Cam's more talented. I think they're different. Reed's a shooter. Cam was a scorer. I think Reed can play in potentially two different positions, including lead guard, where he can get the offense set up and play from a lead position if need. Cam Whitmore, I think, is going to always be unhappy coming off the bench. I think he's going to have to be a starter somewhere, or I don't think he's going to be real happy. I mean, I think there's some, it's different. It's just different. I mean, they're different types of players. They just are fighting for, eventually they'll be fighting for some of the same playing time, but I just think they're very different. I just think they're very different players. But one of them is a dead-eye shooter. One of them is going to be a really good shooter in the league, and the other guy is going to be a really good scorer. So which one do you need? Like, I just think you need the shooter more. With Amen Thompson on the court, you're going to need shooting.
They've needed – Cam's been a good shooter, too. I mean, I don't know. I'd
like them both.
Yeah, right. So I don't know.
But do you think Cam's going to be happy?
Listen, Cam's been here a couple of years, and there's no pressing need to get him on the court. With Fred VanVleet and the way that they're playing and everything else, I don't know there's going to be a pressing need to get Reed Shepherd on the court either. I mean, if as a young player he doesn't get many minutes, and I don't know, maybe he's not after what we thought he was going to be in the preseason. He's not. He hasn't been. So
no, but he's a rookie. He's not getting much playing time.
Absolutely.
Let's give him some time.
Right. No, absolutely. And Cam has gotten his time, and Cam has been fantastic at times, and for whatever reason, he's just not part of the rotation. For whatever reason. I don't know what Ime has. Ime sees these guys every single day, and for whatever reason, Cam has played well enough to get more minutes. He really has.
Yeah.
But he's not. But Fred VanVleet, how important he is. We got some sound here. Ime Udoka, I mean, Fred's been out for a little bit for a little while now. And Fred, as not great as he has shot, as sometimes he's just there or whatever. He plays a much bigger role than any of us think. Well, he plays a much bigger role. Ime thinks he plays a much bigger role than we think, certainly here on this show. So here's Ime Udoka talking about Fred VanVleet and what he means to this team.
Other guys have grown into that role. They have to figure out what plays we like to get out from him, what shots we want to get him. But Fred does that pretty naturally, and so they have a good thing in their two-man game, or just in general, Fred getting us into sets that benefit Alvin. So I'd say Fred is crucial to our whole ecosystem of what we do because of his IQ and the headiness that he plays with. So we're missing some of that, but other guys are getting the opportunity and improving as well.
So he feels like he's really, really important to Alpy. Has Alpy been not as good since he's been out? Since Fred's been out?
No, I guess. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. I have to take a look at it, but maybe not.
I can certainly see where Fred would calm everything down, get Alpy the ball inside, let Alpy go to work. I can certainly see where that would be the case, as opposed to Jalen doing that or whomever doing that. Amen. Anybody else? I can certainly see where he would benefit from the stabilization that Fred VanVleet brings to the team. And for whatever reason, dude, Ime loves him some Fred VanVleet. I think you got a coach on the floor kind of thing, and that's what dude, that is a picture of us from 25 years ago.
Yes, right 2000.
25 years ago.
They made us take that picture like, okay, now do the back-to-back thing. And we're like, oh, that dumb thing that people do for radio stations.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. Anyway, so for those of you watching on Twitch or YouTube, or you can see it now, everybody's going to be clamoring to make sure that they watch the show instead of just listen to it.
They said, I saw somebody say, "Oh, wow, Johnny Wood had jet black hair. He's Italian. What do you think he had?"
What do you mean, Johnny Wood had? Yeah, he had black hair. What did you think?
You think he was a blonde? You think he had blonde tips?
What do you think? That I was gray my whole life? No. What's wrong with you? The people are
he had
so
jet
stupid.
black hair. Oh, the Italian did?
Oh. These are so stupid. I'm Italian. I had black hair. What? Dell has black hair. Oh, really? Okay.
Oh.
What? Dell has black hair.
Black hair.
You had black hair too.
Yeah, everybody.
Everybody did. You're going through all your pictures during the show. Can you please concentrate on the show?
No, Alperin and all that. That's great. No, Fred.
Okay.
I mean, that's awesome. Fred's coming back.
Okay.
I just sad that you're trying to get rid of one of the only white guys. I just didn't think you would do that.
Who? What?
You're actively trying to get rid of one of the only white guys on the team, an American white guy. Most of ours you want to deport back to Australia, or New Zealand.
No.
You're trying to deport a lot of our
guys.
players.
I like our guys on our team. I like our guys. I like all of our guys. So we've got a game tonight against Milwaukee and a game against San Antonio, right? Tomorrow. So another back-to-back. Here is Ime talking about the back-to-back situations and how, I mean, it's crazy. Their last 10 of their last 11 games have been are back-to-backs. I mean, it's just stupid. It's just stupid. Here's Ime talking about the back-to-back situation.
Back-to-backs in a row. In your time in the NBA, have you ever seen anything like this as far as the schedule?
No, I haven't. It's obviously odd, going into All-Star break and then coming out playing two more. You do get the days of rest in between. Obviously, there's no more 4 and 5 nights like back in the day, but back-to-backs are back-to-backs still, especially with the travel, on a game like Utah. So you try to take that into account. And obviously, with Stephen and Tari and some guys being limited that can't play in the second nights, it affects in some ways. But like I said, no excuse, understanding that's part of it. And the schedule's tough, and until you improve as a team and the league expects you a little bit more, you're going to get the short end of the stick sometimes.
You think that's a lack of respect? The Rockets have all these back-to-backs because of a lack of respect?
I don't know. I know coaches really get pissed off at scheduling. I know that's and not just coaches, entire organizations. I've heard this when I'm not really close to the organization now, but when I had better connections inside the organization in the past, it was a common complaint where there's a belief that, and I always thought, well, I mean, I don't really want to dig through everyone's schedule, but isn't this probably a common issue that every team at some point has a crappy part of the schedule? But I don't know, maybe the Rockets have it a little bit more. Maybe there is something to say how LeBron probably wouldn't have this, or players with star power would not have these same situations, because you don't want to risk missing players on the back end of a back-to-back, since there's so much player resting by teams. So maybe there's something to say for that. I mean, I do think you can be, based on what we've seen. You and I have seen some glitches in the schedule where it's like, wait a minute, you could have done a better job than this. You know, I like the fact that they play the back-to-backs with same teams. I like that. Well, not back-to-backs. Well, sometimes back-to-backs.
They
because
take a
then
day
your
off
travel is
usually.
condensed.
Yeah. So Gus sent me this. The Rockets have played a league-high 13 back-to-backs, have the league's second biggest differential between their record, 30-14 with rest, and 5-8 on the second day of a back-to-back. The bigger difference has been on offense when they scored 107.4 points per 100 possessions over those 13 games with no rest.
Wow.
So they're just not as good.
That's a huge difference.
You know, they had the back-to-back with Utah. Utah had a back-to-back as well, but Utah had 2 home games in the back-to-back. The Rockets had traveled 1,200 miles, so there's a big difference when you got to travel and when you got home games back-to-back. The Rockets have home games now tonight and tomorrow night. Milwaukee and San Antonio. San Antonio just beat to snot. You cannot let that team come in here and win. So you take care of business tonight. You're going to be depleted tomorrow because you can't play some guys in back-to-back situations. So take care of the business tonight and then take care of the business tomorrow as well. All right, let's take a quick one. Spots are filling fast, though, for our take the time off for the ESPN Occasional Invitational. It's a week from today, okay? This tournament is taking place on Fat Tuesday. We're going to have a big time, 10:30, Wildcat Golf Club. Everybody's going to receive beverages from Carbach Brewing Company, lunch, dinner from Valencia's Tex-Mex, and you got brown bag as well. So register now at ESPN975.com under the promotions tab. Let's go. Let's come on out. It's a week from today. We want you all out there. ESPN975.com. All right, you got to talk right now about your good buddy John Daspit.
Yeah, John Daspit is helping people who have been injured or who have lost property due to negligence or security issues or, refinery blasts. There's so many different areas where John Daspit helps. I just can tell you this. There are personal injury lawyers who are in cahoots with insurance companies because they are able to say, look, we'll give in some, you give in some, let's get this done quickly. We'll get our client to sign off and we'll be done with this so I can move to the next client. And they're done with you. I mean, look, if you're not happy with what happened, oh, well, you'll get over it. And they're moving on to the next guy. That's not the case with John Daspit. John Daspit and his law firm, they're trying to get the best possible settlement for you. And that includes all your hospital bills, all the time missed from work, your pain and suffering properly compensated for, because in many cases, you're going to have to live with issues for the rest of your life. For some people, it's loss of limb, and in worst case scenarios, you have loss of life where John Daspit has to work for families. It's tragic, but they got a job to do, and they're going to do everything they can to try to set you up for the family up for the rest of your life so that you can survive without that bread earner in the home. And there's a lot that goes into this, and it takes a lot of work. And John Daspit, that's why he hires so many lawyers so that you get proper care and attention. 713-CALL-NOW. That's the phone number. 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Apparently, the Nolan Arenado deal is not gaining any traction. I don't know that I'm all upset. I'm all that upset with it. If you want to know the truth, I don't know. I guess. Yeah, Nolan Arenado makes you better. I guess he wasn't good last year.
Whatever.
I don't an aging guy you want. Is that what I know? I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like I love the direction that they're. Let's just throw this up against the wall. This seems like very Daryl Morey-ish.
Yeah, I'm just whatever. If you get them, fine. If you don't get them, whatever. Who cares?
He had a 719 OPS. He had a 774 the year before, 8 before that. I mean, he's been going. It seems like he's 33, going to be 34. It just seems like I don't know. Bregman's hitting homers and doubles, 3 hits in games now. Just making me nuts. You're driving me nuts.
I know. I mean, those fans are going to love him.
Yeah, at this pace, Alex Bregman's going to be one of the all-time greats in baseball history. I mean, he played.
So I heard he's going to play really well. Like, what's going to suck is cocky Alex Bregman's going to come back, and I'm going to miss that guy. Yeah. He never really officially made it back after 2019. Cocky Alex Bregman never came back. He was always like tame, like, I don't know. Finally, when he started getting his swing back, he wasn't cocky, though. He was like, I'm a dad, and I have a child, and I just need to really keep it in the fairway here and not get too, I don't want to say anything that offends anyone. No, come on. Beat Johnny Baseball. Like, go back to staring in the camera.
That little wiggle in front of the camera you do. Yeah.
And watch, he's going to do it with Boston. I'm going to be like, man.
Yeah. So Nolan Arenado, his OPS is 93 points higher in Colorado than it was in St. Louis.
Yeah.
It's under 800 in St. Louis, and it's going down. Okay. 807, 891, 807, 891, 774, 719. Well, he's not going back up, y'all. He ain't going to hit like he did in Colorado. He hit in Colorado when he was 22 till he was 29, and he had a 900 OPS every year. I mean, almost. It was. So that's not him. He's not that guy anymore. I mean, he plays a great third base, but he's going to be 34, 35, 36 when he's here. And he's not. What are we doing? We could be. I don't know.
There's been some pubs. I don't know. They're just trying to keep the window open and be as competitive as they can be with what is available to them. But what's available to them is older and declining. Like, man, be careful. Be careful. It's not. Don't give up too much for chasing a ghost, because you're not going to get what you think you're going to. I don't think the Paredes, Walker, and Arenado trio is going to give you what you're hoping it gives you, but we'll see. I mean, I have to hope it does, but I just don't think it will, and we'll see. We'll see if they're willing to go after Arenado and what that's going to mean.
Yeah. There was a story this morning, as a matter of, in the Athletic. I think it was the Athletic. Is about Chaz. There's a short leash on him, man. There's a short leash. I never hear this. I mean, I hear Jake every day in center field, and man, put Dubon in center field, put Altuve in left, figure out second base, whatever that's going to be, Rogers or whatever, and put Chaz in right. Why is it Chaz has got this really? And this was Joe Espada that said it. He's got a shorter leash this year. He can't hit like he did, and he can't hit like he did. He was terrible. He was terrible last year. He can't do it. But Jake's okay. Okay, we're gonna run Jake out there every day. I don't get it. Why is Jake immune to the criticism? Well, not from your father, but everybody else, apparently. He's gonna get in that lineup. Get Jake out there. Run Jake out there. Come on. I mean, I don't get that. Put Bond in center every day. That's your everyday center fielder. Figure out left field. Maybe Jordan can start some games there. Altuve will start some games there, and Chaz in right until Chaz can't do it anymore.
How come we haven't talked about Ort?
Well,
not one conversation about Ort.
Well, why Ort has been? I don't know what Ort did to you.
Ort's hurt. I'm trying to talk about him. What did he do to me? His name is Ort.
His name is Ort, and
I know.
And he had like 2 outings where he was okay.
I know. Why can't we talk about him? Ort. I just like that his name is Ort.
I know you do. I know you love Ort.
We've got a Dubon and a Dubin. Have you even thought about that?
I know. One's Shane and one's French and one's not. One's from Alabama. So
we got a Dubin and a Dubon. I think we're going to be fine. We got a Jake and a Chaz. Everything's fine. We got a wee fella in left field. By the way, speaking of the wee fella, when we come back, I sent a clip to Dell about ABS, the new automatic balls and strikes system is being implemented. It does not mean that we have robot umps, but what it does mean is the strike zone is changing a little bit, and I've got someone on audio who will explain exactly how it works when we come back.
Okay, that's going to happen when we come back. But first, a little Taqueria Sarandas.
Taqueria Sarandas. They don't have Taqueria Sarandas here in Indianapolis. They do not. I might suggest opening one here unless they take the combine. Because I can tell you this, if you open one here when everyone comes in town for the big sporting events, it would do extremely well because you have authentic Mexican food. You have authentic tacos. You have authentic breakfast. You have authentic dinners and lunches that are waiting for you, real flavors, the way they're supposed to be made. And that's the difference with Taqueria Sarandas. They're not trying to be something that they're not, and they've got people in there who come in and want to watch sports. You've had people say, hey, put the baseball game on, put the basketball game on. And so what they decided to do with select locations is turn them into sports bars. So they've taken their bar areas and they have turned them into actual sports bars to where you have a different bar menu that includes bar food, but their own twist on bar food. They have different drink menus. And then, of course, you can always get specials on margaritas and beers, and all the same regular menu is available to you as well. But go watch your favorite sporting events. Tons of television. So you can go watch that baseball game, Premier League soccer on Saturday or Sunday morning. That's a lock. Basketball, March Madness. It's a great way for you to take over a new spot and make it your own personal sports bar around the sports bar. Taquerias Arandas locations all over the city of Houston. Taquerias Arandas.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Oh, look, for those of you that are watching, Lance has got a picture of Lima and all the boys when he came out and played softball, right?
Yeah,
softball.
That's our softball. You can't see me. I'm in the background, but I got it cut off. But Uncle Freddie's in there somewhere. And, yeah, Lima came out with us to play softball on A-Leaf. You know,
softball. Just
regular. Lanzo, is it okay if I come play with you? Yeah. He came out, and, you can't see all of his chains because a lot of them are tucked into a shirt. But he brought a warm-up jersey that says Lima on the back to make sure everyone knew he was Jose Lima, the Astro.
That's the best.
So that was 98, I think. So he went out to A-Leaf with us and played some, or maybe it was 99, 88, 98, 99. Anyway, he just came out, and there's Uncle Freddie to over my right shoulder. But yeah, he just came out and played softball.
Who we got on the line, Del? Let's talk about the Texans draft. Chris is on the line. What do you say, Chris?
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning. Love the show. I had a quick question, Lance. I saw a thing come out yesterday that said Kelvin Banks could slide to 25. And then the second question I had was Tyleik Williams, the defensive tackle out of Ohio State. The draft I saw had us getting him in the second round. Do you know anything about Tyleik out of Ohio State? And then what are your thoughts? Could Kelvin slide to 25? And I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
I don't think Kelvin Banks slides to 25. Like, he didn't have a great year, but I just, he can play guard. He can play tackle. I'm saying he can play guard just because I think that, I think you're going to see some teams take a look at him at guard. I just think that, when you talk about Kelvin Banks, anytime you have a player that can play tackle, who has 3 years of starting experience in the Big 12/SEC, that's going to mean something. And it's not a very good tackle draft, so I think some guys may get overdrafted just because it's really going to fall off. So I just don't love the idea of seeing Kelvin Banks slide, even though, I think from a grade standpoint, that's about how he played this year. So I doubt that it happens. I'd take a look, though. I would take a look as a guard, probably as a guard more than a tackle, if I were the Houston Texans and he were there at 25. In terms of Tyleik Williams, defense tackle, Ohio State, I kind of have him as one of the guys that would be interesting for the Houston Texans. Big, strong guys, very explosive and violent as a player in general. He can get into gaps and be disruptive, but he's also physical at the point of attack. He can get to, as a rusher, he's more of a swarm rusher than an individual winner. But I do think that he is somebody who fits what the Houston Texans kind of look for. I don't know that I'd take him 25, and I don't think he lasts all the way till the back half of the second round. But, you just never know what happens. When you trade out of the first round to pick up an extra pick, then players are really – there's a lot of different players who become on the board for you in the second round, depending on where I assume you wouldn't trade too far back. So Tyleik Williams, defense tackle, Ohio State, is a player to look at for the Houston Texans. He's really good at stopping the run as well in terms of making tackles around his gaps. So, and he can stuff the run as a 3 technique. So he fits the swarm unit mentality as a pass rusher, and then he is a playmaking tackler as an interior defender against the run. So one of the guys that, and he comes from Ohio State, and it seems like Nick Caserio kind of has a thing for Power 5 guys from good schools with some success. So I think he fits. I just don't know that he's there. The second round. By the time they hit the second round.
All right, 713-780-3776. You got any questions? We got the preeminent draft expert with us here on ESPN 97.5. He is in Indianapolis. I'm in Los Angeles. You want to talk about the baseball new ABS, okay, the system. And you got an explanation. You got a guy who can explain it perfectly what is going to go on with these robo-umps.
Yeah, hit it, Del.
So Major League Baseball just instituted the automated ball and strike system known as the ABS system. They're putting it in about 60% of spring training games this year here in 2025. So let's talk about how it works and what we should expect going forward. All right, so first, let's talk about the actual strike zone dimension. So this is run on the Hawkeye system, which has been in place in Major League Baseball for a number of years now. But basically, there's 3 parameters to know. Number 1, it's going to be 17 inches wide. So that's the typical exact dimensions of home plate itself. So there's no give, there's no leeway on either side. Number 2, and this is interesting, the strike zone will be 53.5% of a player's height at the top, down to 27% of the player's height at the bottom. And players will be independently measured for this, and it'll be verified so the data is accurate. And then lastly, the question is, when does the ball actually cross into the strike zone? So the depth between the pitcher and the catcher. So it's going to be measured in the exact center of the plate. So again, the plate is also 17 inches deep. So it's going to be the 8.5-inch mark of the plate.
So here's what's important about that. So it's 27 and whatever percent from the bottom of, from the bottom up, and then 53 point whatever percent from the top. What it means is that Jose Altuve's strike zone is, instead of there being a standard strike zone, it's going to be what it's supposed to be, which is number one. Okay, first of all, it's definitely not, the armpits is what we learned when we were kids. That's never been the case. Then it was like the bottom of the numbers. It's basically a little bit above the belly button and the belt. It's a little bit somewhere between lower than the midpoint of your sternum. It's a little bit lower than that, but it just means that as you would expect, it used to be the strike zone was considered kind of standard in game, what they showed the graphic, but now it's going to really be appropriate to the player's size. So Jose Altuve has a much smaller strike zone than a bigger player. That's just how it's going to work. And it's going to be set. They're going to be measured. So these players are going to be measured, individually measured to verify their height. And so they'll be measured so that their strike zone, Jose Altuve will already have his strike zone set up. Every player will have their strike zone already set up through a series of measurements that they'll do before the season, verified measurements. So it's pretty interesting what they're doing to really fine-tune a strike in a ball. Oh, and also, I don't know if did he mention that in the video? I didn't hear. Yeah, he did. The midpoint of the plate. That's where it's going to be measured against. Where was the midpoint of the plate? It's 17 inches deep, so it's going to measure it 8.5 inches in. That's where when the ball crosses. And so now when you challenge, so it's not going to be robo, but if you challenge a ball and strike call, which is going to be coming, they're doing this right now in spring. So the ability to challenge balls and strikes will be coming, not this year, but it's going to be coming. It will be done based on this system. This system will determine, and it's used by Hawkeye. Hawkeye is the one that does 2 things: baseball, tremendous amount of baseball, ball tracking, and then also you see Hawkeye. NBC uses it with a lot of the field goal kicking stuff, how high the ball gets, how far how long the kick would have been good from, 63 yards, 64 yards. That comes from Hawkeye. Hawkeye is the technology that does that. So it started in baseball, was used in football, but baseball is what works best with Hawkeye. Hawkeye works best with that.
Yeah, I like it. So 26%, the strike zone is, so it's 26% from the bottom and 53%. So 27% of your body is a strike zone. And it's as opposed to just coming where it comes across the plate at the front of the plate, it's going to be where it is in the middle of the plate. And so that ball may be inside as it hits the plate, but it may be, it may be over the plate as it comes across. So maybe batters are going to be standing a little bit back further than they normally would. I don't know. We'll see. Because if you're up in the zone, that ball might not be. If you're up, if your stance is up in front of the plate, that ball might not be over the plate when you're swinging at it. So that'll be interesting to see how this and batters are immediately going to be able to tap the top of their head to check out whether or not is there a number. I haven't seen. Is there a number of challenges that you get?
I have not seen.
I don't know how.
I don't know.
I haven't either. I haven't seen that either. if there's a certain number, if you exceed that number, now all of a sudden are you leaving it up to the player if you're the manager to tap your head to see whether or not if there are a limited number of challenges?
Right.
I don't know. I don't know how it works. Maybe I have not seen that, and I don't know if it's finalized yet. Actually, although they're using it in the games in spring training, we got to look that up. We got to see, but it's pretty cool. That's good information there, Lance. Well done, sir. That's Lance
that's just me doing my job.
He's a
as
numbers
a Hall of
guy.
Famer. No big deal.
Yeah. No. That's you. Absolutely. You're a numbers guy, and there you are.
Yeah, there I am, just kind of playing
27%. 27%.
By the way, have you noticed that
26.
Dell's not on the show today? Did you know that he's
I know
mad,
he doesn't
he's
care
mad
about
at
the show.
people? He didn't text me.
No,
I
he
just said, let's have a fantastic show, guys. And Dell didn't text back. And I said, and I even did a thumbs up emoji before the show. I said, let's have a fantastic show, guys. And I did thumbs up emoji. Nothing.
And nothing?
No.
I mean,
nothing.
that's just him being him. I mean, he's just a little curmudgeon. And he's been that way all morning. I try to, I invited him out to dinner, and I have heard nothing. So
invite him out to dinner, but wait a minute. You're in Los Angeles. He can't.
But I'm coming back. Actually,
yeah, supposedly.
No. I'll be in actually a couple of weeks next week, starting next week.
Oh, really?
But I'll be sober though. I'll be sober most of the time, so it'll be terrible. It won't be any good to have me around because I'll be sober. Because Lent starts on Wednesday, so that's it.
I wonder how Tuesday's going to go.
Tuesday's going to go swimmingly. Okay, swimmingly. That's what I like. That's what I like to say. All right, 713-780-3776. Time for you, my friend, to talk about Craig the Surf.
Yeah, Craig the Surf is he's the general sales manager. He's the head of the general manager of Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, and they got some great offers right now on the Chevy Silverados and the GMC Sierra pickup trucks. I mention them both because they're two of the best. They're two of the best vehicles on the market when it comes to the trucks. They look great. They handle great. They have a phenomenal interior. And for me, the interior, this is your home away from home. Let's face it. You're in your car quite a bit. You're in your truck quite a bit. And I've never been a truck guy. And then I had a truck for a loaner a couple times from Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC over the years. Holy crap, man. These trucks, they handle like, I mean, I didn't realize this. I'm going to sound, for some of you, you're going to say, yeah, Lance, it's always been like that. But these trucks handle like really the smoothest SUVs out there on the market. And they have some great offers going on right now. 0% APR for 60 months on 2024 GMC EV models. Did you know that Craig the Surf has an EV model electric vehicle for the Hummer? And he is going to do the best deal you can find. Like if you're interested in this vehicle, he said, call, ask for me directly. Say, I want to talk to Craig the Surf. And I will make the best deal they can possibly find on this vehicle because I want to be able to sell this vehicle. He's going to have like 3 or 4 of them to sell. So he wants to give you the best possible offer to help make that a reality for you. But when it comes to your trucks, the 2025 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab RST 5.3 liter engine, you got $3,250 cash allowance, and then you get another $1,000 cash allowance for Chevy current Chevy owners and lessees. So this is a great opportunity for you to take advantage of great prices, great service, great selection, and you can even call the general manager directly to get a deal done on the Hummer EV that he has. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Our lead story, Cougs win 69-61. Milos Uzan was fantastic last night. 22 points, led the way. J1, got fouled on. He hit his free throws, 10 to 12 from the line. That was awesome. Had himself. That was huge, huge, huge. And Emmanuel Sharp had a couple of big threes as well. They did it basically without L.J. Cryer. 1 for 5 from the field. 1 for 5, just 5 points. And LJ has been their go-to guy all season long. Malik Wilson with a couple of big baskets. They shot 45% while they held Texas Tech, one of the top teams in the country, to under 30%, under 20 or at 20%, 6 of 30 from 3. That's bad. So you close out, you stifle them. They didn't get the turnovers they usually get, but they did stifle them. That's for sure. It was a good game all the way. So they didn't have Texas Tech didn't have 2 of their starters. 2 of their starters were out. Kelvin Sampson, after the game, addressed that. Okay, and listen, nobody knows about 2 starters out like Kelvin Sampson does, but you just go and you play. That's all you do. You go and you play. And here's the deal. They won, and, if Texas Tech is fully healthy, well, Des pointed out, last game they beat U of H, and they didn't have their best player or their coach, and they beat U of H at home. So this time they didn't have 2 of their best players, and here's Kelvin Sampson talking about it.
For us to do what we did tonight was great. But there's also an asterisk as far as I'm concerned. I don't sit here and beat. I mean, I think we've won. I think I saw where we had run 19 out of 20 or 20 out of 21, something like that. And we've beaten a lot of good teams. One at Arizona, one at West Virginia, one at Kansas. I mean, we got a really good team. But so does Texas Tech when they're healthy. They're really good too.
Yeah. They didn't have 2 of their guys. That's all right. Maybe meet up in the – I think these 2 teams could possibly meet up in the Elite 8.
Oh, yeah.
I think, yeah. These two teams can go – Texas Tech is really good. Texas Tech is really good. I thought when they were here, I mean, they're a tough team. They play like the Cougs. They're going to be tough come tournament time. This is a good team. So that was a good win yesterday. That was a really, really good win yesterday. Yeah, and the Cougs are really good. Here is now Coach also addressed winning another Big 12 title. And they've got more. And Reagan was pissed. Kansas won for 20 straight years. Okay, all right. Well, I'm pretty sure Kansas is still in the Big 12, right? Is Kansas still in the Big 12 or no?
They're still
because
in there. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the Cougs are now dominating the Big 12 with Kansas still in it, and they're still Kansas. As far as I'm concerned, they're still Kansas. And oh, by the way, that means you can beat them. Oh, maybe A&M couldn't, Reagan, but the Cougs can. Okay, nothing against A&M. Okay, but the Cougs are a different class. Up here, baby, up here. Here is Kelvin Sampson talking about another Big 12 championship.
Well, every team has its own identity with its own fabric and its own makeover. We work so hard when nobody's around. And I think when you put in the time and effort, you create your own expectations. I have no idea or really care about anybody else's. All that matters is ours. We prepare to be successful.
That's it. We ain't talking about championships, even though it's ring after ring after ring. All them AAC rings, now Big 12 rings. It's what they do. They win rings. So we got a great team here. We got a great team. It's going to be a lot of fun. That tournament's going to be a lot of fun. Pressure's going to be on them now. I mean, this is, this may be, if they stay healthy, this is as good a chance. I mean, Billis and Reese Davis and Seth Greenberg and Jay Williams, they were all saying that, this is a championship team. This is a championship caliber team. that Kelvin Sampson has. And he has not. He's gotten to the Final Four, but, the injury bug has killed him. Hopefully that won't be the case here. Hopefully that won't be the case. We got a chance to watch a championship team here. That'll be fun.
Yeah, I think that, these wins, when you get road wins and when you get – like his team is a mentally tough team, but once again, I think the real difference this year is that – and sometimes it's not a great thing because you need to have a go-to guy for the early stages of a game, but there's multiple players who can score this year. So they're a little bit harder. They're a little harder to guard in that you don't know, and they're a much better shooting team. They shoot about 39% from three this year, where every other year it's been about 34%. So they're a much better three-point shooting team. We had Kelvin on Friday, and he talked about that was one of the points of emphasis is they wanted to get better in terms of being a three-point shooting team. It was something needed to happen, and it's something that has happened. But, there's just something about watching the Cougars and seeing, you have to really strap up because it's not going to be a game where it comes easy for you in the half court. It's not, there's some matchups where you watch college basketball and you just see, it's just a matter of moving the ball. You move the ball. You're trying to beat a 2-3 zone. You're trying to, your man-to-man is not as intense when it crosses half court. With Houston, you just don't really get a break. You don't get a breather. No. That takes a lot of it takes a lot out of you when you're constantly engaged at a high level mentally. It's just, you're on eggshells constantly. And it's very hard. It's hard on Houston to keep that energy on defense and play efficient offense. It's why great defensive teams typically in basketball are not very good offensively because you exert so much energy. But by the same token, you have to match their energy if you're the opposing team, and most teams are not going to be used to matching that level of intensity.
So people are asking, they think it's Mike Zerline and Johnny Harris.
That's me
behind you.
Is that Johnny Harris? Johnny Harris has been blonde forever.
It's Lance and Mike, his brother,
yeah. And then my sister.
I think it's Johnny Harris. It's Mike Zerline and no,
that's Mike when he played football at Nicholls State. Look at that big monster. He was a guard at Nicholls State.
Yeah,
me with my Louisville shirt because I was repping. I guess that would have been my sophomore year of college.
And that's your sister in the middle?
Yeah, and then that's my sister.
Where's King Butter?
That's before Butter, the awesome guy, was around.
Your sister's cute. Why are you covering her up? That's who we should be looking at, not you. Okay?
She went to already. Back then she was going to John Curtis High School in New Orleans. And then she's at LSU Tiger. Yeah.
Oh, and then
my brother went to Nicholls State where Bebe Ogeron was because he'd been kicked out of Miami for fighting and drinking. My sister went to LSU after going to John Curtis Christian School in New Orleans. And then you went to Tulane. Louisville because LeBradford Smith was there.
Y'all got Louisiana all over you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nicholls,
I'm the only one who
LSU and Tulane.
I'm the only one who graduated high school in Texas. They both graduated in New Orleans.
Yeah. You were younger. You were the oldest.
Yeah. I'm the oldest.
Yeah. And when did your dad take the job in Tulane?
His first one he went twice. He was with Greg Davis in he was with Greg Davis in 88. And then he went back with Buddy Tevens in 95, I think. 95, something like that. Yeah. So the first one he was with Greg Davis in spring of 88 is when my dad took that. So he left the house and moved to New Orleans ahead of us. And then I finished high school, and then we left after my senior year. Actually, shortly after graduation, we took off and moved to New Orleans. So they went to high school at John Curtis. They finished because my dad told my brother, he goes, okay, you got a couple choices of high school. You can go to John Curtis, which is a football factory. It's a private school. It's a parochial school because in New Orleans it's pretty much you go private school, parochial school. The public schools are pretty rough and they're not very good. The education system there is pretty terrible. And he goes, so you can go to John Curtis, which is a football factory, and it's run by the Curtis family. Like the principal's like the head coach is J.T. Curtis. Pretty much all Curtises all over the place. Or you can go to not John Carroll. There was another school where Greg Davis's son was the quarterback coach, and it was a public school that was decent, but they weren't a very good football team. They were okay. And my brother goes, I want to go to that school where Greg Davis's son is. And my dad goes, nope, you're going to John Curtis. so he didn't really have a choice. But
No.
What do you want to do, Mike? Where do you want to go? And Mike gave the wrong answer. He goes, nope, John Curtis.
Sorry, John Curtis.
Sorry, you're going to John Curtis. Nice try. John Arrett, I think was what it was, or something like that. But it's New Orleans is different now. The schools, just everything about New Orleans. You know, you have Newman High School, which is where Peyton Manning went to school, but that's for the rich hoity-toities uptown. That's where they went. Randy Livingston, former LSU Tiger, former Houston Rocket. Yep. He went to Newman when I want to say when Eli was there. Randy Livingston was phenomenal. One of the best young high school players that came out. And he just jacked up his knee and was never the same. Steve Smith hasn't met my sister. Okay?
Wow.
Stop sending stuff like that on Twitch.
Wow. Steve Smith and your sister references. That's ugly. Let's break. That's terrible.
I told you I
Steve
texted
Smith.
Steve to see how he's doing. He goes,
what about Stephon Diggs? Does he matter?
No, Stephon will never meet anyone from my family.
Okay. I just asked.
Can't even hold my dogs.
Time to talk about Chastang Ford. Time to talk. I want you to meet the Chastangs, okay? I want you to meet who I think run the best dealership in the city of Houston, who I think give you the best chance to get the best deal in the city of Houston, who I know I'm buying my vehicles from. I bought my vehicles from, okay? I trust them. I know they're going to give me the best deal that they possibly can. I know it is going to be no add-ons, no markups. They don't care about that. They're not doing that. Okay. I want the vehicle how I want it. They want the vehicle how I want it. They want my payments to be where I can afford them. I want my payments to be where I can afford them. They want me to have the best car buying experience I can have. They want no pressure. No markups, no hidden fees, none of that garbage in there, because that stuff happens all the time in the car business. It doesn't happen ever at Chastang Ford. So you can trust that, okay? You can trust the Chastangs to make sure that their people, all their people, it's a philosophy, okay? And it comes from on high and permeates throughout the entire building. We're going to get you the best deal we possibly can on the best product they possibly can, the Ford. So you're looking for that Ford car or truck? There's one place to go in my mind. It's Chastang Ford on 610 and Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. 713-780-3776, the number to hang with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Lil Ice, is he still alive, Lance?
Well, he was willing to die for his gang, as he was telling him on the Maury Povich show. So I don't know. I'm assuming he's dead.
13 years old. He was on the Maury Povich show.
Yeah, that's my shout out to Lil Ice holding it down.
Lil Ice was willing to die for his gang.
If you're watching the video, it's on the Twitch.
You're 13.
That's who's on my screen
commitment now. That's a commitment to your peeps.
No, when you're willing to, are you willing to die for Yanni and Chad and Justin?
No, none of them. None of them.
I mean, because they're kind of your gang.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Dell, are you willing to die for
B-Mac
and Abigail and Mapes and Sam? Are you willing to die for them? And
are they
AJ?
in my gang?
Well, they're kind of your gang. Mapes and B-Mac and Jeremy Branham. Are you willing to die for your gang?
None of those people are in my gang. No.
They kind of are.
They're not. You can't tell me who's in my gang. They're not in my gang. I'm not willing to die for them.
You're a gang of one.
Exactly. So no loyalties. No one can snitch on me. No, I'm not willing to die for people outside the circle.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not willing to die for any of them. Are you willing to die for Chris Solis and Michael Bennis and Johnny Harris in your gang?
Yeah, because I'm a real one.
And LaShane? You're ready to die for LaShane?
I'm willing to die for my gang.
You are? Okay.
Yeah, that's why I kind of roll by I kind of roll with what the streets, the vibe of the streets, just like Little Ice, the white kid with a sideways hat who's 13.
Yeah. You're willing to die. You're willing to die for your peeps.
For my gang,
I got you. Chris Solis, you're willing to die. Okay? You're willing to I don't even know that you're willing to not take the last crab cake, okay, on the appetizer. I'm pretty sure you're like, no, screw you, Chris Solis. I'm taking that one. So,
no, but I'm always eyeballing it. Like, you just have to kind of read the table.
Right.
If we bring our wives,
I will.
Yeah, if we bring our wives, then we already know, there's a chance that one crab cake that Heather she may eat it, she may not. We're just keeping an eye on things, just kind of looking it over. By the way, I was had pizza yesterday with Matt Money Smith, who does play-by-play for the Chargers, longtime radio guy, Petros and Money. He does Cougar. He's going to be in Houston calling. He's here calling Indiana, Purdue basketball, and then now he's here for the Combine. So he's going to be in Indianapolis for a while. Then he travels to Houston to do Houston, Kansas basketball on Compass Media for radio. So he's like, this guy's super busy. He does a lot of different stuff. And great guy. And we were talking about, I asked him about Shohei Ohtani, and he said, it's like Ohtani didn't exist really until he got to the Dodgers. Anything with Anaheim is like, it just doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But he said, Shohei Ohtani is making so much money. He's making about $150 million a year right now. He was offered, he will not take a meeting unless it starts at $15 million. Won't take a meeting. And it's really because he doesn't like to do a lot of things. So he's like, if they'll give me $15 million or more for whatever this is, then I will talk. There was a Japanese business that wanted him to come show up and do a 1 hour event, and they offered him $1 million. And he's like, nope. Because basically he doesn't want to do stuff, but he figures, okay, I'll throw $15 million up. And if you say yes, then I guess we're in business. So the Dodgers salary is irrelevant to him. The Dodgers have the ability now to basically say, we're going to pay you whatever it is, $36 this year, and then we'll take $60 million, $70 million, and then it's deferred. So they have this benefit of being in LA, this unfair benefit of being able to be in a marketplace where Shohei Ohtani can have all these business opportunities. Like I said, $15 million a year is what it takes to get in the door for him advertising wise. And they said that in Japan, he talked to one of the guys who works there, who's half Japanese, half Chinese, and he travels there for work to Japan. And he's like, dude, it's literally every 4 doors down from a business you go, there's Shohei Ohtani commercials. So he said the amount of money he's making from Japan is, you can't even fathom how much money he's making from Japan. And so the Dodger salary is completely irrelevant. It's like, it's the highest number,
million.
But he makes $150 million a year in advertising and sponsorships.
It's the $70 million that he gets from the Dodgers.
No, he's just forcing his number. Like, he wants to have the highest number, but the Dodgers don't have to pay it until later.
Well, that's all right. I mean, it turns out to be $46 million because it's deferred, but it's still, that number is the one that's producing all the other numbers. I mean, you can't. He wouldn't be Shohei Ohtani if it wasn't for the Dodgers. He wasn't Shohei Ohtani, like you said, when he was in Anaheim, right? He was. Yeah. Oh, he said, and that's a great player. That's oh wow, it's awesome what he's doing. And but now that he's winning championships and he's a Dodger, he's like he can write his own checks, right? I get that. But that $70 million that he gets from the Dodgers is what creates that market for him.
Well, no, his play creates the market.
It didn't in Anaheim. It's a Dodgers
being a spectacular player. Oh no, he was still making that kind of money.
He was making nice money.
That's what we
70.
did. No. He was making about $100 million plus on sponsorship deals when he was at Anaheim. The Japanese money it really doesn't matter where he plays. He is going to make that kind of money. The Japanese money is going to come in. And it's a completely different market from, just like Yao Ming used to make a bunch of money from, in China that he probably had to give to the country. He had to give to, the peasants or whatever, the people in button factories.
Right. So I played golf yesterday with a guy from China, as a matter of fact, and they paired us up with him. And he's not real pleased with Trump right now. He's a businessman that brings
he's getting crushed
stuff over, and he's like oh well, China. There's no China. There's no tariff on American products in China. Oh yeah, that's right. There are. Okay, yeah. Okay, fair is fair. Sorry, China.
I told you. I know somebody who works for the Department of Defense, who voted for Trump and was all excited. And now they're like, what the?
Well,
wait a minute. I didn't think I was going to get fired.
Well, sorry, but there's a lot of ways in that Department of Defense. I don't know.
So now he's like, I voted for my own firing. I said, well, if that's what you thought you were voting for, but just where's your just get your paper together. Like, what are 5 things that you accomplished last week, John?
I did. We did it yesterday in the show.
Oh, y'all did?
While
I was gone?
When you left.
Oh, boo. That was a great idea.
So I am.
They would fire. Doge would fire me.
My college roommate is here, and he did some auditing for the Department of Defense, and he said all these firings and stuff, they're really not necessary. What we need to do is get all of the waste in the Defense Department, and that is trillions. We will save trillions of dollars.
It has been forever. It has been forever. It's not the people. You guys remember when they came out with the thing, John?
All these low-level employees is not saving us the money. What's saving us the money is $1,500 soap dishes in their jets. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Because it's a grift. Because they have all this money and it's a grift.
And it's
always been like that with the DOD. Always.
And it's contractors that are building these that you have to use to build these planes and tanks and everything else. And they're just crushing us. But that's how people get rich. And then there's kickbacks, and it's a mess. It's a mess. But we'll figure it out. We got really smart people on this thing, right, Del? Really smart people. So Del's not worried about it. We got smart people on this. I mean, is there anybody smart?
Am I part of the we
smarter
or?
than Elon? Do you feel like you're smarter than Elon, Dell?
No, I just don't trust him.
Okay. Oh, you don't trust him?
He's untrustworthy.
Wow. All right. Kamala
Elon is doing a lot of fighting with people on Twitter.
You ain't got to call me the presidential nominee for the Democrats just because I don't trust Elon. There are plenty of people who don't trust him.
Who's doing a lot of fighting on Twitter?
Elon.
I know.
Like every day he's fighting people on Twitter. Like, dude, just get off Twitter and just do your own. Like, just go do whatever you're going to do. Stop fighting with people on Twitter.
I know. And all these Democratic meltdowns that he posts on there. It's so funny.
I know, he's like, he posts so much on there. I mean, I wish he had some guys to write up.
It's his. I know. If he was busy. I thought he was really busy just looking at everything, and instead he's posting a lot.
I mean,
he's
pick a lane, man. Post some stuff, impregnate some woman you don't care about. Just pick a lane, man. I mean,
now, wait a minute. That's the job of athletes.
That's the job of Elon too.
I know Elon is one of the first guys I've seen that runs into the Sean Kemp territory.
That's a job for rich guys. Okay, impregnate as many as possible. That's what rich guys do. So.
For what?
Elon is not, if you're rich as an athlete, if you're rich as a rich guy, it doesn't matter. Let's impregnate. Time to talk about being a champion, and that's different. Champion Energy is different. Champion Energy is where you're going to get your electricity on. My electricity has been it's been so good. People, I know it's been winter and it's been cold and you're not using electricity as much, but mine it's fantastic. It is fantastic, and I can tell you. The difference being out here in LA. Now it's just going to be more expensive in LA, but man, oh man, do I miss that Champion Energy in Houston because my Champion Energy electricity bill has been fantastic for the last 17 years that I've been with them, and it's going to continue. Hopefully, you have taken advantage of it as well. My buddy owns a couple of businesses, and he said, "Is this Champion thing real?" I said, "Absolutely." He said the difference between 1 month and the next when he went to Champion Energy was staggering how much money he saved. So you will save money too if you're looking for the best way to get that electricity. If you haven't checked, if your contract is up with your electricity company, go with mine. Champion.energy/1560. Champion.energy/1560.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Come on, there's got to be something that y'all want to talk about. You're more than welcome. It's obviously a slow time. We got Rockets basketball tonight, though. We got Rockets basketball. They're taking on Milwaukee tonight and San Antonio tomorrow. Back-to-back. Another back-to-back situation for the Rockets, and they got a couple of more still ahead. They've had the most back-to-backs in the league this season and got another one here tonight. Fortunately for them, though, there's no travel in between, so they got 2 home games, which is nice. And the Rockets hopefully can take care of this business, take care of Milwaukee tonight, and then San Antonio tomorrow. San Antonio not very good. They've lost all their players. So you got to take care of that business. I know it's a back-to-back situation, but you got to take care of that business. The Eagles. There was a report this week, I think, out of CNN, that said that they were not going. That they declined an offer to visit the White House, and the Eagles had to come back and say, "Nah, we haven't been offered, but we would love to go to the White House." So for those of you, I know that. You know, he is certainly a liberal owner. He has been in the past. He has certainly he's stood up for causes, certainly liberal causes. So that's interesting that the Eagles have said that they would go to the White House. Maybe that stuff will change. Go to the White House, meet the president. I don't care who the president is. Go meet the president, and you know what? That's just fun for the kids. It's just fun for the guys to be able to go to the White House. It's someplace they may never be able to go again, and they deserve it.
They didn't go last time.
They didn't go last time, right?
Yeah, they did not go. I think that was squarely within the NFL's pushback against racism and discrimination, and they pointed to the fact that they didn't believe the White House at the time, which was a Trump White House, agreed with their stance. So they said, "No, we're not going." So we'll see, but they haven't got the invite yet.
They haven't got the invite yet, but apparently, according to sources, that they will take it. I mean, the guys deserve that. They deserve that. The free agent list is out, Lance, and draft picks are at stake here, right? I mean, if you lose a big, but Stephon Diggs doesn't classify for that, does he? Because they restructured his contract.
Yeah, it's not part of the standard contract, so he does not count. So what you're talking about is the compensatory pick formula, where you have to lose qualifying. It's how many qualifying. So let's say you lose 5 qualifying free agents, and you sign 4 qualifying free agents. Okay, then you're +1. So you theoretically potentially could get a compensatory pick, but it basically. There's a lot of lower level free agents who will not hit the list. There's only a certain amount of compensatory picks that are given out. So, and then they cancel out. So if you have a high dollar guy that you lose, a guy that fits into tier 1, but you sign one, then they cancel each other out. So it goes down to, it's a cancel out formula. And then it gets to, like, let's say you lose 3 big free agents and then you sign, like 2 lower level, you lose 6 free agents and 2 of them are really good, 2 of them are pretty good, then you could end up getting a 3rd, a 4th, a 4th, and a 5th, for example. It can be a really big deal for some teams who end up losing free agents. So now more and more teams understand, okay, we may be losing a pretty good player, but we also are going to get a 3rd round pick in exchange. Now it comes at the end of the round, but still it's a top, it's basically a top 100 pick. It is a top 100 pick.
We're
so
right there.
It's you want nothing or do you want something? And so teams have become smarter. Some teams have at being smart with how they factor in. Like some teams will trade for a draft pick. I mean, they'll trade like a 7th rounder for a player whose contract is going to expire just so they can have him as one of the players that will count as their free agents leaving, so that they can be on the right side of the formula to get picks. So. There's some interesting strategies that go on there, but the list of free agency, Daniel Jeremiah had a post, and he went through and looked at all the free agents, and he's like, dude, free agency stinks. Free agency is so bad this year that you really need to lock in on the draft and figure out what you're going to do draft-wise, because you're probably not going to find what you're looking for in free agency.
Yeah.
It's just not good.
PFT ranked them all. T. Higgins is 1. Sam Darnold is 2nd. Sam Darnold is 2nd, and Daniel Jones is 99th. 3 years ago, would you have believed that Sam Darnold would be the number 2 ranked free agent in this class, and Danny Dimes would be 99th? I mean, talk about how he can turn. Russell
Wilson.
Wilson
Said that's 33. That's the 33rd team.
This is PFT, Pro Football Talk.
Okay, because I've got one from the Athletic that has that's done in tiers. Here's who they have as tier 1: T. Higgins, Trey Smith, Ronnie Stanley, Milton Williams, Chris Godwin, Zach Bond, and Josh Sweat. Here's an interesting theory. Would you be willing to – now, this is a big risk because Ronnie Stanley has been missing a lot of time with injuries. Would you be willing to take a chance with Ronnie Stanley and move and get rid of Laramie Tunsil?
Yes, that's what I said.
And you will get a first-round pick for Laramie Tunsil.
Yes. I said that earlier. I would do that. I mean,
Ronnie Stanley has missed. Like I said, it has become a real issue. So it's a risk, but it might be worth it. He's only 30, Ronnie Stanley. I mean, tackles play until they're 34,
some time
35.
too, but that was when they were winning a game or two a year.
Yeah,
and
he had his thumb.
And I remember he had a splinter or something, and he was out for 6 weeks, 7 weeks. And so I don't know. He's been there for you, though. Yeah, Laramie Tunsil has been there, and Laramie Tunsil has been pretty good. I don't know that I want to give Laramie Tunsil another contract. And if you can get a first rounder for him now and you can pick up a Ronnie Stanley, I would do that. Yes, I would do that right now.
So Ronnie Stanley missed 10 games in 2020. He missed 15 games in 2021. In 2022, he missed 5 games. In 23, he missed 4 games. And last year, he played every game. So this has been a lot of times missed.
Yeah.
A lot of time missed for Ronnie Stanley. But if he can stay healthy, you can get out of Laramie Tunsil at left tackle. I mean, he's a talented player, but I just think you want to get him out of your locker room. And it gives you a chance. Ronnie Stanley, if he stays reasonably healthy, could give you a 2 to 3 year window to find your next left tackle of the future. So I think it's something that the problem is you don't have that money available. So
you free up some money with losing Tunsil.
Yeah, but you're going to take a hit. I'll have to see what your hit is on the contract, because once you trade him, there's a hit potentially. So let me see what that cap hit would be for Laramie Tunsil, because you want to get it done before the draft, and you want to get Ronnie Stanley. Like, I don't know that you could sign Ronnie Stanley until after you moved on from Laramie Tunsil. Well, I tell you what. So it's interesting because your cap hit this year is $28.5 million, and your dead cap is $25 million. So you actually saved $3.8 million if you trade him this year.
Yeah. So
yeah, I'm telling you, I would consider it. I'm not sure that makes you better at left tackle, but what it does, it makes you better in the locker room, I think. And it gives you another first-round pick, because this is not a good tackle draft. You can go get a first for Laramie Tunsil. I'm telling you, for sure. A first, maybe a first and a fourth. So how would you like to have 2 firsts? Would be the worst thing I've ever heard of.
Yeah, that sure would be nice. PFT has Zach Bond as their 20th player. They have behind Carlton Davis, Drew Dahlman, Cam Robinson, Alaric Jackson, Dre Greenlaw.
Alaric Jackson?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Zach Bond was one of the best linebackers in football this year. He was all pro, wasn't he?
Yeah, I'm looking at some of these lists. They're like Juwan Johnson's a tight end. He's a tier 2 tight end from the Saints. Like, that's a tier 2 player. Hufanga I don't know. He's been pretty good. Dell crapped all over Javon Holland the other day, the safety from the Dolphins. But there's something. Malcolm Kuntz is a second-tier player from the Raiders. Like, you know who's tier 3? How about this? Malcolm Kuntz, who was late round to undrafted, is a second tier. Drew Dahlman, well, he's just a center. But Juwan Johnson, I think, was undrafted, who's with the Saints, tier 2. You know who's in tier 3? Chase Young.
Wow. A second
Justin
overall pick.
Fields, Aaron Rodgers, Hassan Reddick,
Wow.
Aaron Jones.
Well, Hassan Reddick, you can't trust. You just can't trust that dude.
What, that he won't play?
Yeah, that he didn't. I mean, are you sure he's going to be happy wherever he is? I know I'm not.
No, you have his money for it. Is he going to spend his second year without money?
Well, okay. I don't know, but I can't trust him. I don't know that how could you pick him up and pay him when you don't know he's going to be there? I mean, that dude.
Here's tier 4. Tell me which one of these tier 4 guys you would want. Like Paulson Adebo, cornerback from the Saints, I would consider. Keenan Allen, too old, too slow. J.K. Dobbins, always hurt. Robert Spillane, don't know. DeAndre Hopkins, old. Levi Onwuzurike, just a guy. Amari Cooper, too old to play. Russell Wilson, nah. Daniel Jones, rather have Russell Wilson. Najee Harris, for the right price. Asante Samuel Jr., just okay. Jaron Reed used to be good. Brandon Sheriff used to be really good. Deo Odeyingbo, I would 100% take a look at from the Colts. Actually, this is a guy who the Texans should take a look at. James Daniels from the Steelers. He's more of a zone scheme guy, I think so. Probably not what the Texans are looking for. Then Dan Moore, he's been a starter for the Steelers. He's not good enough, but if you wanted to take some chances at your left tackle spot by trading, Laramie Tunsil, you could potentially add a free agent tackle and just see Ronnie Stanley, Dan Moore, and see, hey, let's just see how it works. If we get him out of or Alaric Jackson from the Rams, see what happens if we get him out of our room. We pick up a first-round pick. It'd be interesting. It'd be interesting because I have to believe that the price tag, because the supply side is so low at tackle and free agency in the draft, that Laramie Tunsil would be the prize. He would be the prize in terms of draft. Now you'd have to do a new contract for him, but oh well, that's fine. He's still playing at a high level.
I could see them cutting Autry and picking up Puna Ford. Put a big guy in the middle there, and save that $8+ million that you're giving Autry, and you certainly don't have to pay Puna that kind of money. He's a free agent. We'll see. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in, you got any thoughts on any of that, you're more than welcome. Get in.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Man, the Pistons are starting to get scary. Pistons are on a run. Cade Cunningham. I didn't think Cade. Watched Oklahoma State. I didn't think he was going to be all that. He's really, really good. Holy crap! The Pistons are suddenly they are actually. I mean, look at the turnarounds with the Rockets and the two of the doldrums in the doldrums for years, the Pistons and the Rockets, and look how they turn it around with coaching and just winning at the top of the draft, getting guys who are I mean, not only but the middle of the draft, Tari at 17, I want to say. And Alpy at 16, 15 or 16, whenever he was drafted. I mean, you win those spots, and you get Amen at the top, and you get Jalen at the top. Pretty good. Then it's gonna turn around in a hurry. But the Pistons are suddenly they're sixth in the East, 32-26. They've been on a tear, 8-2 in their last 10. They've won 7 in a row. They're pretty good. They beat
Dennis Lindsey went over there, who I'm a big
Rockets.
fan of, and Dennis went
to
Dennis left the Minnesota the Mavericks. He went and consulted for the Mavericks last year, and now he took a job with in the front office of the Pistons. And I know he was excited about what they potentially had over there, but man, he built up the Utah Jazz with Donovan Mitchell, and he's the one that kind of started the Jazz's build out. He was there with Rudy T and Morey, and then he went to work for the San Antonio Spurs, and he just knows what good basketball looks like. Just really, really smart. And that is a team like the Rockets that are on the come up. They kind of had the same, kept drafting about the same places, and their players are starting to. It's really just a matter of letting guys develop. That's all. That's why Reed Shepherd, man, everyone's got to have patience with him, because Jalen, Alperin, Amen, everyone, Tari, they all start to develop at about the same time. And you got a nice little layer going here where the contracts won't all come due at the exact same time. So Rockets are in really good shape, but so are the Pistons. Pistons really are. And Cade Cunningham is a great player.
Yeah. No, that was the right pick. Dude can play. He's a lot better. He didn't take command in college. A lot like Jarris Walker. I didn't think Jarris was a top 7 pick in the NBA draft because, what we saw of him here, he didn't take control. I mean, if you're going to be an NBA lottery pick, a top 5, 6, 7 pick, to me, I mean, you should be dominant. You should be, the man. And I didn't feel like Jarris Walker was that guy. I didn't feel like Cade Cunningham was that guy.
Yeah, but do you think that he's going to be that guy on a team with Jamal Shed and with Kelvin Sampson as a first-year guy? Like, that's awfully tough to come into a Kelvin Sampson team and just say, all right, I'm going to take over this team with Jamal Shed there, one of the great leaders we've ever seen in college basketball.
If you're an NBA top pick, you should be a dominant college player. Yes, I do believe. I don't care where you go and who you play with. You should stand. And I just didn't feel like Jarris stood out like that. I just didn't feel like he did. And, I didn't, Cade either, but Cade, oh man, he's just so talented. Jarris hasn't shown it yet. He hasn't shown it at the NBA level.
Well, no, I think we'll see how he does. Like I think he was drafted on spec, like on
look at
of what he's going to be.
He just looks like it. He looks like that. I mean, you get that NBA body, you go, wow, like you can't pass that up. But I mean, but are you showing that? I know you got the physical tools, but are you showing that dog for the NBA? And so far, no. But Cade Cunningham is. Holy crap, is he good? He is really good. Big win last night by Minnesota, and this is what Minnesota couldn't do. Minnesota just fades at the end. Did you see Anthony Edwards versus Jalen Green's numbers at the end of games? Jalen Green is better than Anthony Edwards at the end of games, but not last night. At the end of the game, down 24 in the fourth quarter, Minnesota beat Oklahoma City. Holy crap. That was crazy.
Well, maybe because he didn't play down the stretch until overtime. They benched him with about 3:40 to go or so, and they were down by 16. He did not play down the stretch in the fourth quarter, and they came back from down 16 to tie it. Now, we know he had the block.
He did make a big play at the end.
But, yeah, they don't get there without the guy who came in for him. So I think Finch may have said, okay, you're not playing well. We may not win this one. And he took him out of the game, and they came back big without him on the floor.
Wow, a James Harden Clippers moment. When
yeah,
in
a regular season game, sure.
Yeah. When James Harden was playing, when the Rockets were playing the Clippers, and they took James Harden out, and they came back, stormed back, and won the playoff game. Anthony Edwards. But Anthony Edwards did make the big play at the end, blocking the Shea Gilgeous-Alexander layup in the final seconds of overtime to win the game, to seal the win for the T-Wolves. But, man, Oklahoma City, so good. I mean, look at the teams that are good. The Cavs, the teams that have turned – well, the Oklahoma City's been good for a couple of years now, so I can't say that. But the Cavs are up on Boston by 6 games. The Pistons, the Rockets in the playoffs. I mean, this is crazy talk. The Knicks are good again, although, boy, they suck this weekend.
Yeah,
do what?
Not lately. They haven't been good, but
no, it's
upside down. And I really do fear the Lakers now. I think the Lakers and the Warriors, man, Jimmy Butler, they look so much better with Jimmy Butler. And we know he's like, now he shows up, now he wants to play. And you're going to get a good version of Jimmy Butler. The Lakers now with Luka, I'm not going to miss this. I'm going to try to see. I got to figure this out on my computer, how I'm going to see Lakers. I know I'll be able to see the Lakers Mavericks on TV. That's not a problem, but I got to get to a stream so I think I can do it. No, I can't do it on DirecTV. I got to figure out how I'm going to watch the Rockets tonight. But I also want to see Luka against the Mavericks. I want to see if because he's going to try to do everything he can to put a 40 spot on them. But will that mean he shoots too much? And the Mavericks want to do everything they can to keep him from having a good game. So that one's going to be pretty interesting to me.
There was a tweet out how this aged poorly. The Suns owner last year saying how every NBA team would trade their team for his team. And how and his organization with all the draft picks that they have, which now the Rockets own. But maybe this was a year and a half or 2 years ago. And he said how every NBA team would trade for his trade their whole team for his whole team. And now they're 27-30 outside of the play-in. But the Mavs are in the play-in right now. Will the Mavs be in the play-in at the end of the season?
Man, they're right there on the verge. I'm going to say yes.
I don't
because they have more to play for than the teams who are behind them.
Well, one of the Phoenix will take the
back eventually. Like they're down 3
and
centers.
At some point, some of those teams don't want to be. You got to remember, some of those teams don't want to be in the play-in. They don't want anything to do with the play-in. They need to be in the draft with a chance at Cooper Flag.
Well, the issue is your point is not a bad one, but the Warriors, they want to make the playoffs. The Kings, they traded Aaron Fox, but they're tired.
Where are the Warriors right now?
They're 9th.
They're 10th.
They're a game up on the Kings.
The Warriors are 9th. The Kings are 10th. Yeah, the Kings are 10th. The Warriors are 9th. The Kings are 10th.
See, if I'm the Kings, I'm like, hey.
No, the issue for the Kings is they've been bad for a decade and a half up until the last couple of years, so they're sick and tired of being where you think they should be in the lottery. So they will try. That's been part of their directive. What we've done in the past has not worked. So we're just going to try, and we'll see it. So they want to be in the play-in at a minimum. They may still wind up in the lottery anyway. Got to make the playoffs. So it's Phoenix. They're battling 4 teams who want to make the playoffs. So that'll be the question for them. They may decide, you know what? But they don't own their own picks, right? So they have to try too.
The Rockets, it's an unprotected pick.
Yeah, so they don't. So from 7 to 11, all those teams are going to try to make the playoffs.
Yeah, It's either going to – well, I think Phoenix will take the place of either the Mavericks or the Kings, one of the two.
Well, they've been bad for now 57 games. Why do we see them getting any better?
Because they're just too talented to not.
Then what's the issue for 57 games? If the talent was there at game one and it has not clicked, why are they going to turn it on?
They have had injuries too.
All three of their guys are back now, and they've been 2-8 in their last 10.
Well, but Bradley Beal just does. That's a round peg. That's a square
now they're back to starting him. Tyus Jones was taking his spot in the starting lineup. They've been playing so poorly they've thrown him back in, and they've lost 5 out of 6 to the Raptors and the Spurs, and they lost to the Rockets. Their one win so far is at the Bulls.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess we can bank on Durant and Booker getting it together, but they have not been good since they've been put together with Beal.
So Durant's missed 12 games, Booker's missed 5, Allen's missed 10, Bradley Beal's missed 16 games.
That's not enough to explain this team being 3 games below 500.
3 games under 500. No, they should be better. There's no question. There's no question they should be better. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. Time to talk, Lance. For you, my friend, to talk a little underdog.
Underdog fantasy is gives you a chance to play along with the games that you're watching. You know, I just talked about those basketball games. Is Luka going to go off? He plays his former team. You've got the Rockets in action, but when you have underdog, I'm pulling it up right now because I know that they're going to have Luka stuff like first and foremost since he goes back. And so his higher lowers 31.5 points. So just give you an example, 31.5 points, higher lower. His points, rebounds, and assists 48.5, assists 7.5. So I would go double. 0.87 is the payout on higher, lower is 1.12. You know what? I'm going to say lower on that. So I'm going to take a chance with lower on that. Then you go, find another statistic inside the game, or you go to the Rockets and you go find the Rockets game and you go take a look at Jalen Green. What are you doing with Jalen Green? What are you doing with Amen Thompson? They have points in the first quarter. They have, 3-pointers made. They have so many stats for you to choose from. You really just want to, here's what you do. You assess how a game may go. You assess certain matchups, and then you fine tune it, and then you say, I think it's going to be higher or lower in these statistical categories. You pair the different players up, boom, 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 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different picks. You get a chance to win up to 1,000 times your original play. This is really going on a nightly basis, and a chance for you to use your sports knowledge to win real money. You can even use their flex option, which means the payout is a little lower, but you can still win even if you lose a game. So that is for those of us who are a little bit more cautious when you want to take a look at how you're going to pick them. That option is a great one for you as well, and you can still win your money with Underdog Fantasy. You got to use promo code Lance. Promo code Lance is going to give you, on your first deposit, they're going to match your deposit up to, or they're going to give you up to $1,000 in bonus cash, I should say, and you're going to get a free pick. So great opportunities for you to make money playing the games that you're watching anyway with Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
Woo! Time for me to talk about woo! Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health is awesome. Love me some Game Day Men's Health. I feel better than I've felt in a long, long time. I've been doing the testosterone replacement or treatment for I don't know how long now. I mean, years, 10, 15 years, whatever it is. I don't know. But it's just different at Game Day Men's Health. Just care more. You got labs right on site. It's just better. You find out your results in minutes as opposed to a week or more. You got a free consultation where you don't at the other places. You have to pay to find out whether or not you need testosterone replacement. That's stupid. Don't do that. Here's the deal. Game Day Men's Health popping up all over the city. It's going to be easy for you to get to. It doesn't matter where you are. They're going to have one, or they do have one already downtown, near downtown in Edo, Pearland, Katy, Willowbrook. All over the city. So you're looking for the best way to get that testosterone replacement. Not only that, feel better, look better, all of those things with peptides that can help you get to where you want to go, what you want to be. So if you're feeling a little bit sluggish, you're not feeling yourself, or you've been doing testosterone replacement and you feel like, I hit my peak here, GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. You got a chance to get in here and hang out with us. Come on, get in here. 713-780-3776.
People are weak today. These guys are weak.
I know everybody's really weak, right? I mean, I'm sick of them being so lazy, just listening and having us just entertain them instead of actually participating and doing something yourself. Okay.
Good point.
Be greater. Okay. Be something, be special. And instead of just laying around and listening to us. I mean, lazy, terrible people. Well, I don't mean terrible. I don't mean you're a terrible person.
Yeah, it's a little
but you're a better person.
Yeah, you went.
But you're a better person if you do, right? I feel like that. Rockets tonight and the Cougs last night. We've got basketball here. We got pretty damn good basketball here. And we've got two games back-to-back here with the Rockets tonight and tomorrow night. And we'll see whether or not they can win another in this back-to-back situation. 5-8 this season on the second games of back-to-back. That is telling, especially when it's a team that is, in the thick of the playoff race, fifth overall in the West, and they're 5-8 in the second game of the back-to-backs. It'll tell you how tough back-to-backs are, and the difference between not playing back-to-back, playing back-to-backs, and not playing back-to-backs is substantial for the Rockets, and they have had the most back-to-backs in the NBA this season, which sucks. And Ime said earlier, he said, "Hey, you become." You get better, and they give you better schedules. Is that true? When you are
I didn't know that, but maybe
team,
that's a thing. I mean, maybe he just knows that.
I don't know. He said,
you don't know.
You don't know. I don't know. Is that do the Lakers, do the Celtics, do they get better schedules because they are those organizations?
Probably.
That sucks if that's the case. Don't you think schedules?
Well, I think stars get preferential treatment. That's not new.
No. Listen, should you be on TNT more? Should you be on ESPN more? Should you be highlighted in big games more? Absolutely. But should you have better schedules?
Well, I don't feel like you should.
I don't think so either. I mean, I get it. I get wanting to highlight you more and being, on playing on Christmas Day. I think LeBron has played on Christmas Day every year. I think he's played on Christmas Day every year.
Do you think he wants to?
Well,
I don't know. Maybe you do.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're the face of the league. I mean, and that's probably your most important day. It's the most important day of the regular season. Now that the NFL said, "Screw you, we're going to play on Wednesdays too," when you're playing. I mean, I think it's not as big during the week. The NFL has gotten so selfish and so full of themselves. They said, you know what? Even though Christmas is a Wednesday, we're going to play there just to screw the NBA. I know they've owned that day. They don't own it anymore. Not if we're playing. And sure enough, who dominated the day? The Texans with their play. The Texans looking fabulous against the Ravens.
Yeah, well,
playing their
that's
ass off.
one way of looking at it.
Yeah. Okay. Who's the most important organization? The Texans. They put them on Christmas Day. What? Yes. And look at how they showed up. Showed up, showed out. FA.
That's one way of looking at it.
Yeah.
That's one way of looking at that game.
That was one
they
of the
got a
worst.
big fat Grinch on them from Baltimore.
Yeah.
Grinch the flip out of them.
Wow. You almost said a bad thing.
I know, I almost did. And I almost meant it.
They effed around and found out, didn't they?
They found out. I don't know if they were effing around, but they definitely found out.
Right. Anyway, so yeah, Ime had some thoughts on the schedule. He also had some thoughts on Fred VanVleet. We had a little bit earlier in the show. He wants to see Fred back. Fred may come back tonight, as a matter of fact. Fred may be on the floor tonight. We'll see. To be at full strength again would be nice. I kind of a little bit miss Fred, if you want to know the truth.
Yeah, no, I've had Fred. Fred can come on back.
Yeah. Oh, you feel? Oh,
yeah,
you're
no, I'm
let
back.
him come
Like
back.
we can. Yeah, Fred can come on back.
Okay. All right. Well, that's awfully nice of you to let Fred come on back.
It's time. Let's get Fred back. It's time. He's had his time off. Let's come on back.
Yeah.
It's time to come back, Fred.
It absolutely is. What's been the matter with him, by the way?
It's been the foot. I think it's where he got his foot stepped on.
He got.
I think that's when he left the game. Unless it's something else, I don't. But I think it's just. I'm just kind of just waiting for Fred. Then all the turnovers go away and everything's better.
Well, I don't know about that. I know the shooting's not going to be. The 2-point shooting's not going to be all that tutti frutti when he gets back. But okay.
Well, 2-point shooting, schmoo point shooting. Who cares?
We don't need that. We're not worried about it.
No, not worried about that. We're more worried about 3-point shooting. What league do you think this is where 2-point shooting matters?
Well,
you're joking, right? You think 2-point shooting matters? 3 greater than 2. Do the math.
Yeah,
well,
3 is greater than 2.
Numbers guy is here.
Yeah, but what if you miss them all the time? Isn't it? Wait a minute, aren't 2-pointers easier to make? That's what I thought.
No, apparently not.
Yes, they are.
Not for Fred.
Not for Fred. Fred is the exception to that rule.
Do you know I'm looking at something about Shedeur Sanders, and he's not going to throw at the combine. He's not going to do anything at the combine, which is fine. I don't think it's a big deal. Abdul Carter's not going to do anything the whole draft process. That hasn't come out yet, but that's the rumor, is that he's not going to do. He's going to Marvin Harrison this thing. You've got, I don't know if Travis Hunter's working out. I'm hoping he does, but I haven't seen if Travis Hunter's going to work out. I hope he does. There's some other players. Will Johnson is not going to run. There's fear he won't run at all because he's afraid of what he's going to run, the cornerback from Michigan. So, but a quarterback like Shedeur not throwing, not the end of the world. Cam Ward is undecided. Dell, what's the latest? Is Cam Ward, do you know if he's going to throw or is he going to chicken out?
I haven't looked it up. I don't care about what Cam Ward does when he's not a Cane.
You're getting a Cam Ward jersey.
Yeah, when he's actually playing football. I don't care about Cam Ward when he's practicing to play football.
Well, what I think it is no one wants to see a healthy Quinn Ewers out there showing them up. Is what I think it is.
Texas is back, folks.
And he's healthy, and he's dropping dimes all over the field. And all of a sudden, everyone's like, wait a minute, Shedeur Shishmur, Cam Schmam, bring us Quinn. Remember when he used to have a mullet and could throw it sidearm, running left and then throwing right sidearm, all those sweet moves we saw on YouTube, that's the quarterback teams could be drafting. Instead, they went a bullcorn with Deion's son or a guy who couldn't pick a school. No thanks.
Oh, started an incarnate word. Like
yeah.
that.
Ooh, that's a 5-star. Quinn was considered, quote unquote, the greatest high school recruit, the most perfect. What was he called, Dale? I think he was called the most perfect quarterback prospect to come in, or the highest graded quarterback prospect ever in high school.
And that's when he had a mullet.
And then all he did was get to the college football playoffs.
Yeah, that's all he does. He did it at Ohio State.
And imagine what happens if he grows his mullet back and gets healthy from that oblique.
I believe his title was the most glazed on college high school.
They didn't call it glazed on. That's not how it happened.
No.
Glazed on. Wow.
That wasn't his title.
Glazed on.
The lazy kids are on their way to school right now. Holy crap. And they're hearing glazed on?
I was trying to think of his title. I thought, considering how much hype he had, that glaze was the thing you were going for.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
Although there was some of that, but no.
Wow. We got a break here. Let's take this break here. When we come back, I have like the ugliest, and this is from Newsweek magazine. I have one of the ugliest headlines that you will hear. Okay. It's terrible. And we'll do that on the other side. What's wonderful? Champion Energy. I was talking about it just a little while ago for you. And if you're somebody who's you got your electric bills and you're like, what's going on with this? This sucks. I mean, and it still sucks. And we haven't been using that much electric. We're not using our air conditioner, and it still sucks. Well, then go with Champion. I love Champion. I've loved Champion for, 18 years now. And it's going on that. And I've been a thrilled customer. I've never had any issues whatsoever with Champion Energy. And when my contract is up, they always notify me and they tell me, hey, you got a better deal right here. There's a better deal out there. So why don't you grab this right now? And I do. I sign up for a year or 2 years. Boom, I'm good. And I'm good with Champion Energy. Just has fewer fees and all the other crap that they throw into these electricity bills. Mine just got less. And you know what? And I'm saving money. And I've saved money over the years thanks to Champion Energy. If you're looking for an electricity company, if you're sick of your high electricity bill, champion.energy/1560, champion.energy/1560.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
So I just reposted Lance, you got to watch it. Charlie Morton, he's on Foul Territory. AJ Przinsky and the other dude, he's talking about Game 7 where Lance started in L.A. And he's talking about, they were asking him about coming in and coming out of the bullpen. Charlie's so cool. Charlie Morton will always, always, always be so cool. You want to talk about a guy when you're interviewing him, a guy who thinks and is he's very thoughtful is the word. Thoughtful on every answer that he gives. And just a great guy. And he was reminiscent about, he was like, I'm cool. I pitched Game 4 and I'm just walking around. I know Lance, because I saw Lance at breakfast in the morning, and Lance is, I'm like, wow, that dude's about to start Game 7. That's so cool for him. That is awesome. And he thought, I'm not getting in. And AJ came up to me at the park and he goes, I'm going to get you in. It's like, oh, really? Really? I'm going to pitch today. And sure enough, that's where he became Charlie F. and Morton, right? That was so totally sweet. So the headline, here's the headline, Lance. See what you think of it. Newsweek magazine. Texans considering relocation due to massive stadium renovation hurdle. Texans were considering relocation due to massive stadium renovation hurdle. It went from this is a week from hiring a dude who helps build stadiums, right, to we're going to move if we don't get this done.
Where do you see that, by the way? Like,
Newsweek
what do they cite?
Magazine?
What do they cite? What do they cite as their – tell me what it says in the article.
Two sources familiar with the Texans' thinking told the Chronicle the Texans have explored the possibility of a new stadium, though the team is not committed to the path. The team has not proposed a new stadium in the lease negotiations, and the ultimate decision will depend on what makes the most financial sense for the Texans. Head Harris County leases. Blah 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 blah.
There's a line in the Newsweek, aggregation of what the Chronicle article. This is mostly based on what the Chronicle has.
Yeah.
The report also indicates that sources close to the Texans have mulled over the idea of relocating completely. Does that mean out of the state or the city or out of that area and moving to a different part of Houston?
They would never relocate from the city. That's absolutely will not happen 1,000,000,000%. They're not going to. It would have to be it would probably mean to like Katy or, a surrounding area where a massive structure could be built that could be a multifaceted facility.
Well,
it would not be
here's
out
what
of
it says.
Here's
what it says. The Texans reportedly working on a new lease agreement with the stadium, but a new assessment has deemed that the stadium is in average or below average condition compared to its peers. There has been a long list of deferred upgrades, which could lead to the team seeking to relocate entirely. I don't know what that means, if that means Katy or if it means San Diego. I don't know.
They're not going anywhere.
I don't know what that means. How about
You're
the
not
San
going
Diego
anywhere.
Texans?
Their whole family is based here. This is not going to be another Amy Adams, Bud Adams situation. They're not going anywhere. And you'll never hear them say anything about leaving the city of Houston, other than unless it means, trying to build outside of Harris County. Well, then you might be able to see something. Fort Bend County is getting really, really big. 59 it's an easy shot down 59. I always hear Katy talked about Fort Bend County might actually be better, to be honest with you, from a travel standpoint. But yeah, I could see it headed 59 North is terrible at all times. So that area, I don't know about all that area, but I could see maybe Fort Bend County, something like that. It's accessible by a few different routes. So maybe that, but not out of the greater Houston area to another city.
You don't
that
think
happening.
You don't think
they
hate the San Diego Texans? You don't think that's
no? They can take all their stuff and just get out. If they did that, they can take everything and leave forever, and they're the worst people ever, and they all deserve to perish. I mean, if you want to take us, if you want to literally get an organization, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. You're not tricking me.
I'm trying to trick
Are
you.
you tricking
I'm telling you what a Newsweek
Reputable-
story says.
I don't care what
From the
stupid
Chronicle
Newsweek says.
specifically,
First of all,
it's not
Newsweek is just all
Newsweek.
they're doing is quoting.
It's the
they're just
Chronicle
quoting the Chronicle.
story that they're grabbing
It's just
all
a
this
bunch
stuff
of
from.
bull crap posturing. They're trying to get it. I told you guys this is coming. They want a new stadium because they want more money. Period.
And what if
Give
the
me that
city
money.
takes a
Give me my
stand?
money.
What if the city takes a stand and say, no, you're not getting any of our
Good.
money?
The city should take a stand, and then they'll just have to deal with it. Then you get to nothing. Then you raise your own individual money like all the other places are doing now. Privately owned. Stop telling us to build stuff for you. We're done.
What's the last privately owned stadium that was built? In
Everybody
the NFL?
has private money in it now.
Well, I know private
Everybody
money,
does.
sure, but
The biggest issue is the $1.4 billion needed to get NRG Stadium up to date would fall to the residents of Houston and Harris County. Elected leaders, but those counties are also reporting still paying off the debt they incurred from building NRG Stadium 25 years ago. Harris County Sports Authority is also paying off $1 billion in bonds
Astrodome.
it used to build NRG, Daikin, and Toyota Center with a payoff date of 2056. The Sports Authority would then not have enough capital to finance another stadium. Boom, they're moving to San Diego.
well, the Titans.
Yeah, because those people really get into those people really get into football.
The chart actually, San Diego would love a team. I mean,
I'm sure they
have
would.
one.
They can't keep the Chargers. They're not
Well,
keeping them.
because an owner decided it was more profitable to move.
Yeah, because they won't pay for a stadium.
Well,
San Diego, Texas.
San Diego
just
won't
makes
pay
sense.
for public. They won't give you public funding.
Tennessee.
Plus, you're going to take it up the ass if you want to go to California, just like John's dealing with. Up the ass. Boom, 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 boom. There you go.
You're talking about teams not getting public money. He turned off his camera. Tennessee is getting 1.6 from their city, so stadiums are still being funded publicly. 1.6
I already
billion.
know you're just trying to piss me off.
telling
So I'm
you,
not going to listen.
I'm looking right at it. You said
you barely talked off show.
you
Now you
said-
just want to poke the bear.
You said stadiums aren't being publicly funded anymore. Tennessee's they're getting 1.6 billion from the community. So yes, they are still being publicly funded, and that's what the Texans are going to want.
Not here, they're not.
We'll see.
Not here, they're not. Yeah, we'll see. You think Houston's going to pony up a bunch? You think the people in this city will vote for a bunch? It has to be voted for. You think they will vote positively?
No, I
for
don't.
giving money to the Texans?
And do you think the Texans will go, you know what? You're right, everyone. We're going to publicly fund this whole thing?
Well, like I said, it's about time the surrounding area is paid up.
Sorry.
Okay? Yeah, no.
Not in the same county.
You're
Sorry, you
little
can't force us.
Galveston County down there,
sorry,
Fort
that's-
Bend County,
unless you're
Montgomery
moving this-
County.
unless
Don't
you're
put all of
moving-
this on Harris
Unless
County.
you're moving the Texans' new
pony
stadium
up,
to Lamar,
League City.
unless you're moving the stadium to Lamar, take it, Harris County. You're paying for it. Or not.
You got my money,
You're
League
a bunch
City?
of leeches. Yeah.
That's all
pay
y'all
up.
do is just
You don't
suckle
even
off the
live
feet
here
of Harris
anymore.
County.
Yeah. That's all right. We're supposed to entertain
Yes.
you. What are we, clowns over here?
Are we
That
here
we're
to
just supposed
amuse you,
entertain
I'm sorry. Why
Are you
would
here
I
park?
pay? Why would I pay for a product that hasn't advanced past the second round of the playoffs in its entire existence? Why would I be paying
It's
up
about-
for that
it's
when you
about
don't even
to
reside
happen.
in the county I
Why
live
would
in?
we?
You know what? Get
Why
Why
off.
would
would we? Why do you think we would?
You were very
we won't.
excited
We
when they
won't
got
vote for
here.
that. We won't. Take your team away. We don't care. Beat it.
You say that now. You're all brave now.
We need a team again.
Yeah.
We said
Now
we
need
don't
a
have
team.
a team to
You're
choke
very
on
brave now,
second round
sir.
to get their asses kicked by the Ravens and score 2. What
Right.
will we ever do? Someone please help us.
Who you
Give us
root
another
for
team.
when they leave?
Give us another team so we can have Clint
You
Black
know what?
Well, he's
as
got the
our
Colts.
new Clay
as long
Walker.
as Ballard is there, he's got the Colts.
He's got the Colts. Lance has got the Colts. He don't care.
Who
Yeah,
cares?
look, he's up in
anyway?
Indianapolis again.
Yeah,
Okay.
meeting
You
his
don't care.
Who
buddy.
cares anyway?
No wonder he's so against it. He's got the Colts as a backup.
Yeah.
Colts. Oh, the
pony
Colts
up,
here. This is what
resident
Harris
hate.
County. This is what Harris County's saying right now. This is what the Texans are. This is what we're saying to. You see my background now. This is
What
what
is it?
we're saying to League City and Chambers County and Fort
You can't
Bend
force us to pay for
and
it.
everything.
Yeah.
Give me my
Hey,
money.
give me my
Remember
money.
when Morty was getting choked and Robert De
Yeah.
Niro wanted his money? That's what I say.
Yeah. Give me my money.
Lance, give Cal what he
It's
wants.
time for y'all to pay up for
Get-
all the For all
for all
the
what? For
look
all
at what
the what?
CJ's giving you.
For all
look
the
at all
what?
the excitement and entertainment.
All
CJ
those missed
Stroud's
out
giving you.
routes from last year. I got to
Now,
pay for that.
Let's also be
you're
clear. I don't know how
Yeah.
much we are actually
Hey,
paying as
there's
Houstonians.
a wide open.
Suckling off the
There's a
teat
wide
of
open
Harris
Robert
County
Woods.
for years.
There's a wide open Robert Woods for a first down. Oh, the quarterback threw it 8 yards over his head. You want me to pay for that?
Yeah.
Making all. And here's Cal's response to all your complaints.
No. We're complaining about Fort Bend, and we're complaining about Gallatin and Montgomery.
Don't try to
stop watching our team. Then
please
stop watching it.
Please, can I get 2 good football games a week as opposed to suffering through the Texans? Please give me that. Instead of forced to watch the Texans play every week, I would appreciate good football.
I need a stadium in here. I need a stadium in here. I need a stadium in here. Oh, stop. Oh my God. Now, time for you to pay up. You and the rest of
Don't worry about it.
You
guys can stand firm, 10 toes down about how you're not going to pay for anything, and then when it gets that time, and the Texans,
anyway, we don't really pay. I mean, let's remember a lot of it is visitor taxes or whatever on rental cars and stuff like that.
Well,
hotel taxes, but you'll pay out of the ass if you want to do a staycation.
I mean, that's another ass reference.
Wow, again, went out of the ass.
Don't care. Then don't bring up stuff about the Texans leaving. You already know it's not happening.
I don't know. San Diego needs a team.
Yeah, Cal and Hannah, who are throwing up a bunch of H's, running around trying to be, we're for the city.
Well,
and
what
then
do you think that was for?
I mean,
they'll do
good luck
SD
getting out of
then.
the city. Good luck getting out of the
S&D.
city.
What do you think that was for? You don't think that was part of the plan to ingratiate
S&D.
themselves when they came asking
we're
for
Houston.
money?
We're the kings and queens of Houston. Then
When
be that.
When they came asking for money, they wanted you to
I'm not
remember.
listening to you,
Hey,
Del.
look at
There you
us.
go.
Remember that mustache shirt that we had out for everyone? Me barbecuing, throwing up the H, wearing big chains. I'm good old Cal. Pay up.
Yeah.
They're not going anywhere.
They're going. You don't know. You don't know.
I don't believe they're not. I don't believe they're going anywhere either. But I know that all that stuff where hey, look how great they are now was all about.
You think
this.
we're paying for anything?
It was
too bad. So sad. Should have won more.
Does Fort Bend make sense?
I mean, if you want to do it outside of Houston, if you're going to do something like this, you're going to have to. It's going to have to mostly be private money, and then you're going to have to buy a bunch of land. So because the next model is the SoFi model, and you know how much that costs? Like $180 billion.
No,
Elon Musk couldn't afford it. It's so expensive.
Musk.
Jeff Bezos is like, this is too much. And you've been there, John. That place is badass.
It's badass. Yeah.
Well, what you want? I mean,
listen.
I'm being serious. The Astrodome, it's a joke. You could put a convention center there, and you could put a hotel. You could build a hotel facility, and it could feed into NRG. You could do whatever renovations you want to NRG, and you could have basically one mega center right there that you could have a lot of different events, and you could have people staying in a hotel that was built there. But some of you idiots want to sit there and praise and get on your little prayer in your prayer circles and light magic candles and say, oh, Astrodome, please, Lord Jesus, please help the Astrodome and protect the Astrodome, Lord Jesus. Please let it be the great Astrodome forever so that we never have to worry. And we can always have this big chunk of stupid metal here doing nothing with nothing inside, no functionality to it, all this space. Please, Lord, keep it here so that when the aliens come down, they can see the great wonder, the eighth wonder. This is where they first had AstroTurf, where if you fell down, you could literally break your knee because there was concrete underneath it. And you could throw what was called the Cincinnati hop, where you could throw it across, where Dave Concepcion used to make throws midway off the AstroTurf because it was just like concrete. You could get perfect bounces every time. This is where the Astros lost against the Phillies in '80. This is where they choked against the Mets. Here is where you had the University of Houston beat Texas A&M in the only game that started on one time of the time zone. I mean, on one day, and then ended on the other day that's played in a central time zone. What are we doing? What are we talking about? The Astrodome is terrible. Blow it up, build something real there, get a renovation for Energy, and stop bothering me with this nonsense. I'm not listening anymore.
John?
Goodbye. Thanks for calling.
This is giving you a Princess Leia vibe where Obi-Wan, help us. You see how the video is shaking?
Yeah.
You missed it. And he was white.
I saw that.
Yeah. Yeah. He's giving Obi-Wan, help us. Okay. Thanks.
John, the Texans are going to look into their own division and go, the Titans are getting the biggest public subsidy in U.S. history for a stadium. Their stadium's going to cost them $2.1 billion. They're getting $1.26 billion in a subsidy. You think they're going to look to Amy Adams Strunk and go, she can get that and we can't?
No, listen. They're right about one thing. It's inadequate compared to the other stadiums in the league. It is. It now you got no roof on it or patched up, and it looks like a barn. Listen, they could, if you want to compete at the NFL level, you need a better stadium than that. Okay, it's not up to
good. Take your money and go get one. Take your money and go get one.
Do we want Final Fours here? Do we want national?
No, I don't care.
Who
cares? Who cares?
No.
I don't care.
Yeah, we do.
Why?
Yeah,
so we can pay $800 a ticket. So we can pay $800 a ticket. What do you care?
World Cups, all that. Yes,
you got rich friends who give you tickets. What do we care? We can't afford them to go.
Well, no,
who cares?
We do care. We want them in our city.
Oh, they're going to bring money to our economy. Oh, they'll bring money to our economy. Stupid.
Yes, it does. I don't know if you heard. Yes, it does.
What? How's it made one bit of difference in my life? It hasn't. Don't care anymore. Bring my rates down on my homeowner's insurance and my car insurance, and then I'll talk to you.
Okay.
If Final Four will bring my car insurance down, then I'll talk.
Okay. No, it helps our city. It helps our.
Don't care about the city.
The restaurants.
It
adds money.
Figure it out yourself.
City.
Don't care. Don't care. Fix me now.
Now
my grocery bill's still high. No one fix that
money
either.
to give you advertising
Don't
money.
Care.
That's what they.
Who cares?
You do.
You care, I think.
Don't care about anything right now. Nothing you say is I'm going to care about. Get a new stadium. That's great. Pay for it. Get rich friends and pay for it.
That's what you're
gonna get all the money from it. You're gonna get all this. Everything that comes is gonna go in your pocket. You're gonna get the money for it. Put some cash out. You can't look. Scared money don't make money. So put your money on the line. It's not gonna benefit us at all. What are we gonna see? A team that gets blown out in the second round? Who cares anyway? A bunch of rodeos.
So you want them out? You want them out? Just beat it.
No, I say build your own stadium.
Okay. They ain't building it, but it's just
all these people and everybody else who what do y'all? It's funny, people on Twitch. What do you guys act like no, we won't do anything, and now you just are letting them ram you up the.
Hey!
Wow!
Relax.
Whatever you say, anything you say, I'll do. Please, don't hurt me. Chicken ships.
When they walk up the door like the Oilers did.
I said chicken ship.
What?
Okay,
relax. What's wrong
when they
with
walk
you?
out the door like the Oilers did, then you're going to say,
who cares
I wish we'd have kept on.
Good. Next team up. Bring another team here. How
long did that take?
Come on over, Carolina. Come on over, Jacksonville.
You'll have to pay for
Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, 7-8 years.
Trevor Lawrence. He is our guy. Houston, Texas. We are.
Trevor Lawrence.
Wow. Yeah, because we're getting Jacksonville next.
That's who you want to back? Yeah. No, they're getting a stadium too, aren't
whoever
they?
comes. Whoever's up next.
Listen,
who's up next.
If that's what we get, tax us.
Get what we get.
The new stadium. We don't want
we
Trevor
get
Lawrence.
What we get.
You want it completely public funded? If it's Trevor Lawrence,
all of it.
Nope.
If the choice is Trevor Lawrence or the Texans, give me the taxes.
This is all stupid. The public would never vote yes, so it doesn't matter. No one's voting yes for a team that can't even win anything. You're not voting yes for the Texans.
Wait, hey, the Texans are okay. They feel like they're our most important team.
This is the worst segment. It's the dumbest. Don't tell me about news. Newsweek's not even a magazine anymore.
Came from
it's
the
a
Chronicle.
digital.
The Chronicle.
It's a digital aggregator.
They grabbed it from the Chronicle.
It came out of the Chronicle.
And who cares? They're dying too.
Wow.
You know who's alive and well? GiveMeTheVin.com. That's who's alive and well. GiveMeTheVin.com. John Clay Wolf. You'll hear him Saturdays right here with his live voice because he's alive and well. And you know what he's doing? He's buying vehicles. That's what he does. And he's buying classic vehicles too. He's got GM TV CC classic cars, okay? GMTV classic. So if you got a classic car, maybe you got and you want to sell it, John Clay Wolf gives top dollar. He loves classic vehicles. So I think he collects them and he don't care. He's going to pay. And he knows, well, those classic vehicles have gone up in value over the years. And if you got one and you think, well, you know what? I need to sell it. Well, John Clay Wolf is a start. That's where you start. Because John Clay Wolf he'll set the tone for everybody else, and everybody else is going to go. And then you go to John Clay Wolf. Well, somebody else gave me a higher offer. John Clay Wolf, I will beat that offer, because that's how John Clay Wolf rolls. John Clay Wolf says, I will beat that offer. That's how he's made this one of the biggest car buying businesses in the whole country. I will beat that offer. So if you've got a vehicle, it doesn't have to be classic, whatever vehicle it is, givemethevin.com. That's givemethevin.com. Close your eyes anymore when I kiss your lips. And when you fingertips, you're trying hard not to show it, but baby, you know it. This is weird. Oh, a Japanese ramen shop owner has put a bounty on negative reviewers. Do you feel like if you write a negative review that maybe you could be killed or should be killed? Are you even there?
Those are two different questions. Like, should I be killed? No.
Should you be killed if you give a negative review of ramen noodles?
No, but can I be killed? Could I be killed? I think that's possible.
Yes.
Yeah?
Could be.
Depending on the restaurant and who's backing it.
you feel like you should maybe be killed.
No, I didn't say should. I said could. Should suggest it's something that's warranted. I'm saying if I trash the wrong place, owned by the wrong people, I could get killed.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, okay. You're right. Especially in Japan. You gotta watch yourself.
Oh. I don't know about why, especially in Japan, but sure, we'll go with it.
Okay. That just happens. Stuff happens that you can't there's nothing you can get. Apparently in Brazil, the mayor was shot, but it turns out it was a fake attack for an election boost, and he still lost in a landslide. He was shot and still lost. Do you feel like if you get shot, you should win an election?
Well, we saw that in America. It happens.
We did.
But did he get a great photo? Did the mayor get a great photo to put on campaign stuff?
I got him with it on a sling.
That's not a good photo.
Sniveling in a wheelchair.
No, that's terrible.
That's why you lost.
That wasn't a commanding photo.
Yeah. Apparently, Mozambique police are warning bald men because they're being attacked in a ritual. 2 suspects have been arrested. Okay.
Was one of the suspects Kane Linville?
No. Well, no, actually, he can help you. He can give you
That's what I'm saying.
So
maybe he attacked him in a good way.
Apparently, the belief is that the head of a bald man contains gold. Do you feel like the head of a bald man, did you think like Jackie's head has gold in it?
No, we know there's nothing in there.
No, I don't see that. No.
You don't feel like that?
We've heard the thoughts coming out of that. We know there's nothing in that head.
Yeah, right. There's nothing. There's no gold in there. That's for sure. Albino people have been killed in the regional just because they're albino for ritual purposes. All right. So
yeah, there's a theme on this one too. There's a lot of death and destruction and attacks.
Yes. Stuff happens, right? But then there's this one. Hentai meets reality. A Japanese man marries his classmate's mom. Did any of your classmates ever want to marry your mom?
No, any mention of your mom was a fight. So generally, no. Like, anytime mom was brought up, punches could be thrown.
Now, there was, I'm not going to say her name, but there was one of our classmates had a mom that was really cute,
Was that, yeah, she was hot?
Yeah.
And did you go for it?
But the thought wasn't marry. How old, like an 8-year-old would say, I want to marry your mom. But a 14-year-old's not thinking I want to marry some guy's mom.
No, but that's where MILF came from.
I want to be your stepdad.
What? Is your name Jeff? No, I don't want you as my stepdad.
No. A Salinas teacher is returning to class after allegedly trying to sell test-enhancing pills to students. Do you feel like teachers should be able to sell test-enhancing pills to students?
That's just called amphetamines. That's just called speed.
I think that's just called a scam.
Test-enhancing pills
and
is
I'm
speed.
sure you're going to get a better grade.
So you continue to schedule tests for your students, and you get to sell them pills.
Adderall.
You just keep feeding the machine. You just keep getting those tests out. Keep being able to sell those pills.
That's right. That's right.
I like the scam.
I think that's a nice way for teachers to make some extra money.
Either that or OF.
Look at this. Look what you done, John.
OF.
I'd marry the bleep out of my friend's mom. Marry is not the verb that you're trying to make it, guys.
Marry the bleep.
Stop trying to make marry a. Stop trying to make marry a verb that means sex. Stop it.
Yeah. Isn't like
marriage is a loving relationship.
Bleep out of her.
Like, doesn't marriage,
somebody said they'd marry the bleep out of their friend's mom.
Doesn't marriage imply that at some point the sex stops?
No, that's.
I mean, slows.
It slows down, right?
Slows.
It's not always the case. Not always.
I didn't say stops. It's just slows. Just
down.
No,
there's other things to consider. Is a good show on?
Always something to consider.
By the way, the show Saturday Night, John, check that out on Netflix if you haven't seen it yet.
What is it?
Saturday
Is
Night.
that a movie or
it's
a show?
The movie. It's a movie on Netflix about the opening night of Saturday Night Live.
Oh, I saw it. It was all right.
I thought the casting was like Belushi looks like Belushi. The guy who did Dan Aykroyd was like really, some of the stuff that went on the first night before they went on the air, and mostly it's they say it's pretty accurate. That they created the show just so it would fail because they were trying to get free Johnny Carson reruns, and Johnny Carson didn't want to give them reruns. They just put it together saying, "Oh, this will fail, and then we'll have an option to go to Johnny Carson reruns." That's what they were hoping to do.
Oh, well, it didn't work because Saturday night is
it's on 50
years
now. So
50 years now. All right, we're done.
So Johnny Carson's dead.
Wow.
Mopey and Mapes. Wow.
Who won now?
He really got on one at the end of the show, didn't he?
Yeah. All it took was you bring up the chance that his lovable Texans were leaving, and he lost his mind.
They're not lovable.
You love the Texans. That reaction from you only comes from love.
They're fine.
Yes, from
They're
love
fine.
in your heart. That's right. We're done. Mopey and Mapes next. Have a great day, everybody. We'll talk to you again tomorrow.
So I was watching the highlights this morning of the Cougs win over Tech, and we'll get to that. But of course, one of their biggest and most famous alumnus, if he graduated, I'm not sure, is Patrick Mahomes. He was at the game, and there were some reaction shots of him during plays. And I was thinking to myself, and even John mentioned it this morning, that Patrick Mahomes just took his second L in a row, going back to the Super Bowl loss. How many L's does Patrick Mahomes have to take before we turn the other way for him? Because Brady was a champ early in his career, and eventually people turned on him and the Pats. The cheating didn't help, and then it flipped back. It felt like where people were rooting for greatness. Mahomes has 3. He's got two losses in embarrassing fashion. Does he need to be someone who toils, not getting past the divisional round, Texan stuff, until for the next couple of years before people stop with the jokes? Or is he always going to be someone where anytime something unfortunate happens to him, we got to get these jokes off? I feel like he's got at least 3 or 4 more years of people rooting on his downfall. And those downfalls have to happen.
Yeah.
One thing I know, the Chiefs have to wait for Kelsey to retire, which means that the Taylor Swift of it all goes away, because no one's ever going to really root for them if she's there, beyond the Swifties. I think Mahomes has like 4 more L's to take before people flip back and go, you know what? He's pretty good. It would be nice to see him win one again.
Yeah, because people with Brady even thought like the 07 one, like people were rooting for the Giants there for the upset.
And they were rooting for something non-historic to happen.
Yeah.
They wanted the Giants to end the chance of them going undefeated.
I mean, it wasn't really until 28-3. Even like when the Falcons were up 28-3. Like, I think people were also like rooting on the Patriots' downfall.
I would agree.
Then it wasn't until he came back where it was just like, this guy's the greatest.
Yeah, you got to give him his credit, right? It went from acknowledging his greatness to actually being like, wow.
Yeah. So, that's like a decade. But
so do you think multiple Super Bowl losses and a decade's worth
maybe
of
not
winning?
Decade, but then like the first time he wins, people will hate him again. Like because it'll be his 4th?
I think it matters how he wins, although all his Super Bowl wins are comebacks for Mahomes. Like the Brady thing, the remarkable nature of what he did maybe flipped it for some people, where at some point greatness overwhelms even all the hate that people have. Not mine. I continue to hate on Brady. But other people were like, you know what? He's the GOAT, whatever. I just found it interesting in the middle of a really good college basketball game where he was just there supporting his school. People took the opportunity to make fun of him just because. I think he's got some of that left, maybe a lot left before things turn around and we're rooting for Patrick Mahomes again, if we ever do.
And it's U of H fans wanting to take a shot at a Tech person. I think that
plays a part.
That like this is a specific matchup.
But this was local hate. Yes, it was local hate. But
I don't think the country was like.
No one was like, people in Syracuse weren't going, man, look at Mahomes taking another L. And probably not the case, but that leans more back into with the national stuff, back into his actual football. And I think he's got a long way to go before people are actually rooting for him to win games again. Maybe get screwed on a couple calls, possibly. Maybe that changes things for people, but that stuck out to me. The joy people took from Mahomes not having a great time late in that game. And what was a really good game. You credit Jawan Roberts for a couple big buckets down the stretch. He made his free throws. Milos Uzan. I had to go listen to Kelvin Sampson talk about him to make sure I got the right pronunciation. Milos is what he calls him. Uzan. He knocked down a big 3. The Cougs were up by 3, kind of a loose ball situation ball. It was in a scramble. The ball got to him out on the perimeter, and he knocks down a 3 to put him up 6. And that pretty much put the game away. So they secure their second consecutive Big 12 title. One more win or one more loss by the right team, and they have another outright title, but they have at least a share
of a Big 12 title. Kelvin Sampson, a remarkable coach, a guy who is a culture setter. There's a lot of talk about how to win in college basketball because the hiring process will begin in earnest here in a couple weeks, where either guys have been fired or will get fired, and programs are looking for their next guy. And you think about when he got hired in 2014, he was coming off the show cause. He was in the NBA, and he was a name who had won at several places, but there was that on him of what happened in his previous college stop. So maybe that's the only reason Houston could get him, because people were unwilling to take a chance, and I put that in quotes. We'll see what happens with Will Wade. He's another guy who now he went to McNeese, I believe, but his show cause from LSU is ending in June, and he's done well in his stop. So that's a name out there that may be a hot one, or it may be a name where normally a program wouldn't be able to get him, but because people are concerned about his past, a program desperate for a reboot and someone who can come in and win games will get a pretty good coach who they wouldn't normally be able to get. So,
and like how Kelvin Sampson, basically like the rules he broke were just like how much he could text Eric Gordon or whoever.
Exactly.
And then it immediately, like, they lifted those rules. So like what he did, I think while he was still on show cause, like was then legal.
Actually, we think these rules are dumb.
Yeah.
They're not really that important. So we're going to change them. So
same thing with Will Wade, where he was just doing NIL 2 years too early.
Yeah, he was.
he was just paying guys a little too early.
Yeah, and getting caught, because he wasn't alone in paying guys too early. He just happened to get caught, and he's been great at McNeese. So that's a name. If you are a fan of a program in need of a shock to the system, maybe your program's going to that sound was telling.
No,
I don't think Texas would hire Will Wade.
No, they would. Well, maybe they would. They would. He wouldn't be the first option though. But.
Yeah, if they had to come and go get Will Wade because others turned him down, wouldn't be a bad choice. I just know he, like you said, he wouldn't be on the top of the list for potential Texas options.
Royale Ivy would have to say no.
So with Texas, look at that. We talk about Houston somehow get to Texas. That's
talking about major college basketball programs.
That's the life of a Houston fan. Somehow, some way, in one of their biggest moments, somehow we get to Texas, win the Big 12 again, a conference.
By the way,
didn't want them in.
By the way, does Uzan have any eligibility left?
He's got plenty. He's a freshman.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, transfer portal. Here we come. So, Royale Ivy. So Texas would be willing to hire a guy who's never led a program before. You think?
Yeah, probably.
It's a sticky situation.
Work for Deion Sanders.
No, he led a football program before Colorado hired him. It's different. It's different.
But he's our Deion Sanders.
Royale Ivy is. Yeah. Then why don't you let him coach at a HBCU first, and then see if he can do that before you hire him?
We're on a time crunch, Del.
Okay. So
he's coaching the little team called the Houston Rockets right now.
Sure. Correct. How have NBA assistants to high major jobs worked out?
Kelvin Sampson.
But he had already coached at a program before.
I know.
Two major programs before.
The BYU coaches, Young, Kevin Young.
He came from Utah, right?
He came.
Which?
He came from the Phoenix.
Yeah, Phoenix. And the Phoenix owner is there's something.
Michigan State grad.
Yeah, that's Matt Ishbia. But Utah has a lot. BYU, has a lot of money backing their program. Once they lost Mark Pope to Kentucky, they're like, this is not how we roll. So they went and got one of their guys, and they're backing him with all the money a certain religious institution is willing to provide, and that's a lot. There's a lot of money going into BYU sports, and particularly basketball, after some upheaval. So they're trying to be good, and they've had a pretty good year, and they've been a good program for years. Just not as good as the Cougs, because the Cougs are your Big 12 champions. At least they have secured a share and likely will get that outright title once again. We'll hear from Kelvin Sampson when we come back. He talked about not only playing Tech and they were shorthanded. But he talked about winning the Big 12 again and the expectations on the program and what they think of those expectations. We'll hear from him when we come back. There's some slander being thrown Johnny Manziel's way from of all people, Kirby Smart. You'll hear that. And it was an interesting night in the NBA as well. The Rockets don't play. Fred VanVleet may play tonight against Milwaukee, but there was a big game in the West. Big comeback by the Wolves, and it was done without Anthony Edwards. But that's not the real storyline. He came back in, had the big block, but for like 340 of the final 340 of the fourth quarter, he got benched, and the Wolves came back down from 16 and tied the game. Eventually won it in overtime. But Chris Finch, he said something that's only really good to say when you win. You don't win and you say what he said, you sound like a whiner. So we'll hear from the Wolves coach as well. We're just getting started here. If you want to get in on the show, talk about anything, you can. 713-780-3776. Brian McTaggart has an update on your Astros. We'll get to that as well. We're just getting started here. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Well, every team has its own identity with its own fabric and its own makeover. We work so hard when nobody's around. And I think when you put in the time and effort, you create your own expectations. I have no idea or really care about anybody else's. All that matters is ours. We prepare to be successful.
That was Kelvin Sampson last night after the win in response to a question about winning the Big 12 for the second year in a row. And he says, it's just about us. Whatever people outside the program think of us, that doesn't matter. They are the preeminent program in the Big 12. Now, you come in and win 2 straight conference titles, you deserve that mantle. Kansas has been the superpower for a long time. No longer the case as far as what the Cougs have done. And there's some sustainability there because you expect Kelvin Sampson to be around for a little bit more. And of course, the recruiting has picked up to a point where they are getting, I don't even want to do this because it says they have something to aspire to, but they're getting like Duke level type recruits, like the best player that at this position, a top 5 player here. As much as the culture is defense and they won't compromise when it comes to that, they are still getting, they're now getting players that the best teams in the country will want. And they've done that in the past, but they're doing it at maybe their highest level this recruiting cycle. Houston now recruiting power beyond just being a basketball power as well on the court as well. So things looking good at this point. Everyone is healthy, which is always a concern for them when it comes to the tournament. And maybe this year will be the lucky year. Kelvin Sampson talked about it. He knows a lot about injuries. I think he has a lot of respect for that Tech program because he acknowledged that, sure, we won, but they were shorthanded. Here's Kelvin Sampson about playing at Tech and the effects not having your best guys, what that does to a game.
For us to do what we did tonight was great, but there's also an asterisk as far as I'm concerned. I don't sit here and beat. I think we've won. I think I saw where we had run 19 out of 20 or 20 out of 21, something like that. And we've beaten a lot of good teams. One at Arizona, one at West Virginia, one at Kansas. We got a really good team. But so does Texas Tech when they're healthy. They're really good too.
Yeah, the Cougs have played their last 2 games against teams who are shorthanded. No sympathy. I get it. If you're like, well, we deal with injuries every March. Understood. But the head coach acknowledges it probably because of what it has done to potential runs for his program. So they get the win, one result, as we like to say on this show.
They did get a result.
The only result that matters in basketball.
Yes, a win with an asterisk.
Well, is that a tie? If you put an asterisk,
1 point.
Is that a 1 point? If
table.
You put an asterisk on your own win, 1 point. So that's why they didn't firmly secure the Big 12 title. The asterisk means they have to wait another round of games, I guess.
They have 1 game in hand against they're waiting.
Yes, they're just waiting for one result to go their way before they can lift that trophy.
Magic numbers 1.
And not have to worry about it. Exactly. Let's throw baseball into it too. And not have to worry about anyone else affecting their chances of being the solo Big 12
Then
winner.
they'll lift the cup.
I think it's just a trophy. I don't think they have to lift the cup. I don't believe I've seen the Big 12 trophy. It's not that impressive, and it's certainly not a cup.
Is it still like a weird looking bowl, looking at like clear bowl?
I thought that was the football championship trophy. If you win the Big 12 title game, I thought that was a bowl.
I didn't know they had a different one for basketball.
You might be right.
I root for Texas basketball. I didn't know that the conference. I don't know what the conference trophy looks like.
Texas has never been in a Big 12 title final.
Oh, they won the conference tournament, but
never
the regular season.
I got it.
Kansas won it for 15 straight years when I was growing up.
It is a thing, and that's why the stat came out that the Cougs now with 2 have as many as they started
every other team other than
because
Kansas.
Kansas is, and maybe Baylor, because Kansas is always winning it, but no longer. The Cougs have changed that, and they went into Lawrence and won, so they're not scared of Fog Allen, although there's been a house of horrors for almost everybody else. So there that is. Okay, the Rockets play tonight against the Milwaukee Bucks. You may have your full team for the first time in a while. Fred VanVleet will go into the game, I believe, questionable. He practiced yesterday. I think he went through a full practice, so there's a real shot you get your starting point guard back, and I imagine the lineup will be the same one that we saw when Amen Thompson entered the starting lineup because Jabari Smith was out. The team hasn't been spectacular with the non-Fred lineups because he is more important than maybe we all wanted to admit. Ime's treated him like maybe their most important player. We should have just assumed that the coach was right. We needed evidence, though, because that price tag always made us go, he's not worth it. And then we see the games, and sometimes they can't get into offense, and they're blowing leads. And that did happen with Fred, too. But your point guard, surprisingly enough, is very important. And I bring it back to the Cougars because when I was listening to some sound earlier about Milos Uzan, Kelvin Sampson talked about he is an actual point guard. We didn't try to teach him to play point guard. We didn't evaluate if he could play point guard. We knew he was a point guard, and that's why we went after him. He talked about their string of not having a lot of point guards because the guys they go get are around for a while, and they're true point guards. Of course, Jamal Shedd's the latest, who's now playing in the NBA with Toronto. So Milwaukee in town, they're coming off a win. They've had a night off just like the Rockets did, but the Rockets do have a back-to-back. So you like to get this one, and you know how poor they've been on the second night, 5-8 right now. So this one is very important because it's a crapshoot. We know tomorrow you won't have Tari in the not the starting lineup, but in the lineup period. So you're going to be shorthanded again. It's just the way it's going to go until they clear him to play back-to-backs. So getting this one, and hopefully Fred's back, that would be good. The Bucks are playing better. They won't have Bobby Portis because he took the wrong drug. But Giannis is supposed to be on a minutes restriction, dealing with his issues. He's supposed to be at 26 a night. He surpassed that in a close game against Miami on Sunday. So Doc Rivers ignored it. We'll see if the doctors tell Doc to cut it out, and we'll see if Giannis is limited to under 30 minutes. That'd be nice if you can keep one of the best players in the world from playing 30 minutes a night. But maybe Doc doesn't care about the doctors anymore. Because I was watching that game and I saw Giannis shake off Doc a couple of times, and Doc's like, "No, come sit down." But when it was winning time, he goes, "All right, you can play."
I wonder if the team doctors called Doc, or do they go?
Or
all right, Glenn.
I'm calling you Glenn.
I'm actually a doctor.
Maybe they call him Coach. They probably just call him Coach.
Probably Coach to avoid
like
having to call
choking on calling him Doc.
Having to call someone who's not a doctor.
Doc. Like, what do you mean? How many years of school I went to for this, and I get to call you Doc, Glenn?
Yeah, you're just a point guard for the Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah, you won one title with Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, and Ray Allen. I'm not calling you Doc.
Yeah, Glenn. That's 20 years ago. You won a title. If you don't win a title in 20 years, guess what? Glenn.
You lose your nickname.
Yeah,
I respect it. He's not winning one this year either. That's.
I don't know. Don't want to see them in the play-in tournament.
No, I don't want to see them in the in-season tournament because they did win that, I believe.
They did.
They did, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to see them in the NBA Cup.
Yeah.
Final, but in
a cup situation, there.
Well, yeah,
because trophies on the line.
Because Doc doesn't have. He doesn't have the game plan for a 7-game series.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't have. He didn't get the chance to blow a 3-2 lead.
Yeah.
Or in the Rockets' case, a 3-1 lead. He didn't have the opportunity to do that, so he can just win a 1-game thing. He's pretty good at taking a lead in the series.
Yeah.
It's that whole keeping it that's been the problem for him. I think the latest it happened was with the Sixers. Kind of the reason he's no longer there. So we get Lillard, Giannis, and Kuzma. Yeah, I know one of those names is not like the other.
The big three.
But he is their third guy right now, so he'll be in town as well. The Bucks are fine, but the Rockets should win this one, particularly if they're going to be fully healthy. So we'll hear from Ime when we come back He talked about the importance of Fred VanVleet. We'll give you an update about what's going on with the Astros. There is an arm injury to a pitcher. Sean didn't even like me calling it a somewhat notable injury. That tells you like the relative importance, I guess, of the pitcher. We'll let you know. It's not a disaster, but it's that old thing called shoulder inflammation, which in Astro terms, you might as well pack it up. You might as well put that guy on the IL and say, we'll see you in a year. We'll see if shoulder inflammation in this case is not as major as it has been in the past. So we'll give you a camp update from the Astros, and we'll hear from Chris Finch as we're talking NBA. So we'll hear from Ime and the Wolves coach after they had a big win last night in OKC. You'll hear those guys when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Rockets had a practice yesterday. The media got to speak with Ime Udoka. Let's hear from the Rockets coach on the young players adapting to Fred VanVleet not being there and why Fred's absence was felt.
As other guys have grown into that role, they have to figure out what plays we like to get Alperen in, what shots we want to get him. But Fred does that pretty naturally, and so they have a good thing in their two-man game, or just in general, Fred getting us into sets that benefit Alperen. So I'd say Fred is crucial to our whole ecosystem of what we do because of his IQ and the headiness that he plays with. So we're missing some of that, but other guys are getting the opportunity and improving as well.
So Fred VanVleet, good for Alperen Sengun. We'll see if that connection gets back together tonight as they bring in the Milwaukee Bucks, who are sitting right in the middle of the Eastern Conference playoff race, trying to secure a number 4 seed. They're looking for home court, and not the usual suspects with the Sixers and the Heat not playing well this year. It looks like the Pistons are going to secure themselves a playoff spot. They're now 5 games or maybe 4 games ahead of the final play-in spot. They're in 6. Of course, Indiana's, who was not good early this year, has turned it around. And the Bucks, Knicks, Cavs, and Celtics. So new blood. We know the Rockets are making a push. The Pistons are right there as well. I think they've now won like 8 in a row as the Pistons have turned it on. Sean looked at the Pistons and the Hawks and thought to himself, if they're going to give up that many points, let me get my prize picks in. I was watching that game last night, and as I watched the hero shots continue to clang off the rim, I just thinking, man, Sean, wasn't a bad thought, but it didn't play out the way he wanted to. As I think that he had their lowest 3-point shooting percentage with 40 attempts or more in franchise history. Hero contributed quite a bit to that. Sean put him up in for prize picks and it didn't work out. But hey,
get to the mid-range. whatever happened to the lost star?
Well, threes apparently are far more important. At least the numbers will tell you. And the mid-range wasn't going down for him either. So off a 40-point night, he barely breaks double digits. So I would say continue to listen to Sean with prize picks. He just missed on that one. Not his fault.
Get in the low post.
Well, he's like 185 pounds. Probably not a great idea for him. But hey, maybe Sean has something for you tonight that goes better. I would take my chances on Sean's picks when it comes to prize picks.
0 for 9?
I told you. But look at Alec Burks last night.
Why is he taking 12 shots?
Because they didn't want to play Terry Rozier because of how bad Terry Rozier has been. So they finally took him off the court and put Alec Burks in.
If Terry Rozier went 1 for 12, I would have some different questions about why he's missing all.
Yeah. So far, he hasn't been cleared of all things, at least by the federal government. The NBA hasn't said anything as far as Terry Rozier tanking games, but that investigation still appears to be open, and Terry continues to play. Okay, in a more competitive game with better teams last night, we had the Wolves and the Thunder. I referenced what Chris Finch said, and we got a tweet from Riley, who's a big Thunder fan. He said that game sucked last night. Also, he said Finch, coach of the Wolves, needs to look at the numbers of the last few matchups. And I did look at them. It's really easy. When you go to the latest game, ESPN has all the games the two teams have played against each other all year. And the Wolves have had the free throw advantage in the last 2. And you may ask, why would you mention that? Well, let's hear from Chris Finch. They win the game 131 to 128 in overtime. Anthony Edwards gets pretty much benched late in the fourth quarter. They were down by 16 with about 3:50 to go. He gets taken out of the game. The Wolves mount a giant comeback. He doesn't enter the game again until about 1:48 left in overtime. He's going to be seen as a guy who blocked Shea on a game-winning potential layup, but he did not play through the better part of the Wolves' run. That's now like 2 straight fourth quarters where Anthony Edwards has been bad. He played the fourth quarter against the Rockets and stunk. Jalen Green outscored him. But here's Chris Finch after the game. And like I said very early in the show, you should only do this when you win. But he did want to make a point to talk about how the Wolves and the Thunder are officiated.
I mean, yeah. Well, it's so frustrating to play this team because they foul a ton. They really do. They foul all the time. And then, you can't really touch Shea. And it's a very frustrating thing, and it takes a lot of mental toughness to try to play through it. And we just eventually were able to get downhill and force the issue ourselves, and we're rewarded for it.
Oh, so if you force the issue yourself, you get rewarded for it? Hey, maybe Chris Finch, tell your team to do that to start. And they did that late and got back in it. So Riley told me he said Chris Finch to look at the total fouls called. In the game again, in one game, they each were called for 17. In one game, the Wolves were called for 18 and the Thunder were called for 13. So maybe that's what Chris Finch is referring to. In a game pretty recently, actually it was very recently, it was 2 nights ago, they were each called for 22 fouls. And in last night's game, they were both called for 30. So at least against his team, there is not a giant discrepancy between fouls called for the Wolves and fouls called for the Thunder. Chris Finch really leaning into the internet's thoughts about Shea and his whistle. That's Chris. How long have you been on NBA Hater Central? How long have you been following that account, Chris Finch? I mean, Shea does have a favorable whistle. There are edits for it. Yes, kind of. But at least in the games that he plays against them, fouls have been relatively even, if not exactly even in 2 games. The last 2 games, in fact. Even number of fouls called. But I appreciate it. Say it when you win, though. And that's what he did.
Can't touch Shea, though. That's what it is. Shea shoots all the free throws.
Yes, it's not like Jalen Williams has gets a great whistle.
He can still be right that it's like.
But he says they don't foul. He also said they foul a lot. They foul as much as you do, apparently. But maybe
they don't get called.
Maybe they don't get called for as many fouls, is what he's saying. All I can say, the numbers suggest whatever discrepancy you are seeing out on the floor, maybe just the bias of a head coach. Except for the whole Shea thing. He does get a lot of calls.
Yeah, that's why I'm like.
And it's interesting where that came from, because Shea is a great player, all NBA player, potential MVP. Free throw merchant.
All NBA free throw merchant.
I don't know if that's an actual award you can win.
Has to play 65 games first to get it.
Okay. Then he's a runaway winner. But it's not like he has a deep bag of accomplishments that he should get the type of respect he gets. I understand. Great player. I just don't know where the whistle's coming from.
I mean,
why is his whistle so favorable?
I think a lot of it does just have to go with the fact that how committed he is to it.
To drawing fouls?
Yes. And B, I think it helps when you're slighter or
a
little skinnier of a guy than, I mean, we all like remember the thing with Shaq is like you could kill him.
Yeah, and nothing will get called.
Yeah. And it's like the opposite with like Trae Young and Shea to another extent, where these guys are so easy to like knock off the spot when they have the ball.
Well,
that every physical interaction looks much worse,
particularly when they throw their heads back.
Yeah,
like they were fired on by a rifle.
Yeah.
Yes,
like the videos of like the stuntmen
falling.
Yeah,
yes, or getting shot. Yes,
I've seen a lot of those videos. I don't know why that video or those kind of videos have made their way into the algorithm, but it's like different stuntmen in padded rooms, like how they fall, and I'm like, this is not interesting to me whatsoever.
More interesting when it happens on a basketball court.
Yeah, I see enough of it watching the Thunder.
Yeah, a lot of those all ball dominant guards. Hell, we saw it here. We saw it here for years. A particular MVP candidate doing all he could to draw fouls.
Those are all legit.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Rocket Twitter, for that.
Here's a dossier I have.
You send that to the NBA. You don't send it to me. I can't determine how you get refereed that or officiated. That's an NBA thing. The Rockets did that, and it led to great success. Eric, I see you. We'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. In the second hour, we will hear from Kirby Smart. He took a shot at Johnny Manziel. I think unwarranted, to be honest with you. It pretty much came out of nowhere. But when you're in front of a crowd, you start playing to the crowd. And Kirby Smart took a shot at the best Aggie football player of all time. I mean, Myles Garrett probably should have that. But when you win a Heisman, it kind of defaults to you. So we'll hear from Kirby Smart in hour 2, but we'll hear from Eric when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Let's get to Eric here. He's got a topic that we didn't get to yet today, but the news came out that a trade we thought could happen isn't that close. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Del, great show. They keep hearing rumblings about Arenado coming to the Astros, but it's on again, off again, on again, off again. What's the latest on that? And why does Steve Smith Sr. sleep with the Jeff Van Gundy lookalike?
Let's address the first one. I would say it's off again, according to The Athletic. And Arenado's stance on a no trade it's not changed. It's unchanged, according to sources. So they did talk about a deal again. Turns out there's nothing to it. And the thoughts of Nolan Arenado wearing an Astros uniform were presumptive and a little quick. If you created an edit for Arenado and Astros jersey, sorry, it appears that there's nothing to it right now. Despite the early reports, this is as of, I think, maybe late Sunday, early Monday from The Athletic. He's not coming. Not right now. Still feeling the same way about potentially joining the Astros. And I think I'm fine with it. It's fine. I know the thought of an Arenado and another name that you recognize coming here and adding a bat that has accomplished things make people feel good, but this is another guy who's declining, and he's got the Colorado. We don't know. He played in Colorado stuff on him, and the Cardinals don't want any part of him. They're hoping to deal him, and sure, the Astros wanted him, but he still is not all in on joining them. So we wait.
Do you think it's because of the Yankees facial hair thing? Where he's like, oh, Yankees are an option. I don't have to shave my beard.
I don't know. Maybe the man just wants to wear pinstripes. I don't know. But either way.
He already wore pinstripes.
Again.
Oh.
He wants to continue to wear pinstripes.
I was going to say, the Rockies have pinstripes.
And
people forget that half the teams in baseball have pinstripes.
Yeah, but the Yankees pinstripes are different.
Oh, okay.
From what I
Astros
told.
used to have pinstripes.
Ain't the same. Astros pinstripes ain't the same. You know that, Sean. They're not held in the same regard as those blue pinstripes on those white uniforms in New York. I don't know if the facial hair thing has changed his mind. Whatever rule the Astros have in place, they're gonna have to change it because he wants no part of this organization right now, despite reports. And the response is, oh well.
Yeah, it's just I'm more just interested in what's going on with Arenado and the Cardinals, because it seems like the Cardinals want to trade him because they're probably going to be bad. They just would want to get off the money. Sure. It also seems like Arenado wants to play for a winner. Sure. If he's going to get traded, he can dictate where he wants to go. I get it. I just don't understand how, like, from what I'm hearing, it seems like it's like Astros are bust.
I don't see that anyone else is all that interested in him. The Astros,
it was like the Dodgers maybe, but they already made all their moves. The Yankees could use a third baseman, but they're the new Yankees, so they don't make any big time moves. Or at least they always leave their fans wanting more moves. They always like, here's Max Fried and Cody Bellinger. You remember Cody Bellinger? You remember 2017, right? He was awesome.
Look, Arenado has a crush on some team. And the Astros are cute and all, and they're fine, but I mean, I'm gonna wait this one out.
I mean, what's the team?
Well, the thing is, much like a crush, maybe the team has no interest in him, but he has some interest in them. So he's waiting it out, seeing, hey, if I hang around, I play nice, I keep myself available. You never know what comes my way. And then eventually he may have to settle for the Astros. They may be the nice girl who he can't have long, meaningful conversations with. She's fine. But I don't want to hang out with her all that much. But if I have to, I have to.
Is it like the Dodgers? Is that?
I don't know who he'd rather play for. I think I thought we had this talk before in Southern California
that he had.
Like the Dodgers were on it,
the Angels
because of Southern California,
Padres.
So he wants to be in Southern California. Just those teams don't want him. So now he's like, he's cool with an LA 6. That's what he thinks the Astros are.
Yeah, Dodgers, Padres, Angels, Phillies, Mets, Red Sox.
Yeah,
according to sources.
But the Astros want him, but he doesn't want them, and that's why we're still doing this.
And 2 days ago, Arenado's made it clear he won't change his list for team. So Red Sox, not going to happen. They already have a third baseman, Rafael Devers.
I played third, yes.
Padres already have a third baseman, Manny Machado. Angels, well, I guess they could, but why? Why would they?
So what happened?
Anthony Rendon?
Yeah. So did the Astros just check in and go, huh? What about now?
But it doesn't seem like the Astros are like all that interested too. It's like a weird thing where after Saturday, it just immediately becomes like actually neither side is really that interested.
Maybe
the Cardinals are interested. Maybe the Cardinals are.
I believe the Cardinals are definitely interested. Maybe the Astros gave a little look-see, and Arenado was like, "Hey, stop staring at me. Beat it."
Well, because
and then that was it.
I think Bob Nightingale said like the Astros they didn't like seriously pursue it. They haven't seriously pursued it in a while.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they just checked in, gave a little call, maybe talk to his agent, talk to the Cardinals, and see if Arenado's moved off his previous feelings, and the answer was no. So that was rekindling trade talks, a simple check-in. Hey, but you get to publish an article.
I know.
If the facts are that they checked in.
We all got a radio segment on a Monday about it.
Turns out not a real thing. So sorry, Eric, if you had hopes for Arenado. Keep hoping. As far as the second part of your question, I actually did remember it this time. The woman does not look like Jeff Van Gundy. That has been a thing for people. And Steve Smith Sr., the former Raven and Panther, was apparently in a relationship with a married woman while he is also married. That's messy. And the husband of the woman, Steve Smith Sr., is alleged to be sleeping with, at the time at least, made all their texts public. Put him out there for the world to see. Had a FaceTime, or at least tried to FaceTime Steve Smith Sr. as well. I'll stand on this. While it's something that breaks up two homes, potentially two families, the texts are very complimentary to Steve Smith.
That's what I came away
If we're just going by the text and the text only, not putting context on what it means for the two households, the Yelp reviews are great for Steve Smith. I'm not going to say what all she said.
Yeah.
Because some of it's pretty salacious.
Yeah, I actually don't know if I could.
But just know
doctors
this.
hate him. I'll say that. Some doctors hate him.
Just know this. Steve Smith couldn't have gotten a better review for any woman who is interested in cheating on her husband.
Or any woman. You don't have to cheat on your husband.
That's true. But the thing is, I'm not sure a woman who is single would have any interest in a man cheating on his wife. I don't know. I don't know the dynamics. I'm just putting it in what I know from this situation where a married woman was cool with being with a married man who wasn't her husband.
Yeah.
Who decided
that's a good way to go about infidelity.
Yes.
Double infidelity.
Yes. So it's a mutual destruction.
Yeah. Hey, double jeopardy.
Yeah.
Can't get us.
Hey, you can't snitch on me. I can't snitch on you. But I can't predict what my husband will do once he finds the text. So this isn't a morality-based discussion. It's just simply someone got great reviews. So if you're into that sort of thing.
Yeah, someone does yelping.
So if you're in exactly. So if you're into that sort of thing, maybe don't give Steve Smith a call right now. He's probably dealing with other things.
Probably busy. Probably change his number,
but
too.
Find your own Steve Smith, I guess I would say. If that's what you're into.
Married or unmarried, or preferably unmarried, but.
Yeah, yes. Both of you preferably unmarried, because who wants to break up a home? But if you want someone to do what Steve Smith is capable of, maybe make sure that person's not married and you're not married as well. That's all. If we're having a morality discussion. But since we don't do that here, do whatever you want. Just make sure no one gets hurt. Although it's very hard to do if you're cheating on your husband or your wife. Part of the game. All right, when we come back, we'll get into the second hour, and we'll hear from Kirby Smart. Kirby Smart has some thoughts on quarterbacks he's faced, and one in particular wasn't very complimentary when it came down to it. So we'll hear from him. We'll give you more of an Astros update beyond the fact that Nolan Arenado seems off the board for them. Some injury updates. When's Altuve actually going to play? When some of your other regulars going to play? We will get to that when we get to the second hour. We'll be back. We begin hour 2 with Julian. Julian, known San Francisco 49er fan and movie and TV show watcher. What's up?
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen?
How are you?
I think this guy took L's on all fronts.
Okay.
First, his wife is getting them guts busted up by Steve Smith. That's an L, right?
That's aggressive, but okay.
And then on top of that, you know, he calls Steve Smith trying to provoke him to get into this scouting match, and Steve Smith treats him like the boy that he is by not giving it to him. Because Steve Smith already understands he's in the wrong and it's going to be publicized, right? He knows this guy is going to put this on the internet. And so he, to himself, he says, all right, I'm in the wrong. My employers are probably going to shun me for this. So I'm not going to go out and get into the yelling match because I already did what I did my wrong. So he's like, be a man, be a man. Look, bro, go cry yourself to sleep. Use your tears as lube to go ahead and warm up that wrist.
Nope.
Because
relax.
Because the fact of the matter is, Steve Smith rearranged them guts.
No, okay. He just wants to say.
You look dumb by putting those text messages out there. Now everyone knows that your wife keeps going back to him because of that reason. Y'all have a good day.
It was just an opportunity for him to say rearrange a couple times. I don't know how great tears are for what you suggested as well. Seems like there are better options. But yes, publicizing that your wife had a great time with another man seems counterproductive unless you're done with all of it. You just want to embarrass Steve Smith, which if that's the case, then okay. But at some point, dignity has to play a part, right? I don't know if you want that known.
Also, like, do you think this is going to be effective? I guess other than Steve.
Well, he was married. He's married too. So if you wanted Steve Smith to lose his family, I guess you may have accomplished your goal.
He also tagged NFL Network, TMZ.
Oh yeah, he wanted
TaylorMade Golf.
He wanted it everywhere.
Coolers.
Are those sponsors of Steve Smith?
I don't know. They're definitely not his wife.
I think
you're definitely trying to do more than his wife.
Well, yeah, he's trying to ruin Steve Smith.
Yeah,
and I would imagine TaylorMade has some type of relationship with Steve Smith. That's the only reason I can think of. They don't have a media arm, right? That they would broadcast this.
No. I imagine he just has gotten free stuff from TaylorMade. I don't know if he's a TaylorMade athlete.
Well, the question is being asked by more than just us. Why were TaylorMade and Yeti mentioned? Yeti does sponsor Steve Smith Sr.
For what? How? In what way?
I don't know how, but they do for some reason.
This is an interesting.
I have no
I'm
idea.
Steve Smith. Want to keep things cold?
Maybe it's local. Maybe it's specific to the Carolina area that they have him on stuff. He is a local star, so that would make some sense. I didn't know why you would actually mention them, but apparently there is a connection there. But I will look more into it because it's just one story.
I don't know how effective this is going to be.
To ruining Steve Smith's chances of making money with Yeti in that relationship?
I mean, maybe they drop him like Tiger Woods.
Yahoo has done some reporting, and yes, they are. Yeti Cooler and TaylorMade are both sponsors with Steve Smith. So that's why that guy did his research, or maybe, like I said, in that area, Baltimore specifically, because that's where they are, that Steve Smith does commercials, or I don't follow his Instagram. Maybe that's probably what it is. He promotes Yeti and TaylorMade on his Instagram. So the guy was like, let me find out all the people who have relationships with you, and let me try to end them.
Yeah.
By telling them you cheated with my wife on your wife. Okay.
I mean, as long as he keeps the NFL Network job, whatever. And then guess what? Callaway will come knocking.
I don't think he's losing the TaylorMade and Yeti.
Yeah, that's so. This is a waste of everyone's time. I mean, it was funny. Thanks for doing it. It's funny, but like, it doesn't help your cause.
Yeah, it seems like
it just makes everyone laugh at you more, and people are already laughing at you.
You've got random callers talking about your wife's guts.
Yeah.
Why would I don't think he thought it through. I think you're about to ask, why would he ever do it? I don't think the heartbroken man thought it through. He was just looking for payback.
It was so thorough. I mean, not thorough, but it was like so many different I guess somebody just different posts that he made, which I guess how thorough is that? But it's like screenshots. He called Steve Smith, recorded the call, and then posted the call. Like there's so much time where he could go, hey, wait,
But we do this all the time.
Am I being a sucker right now?
But we do this all the time when a company who you think would go through all the scenarios where this could backfire on them, put something out, and we always ask, was there no one in the room who said you shouldn't do this? This was a man who didn't foresee the unintended consequences, or maybe he doesn't care. He doesn't care what people think of him. He just wanted to bring everyone down in the gutter because that's how he feels. Although we don't know anything about him, but it doesn't appear he did anything wrong. He just has a wife who cheats on him.
Yeah. I don't feel, I mean, like this, that's the thing. He's not very sympathetic.
Yeah, you lose sympathy when you do this. If he had somehow gained enough attention where he just let everyone know that Steve Smith cheated with his wife, like Steve Smith broke up my home and potentially broke up his home, maybe people feel bad for him, but he doesn't give out the details of the text and all that stuff. I just don't know how you come out on the good end of this when you are the one alerting everyone to what's going on.
What he has to do is he has to send all the texts and all the evidence and just send it to TMZ.
And let them do it.
And let them
get paid for it?
Yes. And then it becomes a Steve Smith cheated on his wife. And then maybe you don't have to be named, or at least like you're not the main character of this.
That's not a bad way to go about it. You get paid to give.
You know what? Anyone out here, when your wife cheats on you with an NFL borderline Hall of Famer.
If they're very famous, yes. Or an NBA, whatever. Famous athlete, famous, whatever.
Yeah. So when they do that, the way you do is you gather the evidence and then send it to TMZ.
Make a call to TMZ.
Don't post it.
And
don't post it on Maine.
Yeah, and ask them how much this is worth to them. And they're like, you know what? Couple bucks. Then you make a couple bucks. You expose the people you want to expose, and it's likely going to fall back on you because how would anyone else have those texts?
Mm-hmm.
Your wife will probably know, but you're not completely embarrassed in front of the internet.
Yeah, you just don't have Julian calling in talking about your wife's guts getting rearranged. you just don't, because like you're not a main character at that point. The main character is now Steve Smith and your wife.
And your wife, who some people have compared to Jeff Van Gundy.
Unfairly, I would say.
Great defensive coach.
Yes.
Is that what the comparison is? I've seen her. She doesn't look like Jeff Van Gundy.
She just has glasses in one picture.
Yeah, and she's looking. And her eyes may be bigger in this picture because of the framing. It's not. I don't get it, but people saw it. Okay, sure, whatever. Okay, when we come back, we will get to the Astros update. We talked about Nolan Arenado. We'll get to what's going on with players who are actually on the team, some injuries to let you know about, and when you get to see some of your favorites. Altuve will play this week, and some of your regulars who did not play over the weekend and who aren't playing today, after the game was rained out yesterday, Ronel Blanco, who was supposed to start, will start today. And there are other guys like Pena who will play a little bit later. We'll get to that when we come back.
But first, I want to talk to you about Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And right now is the best time to get in because you got NBA action on all night. You have college basketball on every night. So right now is a good time. It's been most of the seasons. We're heading in the stretch run of both seasons. You've watched your team play. Now you can make some money on Prize Picks. They even have on Tuesdays, for example, special discounts on Taco Tuesday. That's right, Taco Tuesday all day. They're going to be having discounts for about normally a few hours at a time, and then that discount leaves and a new one pops up. Right now it's Jason Tatum. His projection used to be 25.5. Now it is 18.5. So you're getting 7 extra points of value right there for Jason Tatum to go more on that when they play the Raptors. You have Amin Thompson and the Houston Rockets in action tonight. It's a good time to get in on the Rockets, and maybe, hey, you think 31 and more than 31 points, rebounds, assists for Amin Thompson is attainable. And Jabari Smith, I like him to score more than 11.5 points against the Bucks here tonight. So what you're going to do, you download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES on your first lineup to get $50 instantly when you sign up. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. If you want to get in on anything, you can. 713-780-3776. Some updates from Brian McTaggart. For the Astros, Altuve is going to play left field later this week. No date right now specifically, but Jordan and Pena are going to play on Thursday. And we mentioned the pitcher with some shoulder inflammation. That is Sean Dubin. He has shoulder inflammation, and he is shut down for the foreseeable future. And Pedro Leon jammed his knee sliding, or base running, excuse me. He's got a grade 1 MCL sprain, so he's out for a while. So it begins. It's Dubin, so we won't overreact, but it's about that time. It is the Astros way, and it's really baseball's way at this point, but we're hyper-focused on the Astros, and the shoulder inflammation and the shutdown. Would we be surprised if we hear 60-day IL? Would we be surprised if all of a sudden reevaluating Sean Dubin? Not because I'm wishing it on him, just that seems to be the trajectory of Astro pitchers' injuries, particularly when it has to do with the shoulder.
Yeah.
Was the last time we had a shoulder injury that was like, oh, it's better than we thought. He'll be back in a week. I don't remember a lot of those in the recent past.
They just use discomfort like a hockey team, where they're just like.
But the hockey guys actually play.
Yeah,
the hockey guys will play with a ruptured spleen.
Yeah,
and then they'll get surgery after the season's over, after the playoffs are over.
Yeah, but it's like if you have a torn UCL, like you just can't pitch. But they'll still just be like, oh, shoulder or
we don't want
elbow discomfort.
We don't want to assume. We need more looks at the elbow to make sure that what the initial imaging told us is correct.
Yeah. I mean, when they just say discomfort, I just like, okay, so he has an injury to his.
But this is an inflammation.
Sure. Whatever.
Maybe it's their new word this year. Maybe they'll just stick with inflammation.
It's also Sean Dubin, and we're a month away from an actual game, so
it's more so that it makes me think back about all the things that happened last year. Not that I believe this will turn into a thing that keeps him out for a long amount of time. I have no reason to believe one way or the other. Honestly, I just remember the bad days from last year and what it meant for pitchers with the Astros, and those pitchers are still dealing with it now. Javier out till after the All-Star break. Luis Garcia not going to be back to start the year, and of course, Lance McCullers, who is throwing off the mound, throwing in the high 80s, low 90s as he tries to make his way back. So there it is. Inflammation for Dubin, and Altuve and Alvarez and Pena will play later this week. So at least we'll get to see some of the regulars back in action. No real injury concerns with them. We have the combine going on right now, so we're going to hear from guys who run teams, the coaches of those teams as well. I gotta respect Brian Gutekunst. Excuse me. He came out and said, "Yeah, it was us." If you don't know, there was one team who was implicated, and I like to use the word implicated for something not so serious. Implicated in trying to get the tush push banned. It leaked yesterday that it was the Packers, and Gutekunst said today, "Yeah, it was us. We don't do too well against it. I'm adding this. Hey, we take a shot. We'll see. We'll see if we can get it out." I don't deal with the Eagles on a year-to-year basis. The Texans don't play them. Every 4 years they have to deal with the Eagles. So it's not a giant concern to anyone in the AFC. But as far as that particular play, I wouldn't mind if it was gone, mostly because it's a foregone conclusion. I like a little mystery in my football. I would like to know or assume that a defense can make a play or the offense can make a play. When it's 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1, the odds of that play being stopped, particularly if they have to stop it twice, like minuscule.
Yeah, it reminds me of like playing the college football video game or any like video game
Run a
where it's
quarterback
just like,
sneak.
or just like any play where it's just like, hey, I just know right now that this guy's going to be wide open.
Yeah.
I just know before the snap that this will be a touchdown.
Just
because it's like a glitch in the game, not a glitch, but it's like it just breaks the rules of the defense. So this will just always be wide open.
You mean when you hold the ball for 10 seconds and stretch out a zone?
Yeah.
And it happens in other ways too, but and that's just,
or you're just doing the 04 Michael Vick, or you can just run, run all the way to one side, run the other, and run back to the other, and you can just run up the sideline.
He never gets tired. He's never going to get tired, and none of your defenders are going to be fast enough to catch him. Nobody can take the right angle.
It's just like, okay, 3rd and 1. Like this will just be a first down. I can go. I can go get a drink.
I don't even have to worry about this. So that's why I would want the tush push to go away. Not because I think it's unfair. I just think it's a boring part of the game. You know, if the Eagles get to that point and Nick Sirianni hasn't lost his mind and he wants to go for it, they're going to get it. There are instances that they do. They don't. It's cool. But we saw in the playoff game, in the NFC title game, what the Commanders were forced to try to do to stop it. And they eventually led them to a point where they're gonna pick up one of those little known penalties we've never heard of that kind of falls into the realm of unsportsmanlike conduct because you're purposely, at least how it was put, committing the same penalty over and over again, when really it's just, hey, we got no chance of stopping this play unless we do something very unconventional. So we're going to send Spencer Luvu over the top over and over again to see if he can time this. And, you know, even if he did time it, Jalen Hurts would just plow right through him anyway.
Yeah,
because he has no leverage at that point.
He's just now on Jalen Hurts' back as he's getting shoved into the end zone.
Yeah. So that is what the play has come to. If you're an Eagle fan, of course, you never want it to go away. Maybe if you are a trenches person too, just win in the trenches. We have seen no matter what you try. Chris Jones wound up with a neck injury because the Chiefs, after 2 weeks of trying to figure some stuff out, hey, Chris Jones, our most valuable defender, why don't you lie on the ground?
Yeah, sideways.
In a position where, sideways, in a position where you can't protect yourself, and maybe that'll muck up what the Eagles are trying to do. It didn't, and he wound up with the neck injury. So, sure, they have found a cheat. I won't even call it a cheat. There's nothing. They're not cheating. It's just they are exploiting something they can do, and if it's allowed to continue, fine. I guess your goal is to keep them out of 3rd and 4th and very short. But the lack of spontaneity about the play and the assumption that it's always going to work, if only for that reason, I'd want it gone. Hey, maybe the Eagles can actually run a real football play and see if they can pick up a 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1. They do have Saquon Barkley. You know what? Let's add one of the most exciting players in the game back into football on those plays, as opposed to Saquon just sitting back and pushing a guy.
I mean, Barkley probably could have maybe not won the MVP because it's such a quarterback award.
Sure,
but he would have had so much more of an interesting MVP case if you just gave him 2/3 of the 1-yard touchdowns that the Eagles scored this year.
If he had such a impressive amount of touchdowns that you had to seriously consider him for that award, that'd be cool too. But the quarterback sneak is cool, I guess, as opposed to turning around and handing it to the most exciting player in the game this year. But hey, the Packers said it was us. Now what? I did see an Eagle player who they quote tweeted the reveal that the Packers were the team. Just laugh. And sticking with the Eagles, you had something.
Yeah, last year Jalen Hurts had 14 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah,
Saquon Barkley ran for 2,000 yards, had 13.
This is what we're saying.
If Saquon Barkley just had whatever, let's call it 17 touchdowns last year, he may have won MVP, and that's just giving him 4.
And our intern's an Eagles fan, so this isn't an attack on the Eagles saying they wouldn't have won the Super Bowl without the tush push. It's just It's a boring ass play at this point. And I'm watching a quarterback sneak. It's not that fun. But hey, until they ban it, if they even do, take advantage of it. You found an inefficiency and are taking advantage of it, and to great success. Speaking of the Eagles, there was reporting yesterday that, not yesterday, maybe a couple of days ago, it came more to the forefront, but the Eagles weren't going to go to the Super Bowl. That report has been deemed false, mostly because the Eagles came out and said, we have not turned down an invite because we haven't gotten one yet. I talked about the story yesterday where the Eagles didn't go during Trump's first administration. There are some issues where they felt the administration wasn't, their feelings about racism and discrimination were in stark contrast to the Eagles organization, so that's why they didn't go. And when they asked the players about it at the time, only like 5 of them wanted to go. So it was a thing where the Eagles probably told the White House, hey, we don't have many that want to go. And the White House said, okay, then we'll take that invite back. That has not been the way it's gone so far. The Eagles are still waiting for the invite, and we'll see how they go about that. I'm sure it'll be something on an individual basis, where every player will get a chance to say yes or no. But the organization as a whole is saying we will go. We will accept that invite. Big E, I see you. You want to talk about the tush push? We'll get to you. We'll get to you right here. What's up, Big E?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up?
Can you hear me, boss?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Oh, okay, so this morning on Unsportsmanlike, Chris Canty read the rule where it's not allowed on the defensive side of the ball for a player to push another player. So how is it fair that they can do it on offense?
I would say
it's an actual rule. He read the rule out and everything, and it shouldn't be allowed. If you can't do it on the defensive side of the ball, you shouldn't be able to do it on the offensive side either.
I would say the NFL has a long history of putting rules in place that benefit the offensive side of the ball. And while I don't disagree that if there's a rule in place that says this isn't allowed, we have seen they will allow things for offense because they tend to offense. They trend offensively because they want the game to be more exciting. Of course, this play isn't exciting at all. So that would be my explanation. They have different rules for different sides of the ball because they want offense to be more prominent. That's all it is. What now? Will they go? Yeah. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Now will this rule? Will they put something into effect to make the tush push less effective? I don't think they want to. They want to do it for one particular play. I don't think they want to put a rule in place for one particular play. I just think it might be something we have to deal with until Jalen Hurts is no longer the quarterback of the Eagles. I don't believe that. I know they did it. They put in a review for pass interference because of how that affected a big game. But for an actual legal football play that they've decided isn't against the rules, I don't think they're going to go in because the Eagles are so great at it.
Right. It's funny you talk about it because, like I said, it was addressed this morning on Unsportsmanlike. He read the actual rule, and it does not allow for one player to push another player. Now, that is, like you just said, on defense, and, of course, offense gets the pass or whatever, but it is an actual rule where they're not supposed to be doing it. But, yeah, I just wanted to chime in on that.
I appreciate it, Biggie. Appreciate the call. Now, some of that has to do, I know, special, like with blocking kicks, they don't allow you to push from behind. If you're the guy standing up, push one of the interior linemen to create room for you to leap. They don't allow any of that to break through, whether it be leaping or just trying to break through and block the kick. They don't allow that type of stuff when it comes to pushing. But we see when it comes to running backs, they'll allow you to push a running back into the end zone. Hell, you can now pull guys in the end zone. That used to be against the rules, and it feels like they've backed away from calling that. So a defender, a longtime NFL defensive lineman, bringing up a rule that shows the NFL is unfair to defense. Thanks, Chris Canty. That's how it's always going to be, where your side of the ball is not going to be favored in the NFL. Hey, go get your sacks, go get your tackle for losses, but when it comes down to it, you're less important than scoring points. How it will always be. I don't imagine a time where the country's going to be like, you know what? More 13 to 10 games. Less rules that favor the offense. We want less quarterbacks playing well. We see that in the lower leagues, the pro leagues that play in March, when the quarterbacks aren't very good and the offenses aren't very good. How does that work out? Do people care about that? Do people want to watch that?
Yeah.
No. Is what it is, Chris Canty. Get over it.
I mean, people were freaking out the first 5 weeks of this season because teams were playing too high safeties.
Yeah,
so
scoring was down and people were losing their minds.
Bomb over teams' heads.
Their fantasy football stuff was getting crushed because their guys weren't putting up numbers and it's too deep and too high and cover 2 and all the things going to keep offenses from performing. We forgot about that pretty quickly, but it was a thing.
Dink and dunk merchants.
Yeah,
now.
people hated it. So
not the football I was raised on.
Yeah,
in 2012.
Offense rules according to the NFL. So we'll get used to it. We'll see. We'll see if the Packers and their initiative to ban the tush push gets any traction. I'm gonna doubt it. People are just gonna tell you, be better in the trenches. That's all. All right, we got a couple more segments to go before we're done here. If you want to get in, like Big E did, you can 713-780-3776. We will be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So Kirby Smart, it's the off season right before spring practice. So he's doing that thing where you make appearances and talk to people, whether it be Georgia people or just the general college football world. And he got into quarterbacks who have hurt his defenses in the past. And he stretched this back to when he was a coordinator with Saban at Bama. And of course, one of the names that came up was Johnny Manziel. I think, if you remember correctly, it was the game that kind of won Johnny the Heisman. Went into Tuscaloosa, he mishandled a snap, bobbled it up in the air, turned around the pocket, threw a touchdown pass. Remember the name Ryan Swope? Number 25 for A&M. So Kirby was talking about quarterbacks and offenses that have hurt him in the past. And he asked a question of the crowd. What do these guys have in common? I think Cam Newton was part of it. And the crowd responded with like champions. And Kirby Smart responded like this.
What do these guys have in common? Speak up. Heisman. It's a good answer. That's actually true. They're definitely quarterbacks. That's the most elementary thing. Heisman, quarterbacks, champions. He ain't champion. Champion of what? Champion of fireball. All right. I'm gonna go here for you. There's Heisman, right? They all had great days versus our defenses. Okay, they both, all four of them went off on us in some way, shape, or form. Okay?
Who's gonna remember that? Like the answer he was looking for. All of them had great days against our defenses. Not everybody's thought is immediately about what your defense was doing, Kirby.
Yeah.
Look, if you want to call someone out for calling Johnny Manziel a champion, okay, whatever. But if I look at the guys who are up there, am I going to think, man, back in 2011, like I'm a college football nerd, so I remember what happened in 2012 against, was it 11? 2012 against Bama for Johnny Manziel. So of course I remember it. I gave you the big play that people will show as part of Johnny's Heisman highlight film. But for the rest of the world, for the non-football nerds, they're all supposed to remember that like a decade ago or more, this guy had a great day against your defense. Relax, Kirby.
I also, because this is at the Nike Coach of the Year clinic. I also, if I'm, I guess, one of the coaches, and he's like, speak up.
You're relaxed.
Give me a speak
like,
up.
I'm a grown man, Kirby. Relax when you talk to me.
Yeah. The four quarterbacks on the slideshow are Bryce Young, Joe Burrow, Johnny Manziel, Cam Newton. I mean, I would just be like, they're all four of them.
All played in the SEC.
Awesome.
They're all great college quarterbacks.
I guess they're all Heismans.
No. They all had great days against my defense.
Yeah.
What?
I mean, sure.
It happened, and it helped them win Heismans, but it's not the first thing people are going to think of. And we saw that. It wasn't the thing anyone was thinking of until Kirby had to correct them.
I mean, Heisman, I think, is the right answer.
I would think so, too.
Because, and he does have a slide where it is like they all were Heismans.
Yeah, that would make some sense. He goes, well, they're all quarterbacks. That's a very elementary approach, pretty much what he said.
And then part of the slide, so it's one slide is what do these guys have in common, and it's the four pictures. And then the next slide is all four pictures of them holding Heismans and says, all had great days versus smart defenses.
How does that rank in terms of accomplishments for those quarterbacks?
I think Heisman won.
You think so? You sure Kirby thinks that way?
Yeah, because what he would say is, hey, these guys got Heisman's off of.
They had their Heisman moments against my defenses.
That's what it is.
Because Cam came back. They were down big in their title year.
Joe
Burrow lit him up. It was a Tua versus Burrow, and Burrow lit him up.
That was in the SEC championship game.
He was at Georgia. Yeah. He was already at Georgia. That wasn't the Alabama defense. It was the Georgia defense.
Bryce Young probably had the worst day of the 3 because I mean they played well. They beat him in the SEC championship,
and then he beat him in the title game when both his receivers wound up not finishing the game.
That's what you would. They would beat you if it wasn't for John Mechie.
Excuse me. Didn't Jameson Williams get hurt earlier, and then John Mechie wasn't involved either? I think Bryce would have beat you again. He would have had it.
That's what he would hit you with.
I said it with my chest, Kirby. In fact, he would have beat you if his 2 top receivers were available for that entire game. I saw it. I saw it in the SEC title game. He lit you up.
Champions of what? That big Noah Lyles energy too. World champions of what?
Fireball? All right, relax. We don't know that Johnny's a Fireball drinker. At least I don't know that. Maybe that's been documented someplace. He feels like a vodka guy.
I would guess that he's a fire. At least in 2012, celebrating his big day against Smart defense.
That's what he was thinking of. I really lit up Kirby Smart's defense.
Yeah, I'm sure he had a little bit of Fireball after it, just a little, keeping it classy.
Well, either way, Johnny seems to be. Well, I don't know if he's in a good spot, but he is with a Conseco daughter.
That's great.
A model.
I'm happy for him.
I don't know if I'm happy, but it's better than I guess the alternative.
Two young crazy kids.
Well, Johnny's not that
young.
young.
Trying to get through life.
Johnny's not that young anymore. Isn't he older than you?
He is.
Yeah, young crazy kids. So Kirby Smart had to take his shot. So offended by the thought that Johnny Manziel could be a champion. He's a
champion of what?
He's a Cotton Bowl champion. He lit up Oklahoma. He's a Peach Bowl champion. He beat Duke. Came back and won that game.
He's a Peach Bowl champion, Coach Smart.
He's a I would have led with Cotton Bowl. He's a Cotton Bowl champion.
Oh yeah, I guess because back then the Peach Bowl wasn't. It
wasn't part of the New Year's
BCS,
Six.
Yeah.
No, it was just the regular ass Peach Bowl. It's different now. So there it is. Poor Johnny.
What a stray.
Yeah, randomly. How just because. I think he was more upset that the crowd didn't identify that they had big days against his defense. I think that was what got him. Like,
yeah.
What?
Well, Bryce Young didn't win a championship either, did he? A national championship?
He was a backup on the Mac Jones team. He didn't start for that title.
Champion of what?
Yeah. Well, SEC champion. He does have that. Bryce Young is an SEC champion.
That is true.
And they think that's more important than well, you guys, I say you were one of them. You guys think that's more important than a national title anyway.
This year, for whatever reason, I don't think it's
because you didn't win it.
Well,
if you had won that game.
Who's to say?
No, I saw the game. Everyone saw it. You didn't win it. You didn't win either. So that's why.
To me, the Cotton Bowl was the real national championship. Just in my humble opinion.
The one where you barely got by Arizona State? That was a real national championship?
Oh, was that the Cotton Bowl?
No, that was the Peach Bowl.
Yeah, the Cotton Bowl is the Ohio State game.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. The one you narrowly
real
lost.
national championship.
No, there's another game being played.
But that's like the real one. Let's be honest.
No. No. You lost.
Okay. Yeah.
You lost in the semifinal.
Yeah. But everyone knows that those are the two best teams.
Sure.
No one gave up a 34-0 scoring run in that game.
It's true. You just gave up a ridiculous screen pass touchdown.
That was ridiculous.
Really ridiculous.
That's honestly, to me, that's worse than the Jack Sawyer touchdown.
It is. It's a
so
give up
worse.
play.
It's so much worse.
All you have to do is now you sent a blitz, and that I guess that was the only guy who could have made the play if he wasn't blitzing. We don't have to relive it, but it's a give up play to get out of there. And somehow,
yeah, it's a play that it's like, hey, just try to get like 10 yards, and then see what happens. Maybe we go for it again.
In fact, the play should have been called "See What Happens."
Yeah,
that should have been the name of the play, and what they saw happen was them scoring a touchdown. But hey, it happens to Texas.
It happened.
Yes, but you guys are fine now.
Yeah,
you're over it. Arch has been named the starter. You'll have a practice as opposed to an actual game.
Yeah,
for your spring game.
Guys will be fresh.
Yeah. You guys have played a lot of games over the course of 2 seasons. Why add another game scenario to the mix?
Yes.
Trying to stay healthy.
Even though it's not really a game. Yeah, okay.
But you suit up and you tackle and stuff.
It's basically a practice.
But you suit up, you put the uniforms on, you tackle. So it's a spring game.
You could just have an open practice. People would still go.
Oh, he's not even going to have it open?
No.
Oh, what the hell?
There's not going to be like an event.
I thought you, but Okay. I mean, I've already railed on Matt Rule because of his decision making. I really don't like this one. Why not just open up the practice to the fans? The whole thing is like Texas doesn't have a support problem, but the whole thing is, hey, we haven't seen these guys since the last time they played. Let's take a look at the new team. And
Steve Sarkisian said, "You just saw these guys. Come on.
No,
you just saw them 2 months
What
ago.
about all the new freshmen and the transfers that are in? We want to see the new team. Arch as the official starter. These are all things we want to see. Nah, isn't it a recruiting event too?
I don't know.
The spring game usually is. They invite. Yeah, the spring game usually is. They invite recruits down.
Oh, okay.
Now you get me started again. I feel less disdain for Sark than I do for Matt Rule, but the fact that it isn't even televised is bothering me now too.
Because his is like, we're so good that we play so much. We know.
Yeah. Matt Rule's is just cowardice.
Oh, guys might take my left tackle.
This is the voice I hear when he says that. That voice you did is exactly the voice I hear.
I need to keep my running back.
Yeah, pull up your pants. Stop being so soft. Oh, okay. We would have gone to break and try to stay on time, but we'll come back. It'll be very short, and then we'll send you to Gallant George, and the Killer Bees will follow them. We'll be back.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
So we just got a couple minutes before we go. I did want to mention this. Spots are filling up. If you are interested in playing in the occasional invitational golf tournament, sign up. Go to ESPN975.com and click on the promotions tab, and you can sign up there. It'll be March 4th out at Wildcat Golf Club. The tournament will begin at 10:30. We will be broadcasting all day there, starting at 7 with John and Lance, and continuing through the day until 6, which will close us out with the Killer Bees. Some of the food and beverages that'll be provided, they're going to come from Carbach. They'll provide the beverages, lunch from Brown Bag Deli, and dinner from Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage. And then, of course, you get the 18 holes of golf provided by Wildcat. You can register now at ESPN975.com. once again under the promotions tab. For the occasional invitational, nice ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 occasional invitational benefiting kids meals. Sean, should the general male public rejoice? The news is out that Sydney Sweeney's marriage or wedding has been delayed. It was supposed to be in May, but she's so busy working that they're going to push it back. So for any men holding out hopes that she will discover you somehow, some way, you got some time, a little bit more time. No date for the new wedding has been no new date for the wedding has been released. So maybe it's postponed indefinitely because she's working so much, perhaps.
Yeah.
So while you hate from afar this guy you've never met, just realize he can't marry her either. So,
so we're even.
So don't worry. He and you are the same, except he gets to spend time with her. But you won't be someone who looks afar, looks out, and sees a married Sydney Sweeney. You will see a single one, at least in the ways that are legal in the eyes of the government. Like,
I mean, they got engaged in 2022.
Why is it taking so long? Is your question?
A lot of people are busy. A lot of people are busy.
A lot of working actresses find ways to get married, right? So guys, hold out hope.
Interesting.
You could come across her and woo her.
See, are DMs open?
Unlikely. That would seem like a bad way to go about her life if they were. But hey, go support her in that new Chrissy Martin movie, and don't be the guy that's like, ooh, why is she being Chrissy Martin, the ex boxer? Support her in everything she does, and you never know. Maybe you can pull a Steve Smith Sr. Hold out hope, guys. We are done for the day. And since we are, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did do it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Cougars. It's the mother-loving Cougars.
Big 12 champs, Paul.
At least a share of Big 12 champs.
I mean, you're the champs. If you got a share, you're still the champs.
With 3 games left, yeah, it's over. You would think, especially with the next couple of games that they're about to play. But after taking down Iowa State on Saturday, yes, missing a couple of guys, the Cougs also took down on the road in a very hostile Lubbock, Texas Tech last night, 69-61. And you know what? Since college basketball is so crazy and since it's so difficult to actually get that championship, which of course the Cougs have never won, today is a day of celebration. We shall celebrate this and we shall milk this for all it's worth by pandering to the many Cougs who live in this city who really like that this basketball team's been an absolute effing juggernaut since joining the Big 12. 2 years, 2 at least regular season titles, and they are 1 win away from having more outright Big 12 titles than all of the following teams. And honestly, this is a rather stunning list because, of course,
it's a stunning list.
They have been in this conference for like not even 2 full seasons. Not even 2. Here's the list, guys. Buckle up. Hold on to your hats, as Skylar White said that one time. This is absolutely insane. Paul, are you filibustering because the internet in here is not working out so well? You bet your bottom dollar I am.
You ready?
Hit me, Joe.
Texas. Texas A&M. Texas Tech. Baylor. West Virginia. Oklahoma State. Oklahoma. Colorado. Missouri. Nebraska.
Yup.
TCU. Kansas State.
Boom.
More Big 12 titles than all of those teams if they win this one outright. How does that make you feel, Sean?
Our beloved Cougs.
I mean, Kansas did win 15 in a row, so there weren't a ton to go around.
Excuse maker Sean over there. Texas could have won one of those.
Hey. I think they got one. They got one.
Hey, Sean.
Yeah.
Sean. Dumb button ready. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Can you shut up? Can you shut up for a second? Can you not pee in our Cheerios?
No, I'm just
as the kids say.
Just saying, you get 15 more years, and Kelvin Sampson will catch up. They'll win 15 straight. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Jesus. Let me finish.
Hell yeah, we're off to a great start here on Gallant George. So the Cougs win. First off, let's just talk about the environment last night, as the Cougs are the first team to win a regular season championship the first 2 years after joining a major conference since 1923. Idaho in the PCC. I don't even know what the hell that is. That was 100 years ago.
I have no idea what the PCC is.
I didn't know college basketball existed 100 years ago either.
Yeah, peach baskets.
Yeah, that's true.
Bunch of white guys.
But
underhand free throws.
Now I'm beginning to question a lot of different things, but that's very cool that they were able to make that happen. Lubbock is a tough place to play. And you could tell that Texas Tech, having another good season, they've been a really good program over the last decade. They cared. There were lines that were all around the stadium on the way in. They were clearly feeling themselves because the last time that Texas Tech and the Cougs had played at the beginning of February in a game where Texas Tech lost their coach and had one of their best players ejected early, they were still able to win in overtime. And everyone at this game was wearing black. So the Cougs traditionally wear black on the road this year. They couldn't wear black. And on top of that, Tech was wearing, a lot of fans at least, a T-shirt showing Grant McCaslin, their coach, and JT Toppin, who was the ejected player in said game, in the locker room after the Raiders beat the Red Raiders beat Houston February 1st. It's a picture of them. It's a selfie essentially of them laughing after they'd won this game. So everyone in the arena is wearing this. And craziest thing of all people who were there courtside, who would have thought that Patrick Mahomes would have graced us with his presence, to the point where it even distracted the ESPN broadcast during a very pivotal moment of the game, Joe.
That's something. When's the last time I don't think I've ever seen that before. Like, they don't stop showing Travis Kelce running down the field to show Taylor Swift. I know Patrick Mahomes is there, but show the game. I'm not there to watch some below 500 quarterback in college.
Ooh, damn, dude! You sound just like all the Cougs out there, which, by the way, is allowed.
I'm married to a Coug, so I have like some rights.
You're Coug by blood.
I'm Coug by blood.
I'm Coug by choice.
Yeah,
as in I jumped on the bandwagon, but some are saying that I'm even a bigger Coug fan than Brian McTaggart of MLB.com.
Oh, that's a tough,
and Matt Thomas.
Ass.
And honestly, I think I'm more of a Coug than the two of them, but it's fine. They're both sweet, wonderful people. But see, I jumped on the bandwagon. They paid money to be fans of the Cougs, And Joe, you married a Coug, so you knew what you were getting into. So
yes.
We're honestly bigger.
I
paid
fans. Money too. I paid for a ring. So
okay, see, boom, there you go. So look, well. Don't look at it that way. Don't look at it that way, okay? Just roll with.
I'm like an A&M grad. I paid for a ring, and it makes me cool.
Okay, well, you know what? Hey, the Aggies, they're taking some shots today because, of course, the Cougs won more Big 12 titles than them already. Texas too. It's a day for Cougs fans to rub your face in it, and I'm happy for them. It's cool. I've actually gotten a huge kick out of both Brian McTaggart, Matt Thomas, among other notable Coug grads in local sports media talking that trash.
Well, one of those is a Coug grad. One didn't graduate.
Oh, damn! I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got this right. Yeah, Matt Thomas did not graduate. From
whoa! Stolen valor?
No, he started working early, so I think he just dropped out.
Oh, damn!
But Brian McTaggart is the number one Cougs fan, I think.
No, I am.
Paul Gallant, Brian McTaggart.
I'm Jeremy Branham. Obviously, he's not a fan.
No, he's not.
He has to be neutral during the games. He can't even be biased. So, look. I'm the biggest Coug fan in town. Joe is the second biggest Coug fan in town.
Sean?
Sean? Yeah, Sean's a Texas guy.
He was wearing a Coug shirt yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw it.
But I've also seen him wear Rice shirts on a regular basis. The arch rivals.
I'm more of a Cougs football fan.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm a hipster.
That is the most hipster thing to say possibly today. But this was a very nice win for them last night. And they rubbed it in Texas Tech's face a little bit after the game. Because, of course, you have those toughest team wins T-shirts that Tech fans were winning all throughout the arena. On a whiteboard, it says, back-to-back Big 12 champs, quote, toughest team won, end quote. They just left that on the whiteboard.
Love it.
Because I guess they found one of those T-shirts before the game tipped off. So, accidental bulletin board material for the Cougs last night. I do wonder if this whiteboard is accidental bulletin board material for a theoretical rematch between these two in the Big 12 tournament, because I do think it stands to reason that these two teams will be playing one another in the championship game. We'll see how the bracket actually plays out, but I could definitely see it happening. And I really don't know how it would go because these games have been really close.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Texas Tech was missing a couple of guys. It was still an 8-point game. But I like this back and forth between the two schools.
Yeah, we need a little juice. Like there's not really like that. Like we have Texas versus Texas A&M football is back, and like that was really nice. But like a little basketball rivalry in the state would be nice to have. And Texas and the Cougs don't have that, or A&M. I don't really care about Baylor or TCU. Sorry to the grads from there, but a little Texas Tech versus Cougars rivalry, I'm here for it. We need it. We need some juice to it. And the Cougs, this is a great accomplishment to win 2 Big 12 titles in 2 years. I mean, Kelvin Sampson, he's the best.
I mean, they run the Big 12.
They do, and it's a dominant conference, and they made it so much better just by joining it. But like they joined it with Arizona, and they're still at the top of the conference.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it. But yeah, Zone is always a great regular season basketball team. You join at the same time as them, and I get it. Texas lost, but what are you really losing in Texas? No offense to Texas people out there. Well,
They would agree.
Oklahoma as well. I mean, okay, cool, neato, splendid, wonderful. Definitely have the money at least to be competitive programs, but actually have they been? But they've come into this conference, which most people considered, at least going into the year, the best conference of college basketball. Now all of a sudden they are running it to the point where there's some hipsters out there who are saying, well, the SEC is actually better. And maybe that's actually true. I don't know. Alabama, Auburn, Texas A&M. There's a lot of good teams in the SEC this year. Tennessee too, Florida. I get it. Like they're all ranked high. Oh, maybe the Big 12 has lost its luster. But if they've lost its luster, it's because the Cougs came in and they've just shoved everyone in a locker and said, this is our conference now, bitch.
Yeah, I don't think it's – I mean, yeah, maybe for this year the SEC is better, but the Big 12 on paper is the best basketball conference. It's kind of what they've built themselves around. You have the Cougs, you have Arizona, you have Texas Tech, you have Kansas. Like Baylor for a lot of times has been good. I mean, West Virginia is still obviously not what it was just, 10 years ago. But like they're still a good basketball program. Iowa State's still there. It is a great basketball conference. And to come in, win it 2 years in a row, and hopefully outright 2 years in a row, It should be celebrated because it's like college sports. Winning your conference matters. It's not like winning the AFC South or the AL West. Like winning your conference in college sports, it should matter. It should be celebrated. It's a great accomplishment.
And especially when you win it in the regular season. The thing I really hate about college sports is that at the end of the regular season, there's a conference tournament. So what was the point of the regular season? I've never understood that when I first started watching college sports. As a little kid, I was like, wait, so they won in the regular season. And if they lose in the conference tournament, they're technically not the conference champions. Like the conference tournament actually matters more than what takes place in the regular season. To me, that drives me crazy. So when you win a regular season title and you've won it 2 years in a row in the gauntlet that is this conference, and you didn't do it in some Mickey Mouse way where you can sneak in and win the whole thing just by winning a couple of games that are all played in rapid succession, that to me means a huge deal. That's a bigger accomplishment than winning the tournament.
Yeah, because we've seen teams go on runs in the tournament that are lower seeds. I mean, you think back to Kemba Walker and UConn, like they won what was it 5 games to win the Big East that year, and they because they were a lower seed, they had to play in every single game that was available to them. So winning the regular season conference does matter more. I do like the conference tournaments from just the way it kicks off March Madness, just the amount of basketball.
Fair.
But the concept of what you're saying, I do agree with. It's like, well, like, what's the point? Like, of just like, we're like, Colorado, they won't. If they won the Big 12 basketball tournament, like they'd be the worst team in the tournament.
Right. It's fun when it happens for that school. It's not fun for everybody else. I think it was Georgia a few years ago who was stunk and there were some tornadoes going on. And it was a heartwarming story that Georgia won the SEC tournament and they made it into the tournament. But to me, I was like, F that. A lot of it has to do with the fact that my high school baseball team, I didn't even play on it. I'm just mad about this. My high school baseball team would regularly go undefeated in district play. And then the district tournament would happen. And they lose in the finals because this kid that was not even enrolled at St. Stephen's Academy would come in from IMG Academy. Well, this is when they did not actually have a team. FIMG, not a real school. So they would sneak in like 3 players onto the team at the end. And we lost by 1 run in the championship 2 years in a row. And then we had to play some guy who was like no-hit us the first round of the playoffs 2 years in a row.
This is deep-rooted hate.
No, I just don't understand. Like, what's the point of the regular season then? The conference tournament is stupid and a waste of time. Like, oh, we're going to participation trophies for the teams who sucked ass all year long.
Yeah, it's
F
money.
that.
Yeah, it's just for money. That's all it is for at this point.
That's true.
That's all it is. It's
that's
just a
true.
money grab. It's not for anything.
That's what everything is.
Yeah, and because most likely what will happen is Arizona, the Cougs, Texas Tech, or Iowa State, one of the top 4 teams in the Big 12, will win the Big 12 tournament. It shouldn't affect their rankings. Like if the Cougs were a 2 seed in the bracket, the committee's mind, they should be a 2 seed even if they lose the Big 12 championship tournament.
Yeah, I think, and normally the committee does a pretty good job of like not swinging too much with the tournament, recency bias. I do think though, in like these conferences that are now 16 and Big 10, 18 teams large, that like you actually can't play a round robin like home and home with everybody anymore because you're just not going to play 30 conference games. That like there's a reason for the tournament, I guess, but I do still think that like if you win the regular season, unless there's some super Mickey Mouse where you miss all the good teams in the conference just out of like luck of the draw, or you only play them at home or something. I think for the most part, like whoever wins the regular season tournament is like that it's like how I guess baseball does do the wild card and the wild card round and stuff. But back when when you won your division in baseball, you just
2 divisions. Right?
Yeah, you're just
the LCS.
Yeah.
So playoff baseball is great. And listen, college basketball, when it is tournament time, whether it's conference tournament or NCAA tournament time, it's great. But when a team like the Cougs wins an outright share of the Big 12 title, I do think you should automatically have your ticket punched. And I get that people will say, well, hey, I mean, isn't it fun to see some random team out of nowhere win their conference tournament and make it to the tournament? And to that, I say no, because what if they beat a team that actually was in the same situation that I just laid out a little bit ago, where they were the best team during the regular season and then they lose and then they might not get in? I don't know.
I'm with you. And thankfully the basketball tournament, like it's a little more protected. Like it makes me this feels like more like a football issue, I think at times, like, and not even anymore, but like think back to like when like Iowa would represent the Big 10 in half the Big Ten championship game, and it's like, why?
Yeah,
they
like
don't belong
with
there.
divisions.
Yeah, but like now you have 16 teams in the Big 12 basketball tournament. It's so different, even just now, than it was 2 years ago.
I wonder if they could do a thing where you get your ticket punched if you win either. I guess it wouldn't work because there's so many conferences.
The only reason it works,
maybe if you're just a major conference, like if you win Big 10, Big 12, SEC, ACC,
Automatic.
if you win the
But
regular,
you are.
if you win the regular season, automatic, and then the tournament winner is also automatic, because most of the time the tournament winner is also just going to be the first or second best team in that conference anyway.
Generally,
yes, like they're always going to be in. Like,
Yeah.
It's not like they don't miss it. You're right. Like we're not saying, hey, they missed it. It's more just, can we also just give it to them? And so you get a little symbolic something for it, because the regular season title, I don't even think there's anything symbolic for it. Do you get
You get a banner.
You get a banner, and then
you do get a banner.
I think you get a trophy.
You get a banner. You get a trophy.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. That's
Or like
all.
they add to they'll add to their Big 12 plaque.
2025. I need my banner. I need my trophy.
Yeah, and this is a real trophy. This is a real banner.
It's a more earned trophy. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's way better than like a division championship.
Mm.
Conference championship matters.
He's Joe, I'm Paul, Sean behind the glass. I have a question. And it has to do with something that the Cougs may or may not have done. Should they celebrate? So let's just roll right through here. This is what Kelvin Sampson said after the game. You heard coming into the show. Everyone saying, Big 12 champs. Big 12 champs. Sampson told Chris Baldwin of the Paper City Magazine, who does a great job covering the Cougs, said that, yeah, I danced, and yeah, I got hit with some water, but as far as celebrating, nah, we've won a few conference championships. So that's what Kelvin Sampson said. We'll celebrate when the time comes, continued Sampson. But University of Houston guard Emmanuel Sharp said, we celebrated. We've been breaking out of our huddles with Big 12 champs since we first got here back in June. Our hard work pays off, and it's just a great feeling. It's great. It's just a great relief, knowing how tough we had it in the beginning, starting off 4-3. Us being able to go to tough it through in such a great conference, it shows the resilience of this team. So the Cougs players are celebrating it. Kelvin Sampson's like, let's see.
Maybe he's dancing.
He is dancing. And this is exactly the kind of approach I would want out of Kelvin Sampson. Cougs fans are allowed to celebrate. They are 100% allowed to celebrate. They have carte blanche today. They have right of way. If they come up to you and start fronting, you have to look down and say, yes, sir. You have to sit down. If you're getting bullied by a Coug today, you have to take it, at least for today. But if you're a player, should you be pumped about this? If you are Kelvin Sampson, should you be pumped about this? This is a tremendous accomplishment, but it also underscores the thing that the Cougs have not quite been able to do yet, which is they still have not been able to win a national title. And is it allowed to sort of dismiss a conference title given what this team has accomplished in the Kelvin Sampson era?
Yes, I think it is. If that's the way they want to approach it, I think you celebrate it. You don't. I don't know, college kids, so then you don't pop champagne for this. You celebrate it because
not allowed to, right?
It's a great accomplishment to win a conference, and to do it 2 years in a row deserves to be celebrated. But to the bigger picture, like they all know, it's not the goal. It's not focus. It's not what matters the most. It's not what LJ Cryer is there for. Like LJ Cryer is there to win a national championship. Kelvin Sampson's there to win a national championship. Like even, they also know, like we were just talking about, they still know they have a tournament ahead of them that they want to win that too. This is step one of like 4, because they still need to win the Big 12 outright. They want to probably win the Big 12 championship in the tournament, and they want to win a national championship. Like they want to do all those things. So you can celebrate it, but move on quickly.
Yeah, it reminds me of like when the Astros would win the division, and it's like they do the thing where they all dog pile on the field, take the picture, pop champagne with 4 games left, or way back in the day, like 15 games left, and they would celebrate, but then like they do just have to play the next day too, and I think some of that just naturally helps you, I guess, move on. And I think with the Cougs, like, should LJ Cryer celebrate this? Probably not, or probably not as much. I mean, he's a guy who won a national championship at Baylor. He's a guy who's done this before with the Cougs. Same thing with Roberts. But, for the new guys, I can see why it is something that you would want to celebrate more, that it is actually something you haven't done. Like, sure, Marcus Sasser and Jamal Shed. Yeah, last year they all went. I haven't done it yet. ooze on. I haven't done. I bawled my ass off tonight. Like, let me not pop champagne because I don't know if he's old enough. But let me celebrate.
They have reasons to celebrate though, because I mean, LJ Cryer. Did you know he's played 65 straight games?
That's crazy, and he has like a hurt thumb, right?
Right.
Hurt wrist.
Well, these are the things. So again, Chris Baldwin's doing a great job covering the Cougs. I love Chris Baldwin. He's gone a long way from
JJ Watt.
calling out JJ Watt as the pizza boy to covering the Cougs. Like he does a tremendous job covering the team. But he had this feature piece on Sunday, and Cryer, who's played 65 straight games, every single game since he arrived from Baylor, played through that shooting hand injury that we all thought was a serious one. I think Kelvin Sampson called it serious. He had his foot hurt him against his foot was hurt against Alabama, played through that. He had another game where he played through an 102-degree fever. I mean, the guy is tough as nails, especially in an era of basketball where guys don't play every single game. It's great to see.
Is it weird that my first reaction is that's the worst one? Is playing through 102-degree fever? That's got to be a miserable experience.
That I mean, it's probably the worst experience, but
shooting hand.
I think a shooting hand is worse.
Shooting hand injury. Well, he's shooting well. I mean,
exactly. So like, it's like he seems okay.
And also Juwan Roberts, you could celebrate this 10 of 12 from the free throw line when the Tech fans were keying in on you. I mean, no batteries were thrown or tortillas thrown. Listen, I love Tech people. Tech people are my spirit animals because they like to party and they're generally very good, hard-nosed, blue-collar people. But when you get them all together in an environment like that, like it's no wonder Griff's burned down to the ground. And I know it didn't burn down while there were Tech fans inside. I think it just happened in the middle of the night. That was the Tech bar that was in Houston back in the day. I think it's gone for like 2 years or so. But you get them all together in one place. It's dangerous.
Yeah.
These are dangerous people.
For sure.
And
diseases spread. The Raider rash. Like
the Raider rash.
A lot can go wrong when you put a bunch of Tech fans in a room together.
That's true. That's true. That Raider rash. You got to watch out for it.
But it looked like a great time. Like I want to go up to Lubbock at some point.
I'd like to go to a game in Lubbock. Yeah. I don't know if I'd want to stay longer than the game itself.
No, but like I always think back to like the Crabtree game when they were wearing all black. Like, oh my gosh, it looks like an incredible environment up there.
Oh yeah, hell yeah. By the way, while we're on celebrations, you can't do this. Did anyone see the Michigan basketball player proposing to his girlfriend after a loss? It's one of many things we're going to get to. In case you missed it, a Michigan basketball player lost by 15 to his arch rival, and then he decided to propose to his girlfriend at midcourt after the game. This woman said yes. Unbelievable. How far has Michigan fallen? Everything that you might have missed over the weekend in sports, we're going to get to in case you missed it next, including Tracy McGrady killing a streamer and a lot more. Stay put.
At O Athletic, you can sign up for any kind of class you want. You want to do a boxing class, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, weight training, agility training, all that is there for you. They offer over 100 classes a week that you can sign up for. You can go early in the morning. You can go back after work to get a workout in. So you can participate in a group setting class. So that way, if you don't know what to do at the gym, it's a great way to get back in and just really have someone guide you through the process. You can also sign up for a personal trainer. I recommend Cam. That's who I work out with. But they will find someone that works around your schedule to make it easy for you at O Athletic. You can check them out, oathletic.com, 767 North Shepherd in the Heights, and O Athletic on Instagram.
First, though, shout out to our friends at Mendocino Farms. Oh, my God. It just came in. So I took 2 cookies, like a fatty boom batty, oatmeal raisin, and snickerdoodle. Just housed one of those. I got the not-so-fried chicken and some sort of couscous concoction. This place is fantastic. There's 5 Houston locations, and it's a place that has quality ingredients and helps you elevate your plate. So if you ever want catering, from small meetings to large gatherings, office staff meetings, business meetings, birthdays, baby and bridal showers, this is a place to get for some catering. Fantastic food, fantastic sandwiches. Looking forward to biting into this.
Yeah, let's go back to break.
And that's going to wrap up this segment of In Case You Missed It.
In case you missed him.
In case you missed it, we're hungry.
This food's awesome.
So there you go. Shout out to our friends at Mendocino Farms. Okay, guys, everything that went down over the weekend that we maybe weren't able to get to yesterday. Let's start with this. So the Rockets are back in action tonight. They won on Friday against the Timberwolves. They lost on Saturday to the Utah Jazz, and Ime Udoka called them soft, essentially, after the game. Bill Simmons on his Sunday night podcast that he does with Ryan Russillo on The Ringer, where they talk all things basketball, might be back to throwing shade at the Houston Rockets.
They're 3-8 in their last 11, 18th in net. They've dropped to 35-21 for the season. And they're a 5 seed right now, but like if I'm Golden State and I'm 5 losses back from them with a bunch of time left, I feel like I can catch them. Because I thought Houston was overachieving with some of the stuff that was happening to them the first 2 months. The league, their conference is getting better. Clippers are better. The Lakers are better. The Warriors are better. And I don't know if they're going to stay in the top 6. That would be my pick to drop.
What do you think about that?
I disagree. Mainly with his love for the Warriors that he has. I know like it looks fun so far with Curry and Jimmy Butler, but I'm not a total believer. Look, the Rockets are one of 3 teams in the Western Conference that are above 500 against teams that are above 500. So they're having success against good teams throughout the entire year. And you see what they do against the Timberwolves, and yes, they fall apart versus the Jazz. But no, I don't think the Rockets are going to fall outside the top 6.
Tonight they play the Milwaukee Bucks. I'm a big believer that the Rockets need to do everything they can to make it seem like this would be a fantastic place for Giannis to force a trade to.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the best way to do it would be to bring some of this Mendocino Farms food to him.
And win by 30.
Definitely.
But I think the foodie thing's a bigger deal.
Because he's a big food guy.
He is obsessed with food.
Sure, he loves couscous.
Honestly, like just the cookies is probably what he needs because we know he's a sweets guy. So
Right. But he's not a sweets guy like Joel Embiid's a sweets guy.
No.
He's a sweets guy that actually has the metabolism and the work ethic to hide that he has a sweet tooth. But I'm a big believer, especially considering he has once worked out with Hakeem Olajuwon, that Giannis is possible. You just have to figure out a way to make him want to come here. Winning by 30 tonight would also help on that front. I'm with you. I disagree with Simmons and Russillo from this perspective. When Fred VanVleet is back, I think this is going to be a different team. I don't know if they'll be the team that we saw dominate the month of January, but I do think that they're going to be able to, at the very least, maintain a spot in that 5-4 range.
Mm-hmm.
What they'll do in the playoffs, I do not know.
And we might see Fred back tonight. With the Rockets, that we have to wait and see how he feels today after practice. And he's questionable for tonight's game. And it's also his birthday. So happy birthday, Fred.
Happy birthday
3-1
to Freddie VanVleet.
I thought he was older than me. I'll be
Really?
honest. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, it's only by 2 years, but
Yeah.
I thought he was older than 31.
I guess he was, I don't know.
It feels like he's been in the league for a long time.
I'm with you there.
I think he just was immediately on like a finals team.
Yeah.
And so
And he seemed like he was a veteran on said finals team
Yeah.
because of all the timely plays that he made. But he was
Yeah.
in his 20s.
and
How
he
about
felt
that?
old. Like looks like a UPS driver.
I was gonna say, he did look old at Wichita State.
He has an old face.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, he probably didn't get carded a lot at Wichita State.
I would agree there. I mean, the facial hair is definitely part of that. But yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Speaking of the Houston Rockets, Remember Tracy McGrady, old T-Mac, Rockets legend in the 2000s. This video went viral over the weekend. I got to say, all these streamers, no idea how they came to be famous. 100% jealous of the fact that they're a bigger deal than me. Low-key get suicidal every single time I see someone pop up with a name that doesn't seem to make any sense. But something called Ty Lil met with Tracy McGrady over the weekend in a video that has since gone viral because Tracy McGrady killed the man.
Nah, I'm 24. I'm young with an old soul. Yeah, Mary J. Blige, Luther Vandross, Kirk Franklin. That's what yes.
No, okay. You're still young, though. I don't understand what type of music. Your ass still young.
So 24. What you was doing at 24?
Average was 30.
Damn.
Cooked him.
Damn. Chat, he definitely tumbled me. All right, chat. That's the end of the stream, chat. That's so cool, bro. Chat, that's the end of the stream, chat.
Good. And I hope that's the end of his stream forever because I do not know what he brings to the table. What are you doing wearing a Rutgers jersey? Weirdo. Look at me. I've got a cool red jersey on. Rutgers? You picked Rutgers of all the jerseys to wear for college basketball? I like that Tracy McGrady was just completely nonplussed by that person's existence. Didn't even give him a dap up on the way out. He was just annoyed by everything that he had to say.
Yeah, I think they were at a Rutgers game.
Yeah, it looks like they're at Rutgers.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
What's Tracy McGrady's doing at a Rutgers game?
I know that is a random.
I know
place
they have two guys that are going to be like top 5 picks, and they're terrible, which is hilarious.
Did he-
My favorite type of college basketball team.
Did Tracy play with Harper at all in the NBA?
Oh yeah, maybe on the Raptors. I forgot. Maybe
Harper.
What's Harper's first name?
Ron
Harper.
Gotcha.
His kid Dylan is one of the top prospects in this draft class who plays at Rutgers.
Nothing infuriates me quite like someone in their mid-20s saying, like, yo, I'm old soul. Shut the fuck up. Everyone says that. So what are you talking about? You're not an old soul. You're 24. You don't know anything about anything. I'll say this as somebody who used to be that guy. Like, I first got a radio show when I'm 24, okay?
Yeah.
Like, I was that guy.
What were you doing when you were 24?
Exactly this. And
Radio
this perspective.
Hosting a radio show. Damn, he cooked me, chat.
Yeah, that's what I would have said. This perspective, though, it's one of those things where every person in their 20s, you just got to sit back for a second and realize you really don't know anything. And once you accept that, people will love you.
Well, and like the artists he was naming, like they're not that old. Like Mary J. Blige. Like I guess like that's like the
For
early
a 24-year-old.
For a 24-year-old, it's old. Yes, for him, yes. But for like the rest of planet Earth, it's not.
The only Luther Vandross song that kid knows is, and I'll call him kid because he's younger than me, and I feel disrespectful right now, is One Shining Moment. Guarantee you that is it. That is the only song he's ever heard by Luther Vandross.
So
that's the only one I know too. Nothing against Luther Vandross.
I just assumed that's all he had in his bag.
I'm just musically challenged. So there you go, guys. More in case you missed it. This is just hilarious because I love it when a person just takes a drive-by for no reason at all. Here's Kirby Smart showing a PowerPoint of 4 different quarterbacks at the Nike Coach of the Year Summit. The 4 quarterbacks he is showing are Bryce Young, Joe Burrow, Cam Newton, and Johnny Manziel. Take it away, Kirby Smart.
What do these guys have in common? Speak up. Heisman. It's a good answer. That's actually true. They're definitely quarterbacks. That's the most elementary thing. Heisman, quarterbacks, champions. He ain't champion. Champion of what? Champion of fireball. All right. I'm gonna go here for you.
Kirby, I want you to keep going in on Johnny Manziel.
Yeah, I like that little shot there.
Champion of fireball. Damn, dude. That's aggressive. Also accurate.
Is that what was Johnny's drink of choice?
Probably. That was when it became a big deal.
Like in the Scooby outfit.
Yeah.
Ripping fireball shots would make sense.
2012, 2013, 2014. my peak Fireball years.
Yeah, same.
Wow.
That's the end of college for me, and that's what we were drinking. Natty Light and Fireball.
So it is accurate. Johnny Manziel, probably more of a drinker than those three.
Yeah.
And also someone who's never won a national title.
Yeah, or an SEC title. Yeah.
That's true too.
Champion of what? Great.
Champion of Fireball.
Champion of Fireball. I have an old soul, because I was drinking Fireball in like 2017.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you were,
yeah,
Sean?
yeah.
Okay.
Maybe our next remote.
When I was 21.
our next remote, do we bring it back? Fireball for a day?
I mean, we could. It would be a terrible idea.
Yeah,
but we definitely could do that.
I'll be a lot more fun for a little bit.
Should we?
Yeah.
Golf tournament on Tuesday. Go to the driving range, rip some Fireball shots, hit some drives, see how it goes. Bad idea.
It would be funnier if I was better than Granado at golf, having not picked up a club in 3 years after a couple of shots of Fireball.
You've mastered the game.
But that's true. I have mastered the game. But I'm sure Granado will be a few course lights, and so he'll be on his A game as well. There was so much New York this weekend. This is the last part of in case you missed it. So the Yankees got rid of their beard policy, where you weren't allowed to have facial hair, and they had a press conference for it.
I mean,
they actually had a press conference to
culture
announce that they're
change.
changing this. Joe, my God,
it's so stupid.
It's not that big of a deal. Michael K's like, this is a seismic change. Is it? Honestly, it just makes you look kind of soft for finally kowtowing to 2025. Look at me. I can do anything I want. I'm a pretty little flower culture.
But the guy they did it for was for Devin Williams, their new closer. Like, they've brought in all these guys, and he's the one who requested a meeting with Hal Steinbrenner over their facial hair policy. Like, what about Johnny Damon or the guys with great beards who went to play there? And the idea that they changed this because they thought it would stop people from wanting to be a Yankee is the dumbest thing on the planet.
I love it. That's how insecure they are.
Like, that's why Kyle Tucker is not going to be a Yankee. Well, I don't know if he can grow facial hair, but that's so stupid.
He has a little bit like the Amish beard look going, where it's like a little.
Yeah,
it's very Florida.
Yeah, like he might not work in the well-groomed facial hair now.
No, well-groomed is also to me that's almost worse than the original rule. Is the so they're what? Do they have a board that you have to present your case of
I want them
why
just
your
to have
beard
an
is
employee.
well-groomed?
You have to have a beard employee. You just have to have a barber on staff at all times and be like, hey. That's not gonna cut it. I gotta trim this thing up. I clean you up.
It's like being for me being in Catholic school where they're like, hey, if your hair's too long, we'll cut it for you.
That's what the Yankees are gonna do.
That's what the Yankees have to
and
do.
then beat you with a ruler afterwards. Yeah,
exactly.
You got to remember the lesson. It's not just the shame of having your hair removed.
Well, they would have what the dean would have this terrible disposable razors. And so if you got popped for not shaving, for not following basically the Yankees code of facial hair, he would just hand it to you with no shaving cream or anything.
That's cruel.
Bathrooms around the corner.
Damn, without shaving cream.
Yeah,
that's
brutal.
tough. Just give the kids at least some shaving cream to help them out.
Mr. Donnarumma didn't do that.
I like his style though. I like the cut of his jib, which
he
I'm
was a
sure
very
was without
stylish
facial
guy.
hair.
No, he had a mustache.
Wait, he had a mustache?
Yeah, that was the funniest thing.
Oh, that is irony. That is irony. Interesting. All right, that is it. In case you missed it, everything you might have missed over the weekend in sports. He's Joe. I'm Paul. We're getting closer and closer to Astros opening day, and we heard from D'Amico Ryans at the NFL Combine. What are the Texans prioritizing in free agency? You'll find out. Stay put.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Good God, that Mendocino Farm stuff. Now, as I become a veteran of eating during commercial breaks, I've nearly completely housed my Joe not-so-fried chicken sandwich.
Yes.
Shave roasted chicken breast topped with Crispies, herb aioli, mustard pickle slaw, tomatoes, pickled red onions. It's like all the stuff that's on it. Fantastic. I'm just going to eat some of that fell on my
that fell on your paper.
Fell on my paper. I'm just going to eat some. What? I am not a civilized man.
Honestly, it's fine. It's on your paper. It's an acceptable move. If it landed on the desk, I would question your sanity.
I don't care. Germs are germs. I am the
not
strongest.
Not at that seat, man.
I was going to say that side of the desk.
You got Lance and his bloody noses. You got Joel.
I am
dogs. Kids. Like,
Joe, I'm insulted.
I'm not eating off this table.
Joe, I am the apex male of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Yeah.
This isn't debatable. I am the apex male. Okay? I am the alpha. That's not saying much, but I am the alpha. I'm in the best shape. I am the best athlete. This is who I am. Think some germ's going to take me down? Absolutely not. I cannot be stopped. 2 weeks later, Paul Gallant has died from COVID.
It's gonna maybe those
Zeta
Lance
strain.
germs.
yeah. But to bring it back to Mendocino Farms for just a second. Good focaccia bread is so good. Good focaccia bread is so good. That was incredible focaccia bread. Put that on a sandwich. I'm not the biggest sandwich guy because your boy is a little girlish and tries to stay away from carbs.
Yeah, I can see that.
But I love bread. I love bread so much, and I love focaccia bread. Oh, my God.
Bread's the best.
If I go to a restaurant and they have the bread, I'm going to eat a lot of it, and I'm also going to be an absolute slop cart when I eat it. So if like it's the flaky kind of bread, you'll know that I was there.
Do you ever feel? Have you ever gone to the places where like they do the crumb thing?
Yes, and I do it for them because I feel so guilty.
I feel so bad
because I feel like an uncivilized slob.
Yeah, like in my area,
right?
Getting rid of the crumbs. It's just kind of awkward.
It makes me feel like I'm an absolute barbarian, and I am. I'm an uncivilized man.
Yeah, like it's a nice thing to do, but it makes me feel awkward because it makes me feel like I shouldn't be making the mess. But it's not. It's the bread.
Speaking of making a mess, you could say that the Texans' offense was a mess in the second half of the 2024-2025 season. Am I right?
Yes, you're right.
DeMeco Ryans, head coach of the Houston Texans, is in Indianapolis for the NFL Combine, and he was asked about the Texans' offseason plans, specifically at wide receiver. This is from Aaron Wilson of Channel 2.
Yeah, we love having Steph on our team. We'll see how things work out with him. Steph, he brought, man, you talk about energy, talk about leadership, he brought a lot to our team. So it hurt us down the stretch not having Steph, not having Tank. You need those playmakers, especially at the wide receiver position. Right? It just enhances your ability to be able to move the football down the field, score points. So that is an area of emphasis for us, is looking at the wide receiver.
Two things there. First off, he spoke about Stephon Diggs in the past tense.
Mm-hmm.
Is he gone?
I don't want to close the door. I feel like you have to let him test his market a little bit and see if there's anything out there. If there is a team that is interested in him and is going to pay him what he would have been worth if he didn't tear his ACL, then yeah, you probably don't want him here. But if he goes out into the market and can't get anything, then I would have internal conversations like the Astros about bringing him back. I would like him to be back. They need two wide receivers, and Diggs coming back. They did miss the boat, right? I think it is officially now on what they can do with his contract. I think they can't move around some of that dead cap space as much, so you don't get the full relief. But if CJ likes him and Nick Haley wants him, more importantly, then yeah, I'd bring him back.
I am very, very skeptical he will be the same guy he was before this injury. And with that in mind, I am giving him a really borderline disrespectful offer if I give him anything. I hate to do that because they all clearly liked him this past season, but that's the way you got to operate here. Second part of what you heard from DeMeco Ryans there, saying that wide receiver will be a point of emphasis in free agency and in the drafts. I think that's obvious. I hate mock drafts, but a lot of people believe the Texans will be looking at a wide receiver towards the back of the first round. And of course, there are some options that are theoretically available. Cooper Kupp, who is sort of in the same boat as Stephon Diggs, minus the torn ACL, but perhaps, not the same guy that he was 3 years ago, to be specific. And there are other options too. One of them, Garrett Wilson, who I think an ESPN post suggested that the Houston Texans trade for him.
Yeah, they have a bunch of things they can do. I mean, like the idea of Garrett Wilson's awesome. It's fun. We all remember that catch. It was ranked the number 1 catch in the NFL this year against the Texans on Halloween on Thursday Night Football. It'd be awesome to have Garrett Wilson, but when you're talking about 2 first-round picks and paying a guy $25 million a year, probably. Well, but if Jamar Chase is going to get $40 million this offseason, then you might need to pay. Garrett Wilson might be closer to $40 million than $20 million. So it's a huge contract. I'm with where you're at with Cooper Kupp. The Rams would have to eat most of that contract for me to be interested. Like I'm not really. He was barely involved in their offense at all last year, and I think he's going to be more expensive than Stephon Diggs. So if I'm going to take a flyer on someone and view them as my third option at wide receiver, I'd rather hope to get Stephon Diggs for like $4 million than go get Cooper Kupp.
If a Kupp trade happens, the workings will be arranged in the next couple of days with everybody hanging out with each other at the NFL Combine. Drinks will be had. Stories will be exchanged at St. Elmo's Steakhouse, where you can get shrimp in a landlocked state. That's neither here nor there. Wait until after this is done. I don't even approach the Rams about Cooper Kupp. I'm waiting for them to cut him because I think they're going to cut him. I don't understand how the Rams can actually trade Cooper Kupp and incentivize a team to bring him in, considering the last 3 years, he has not been the kind of wide receiver you'd trade anything of note for. So the Rams are giving up Cooper Kupp, probably paying some of his salary for another team, and getting what in return? And it almost makes more sense to keep him because I would assume it would be a 5th, 4th round pick or something like that.
Yeah, like a conditional pick that can become a 4th if he plays a certain
or
amount of
maybe
snaps.
even a 2nd,
Yeah,
right?
And it's like is it really worth it? But it's hard to figure out what the Rams are doing. They're letting Stafford talk to people. They're letting Cooper Kupp talk to people to find new homes for these guys. So clearly, like they're gonna go into a reset. So if the price is right, like if it's a 6th round pick and they're eating most of the salary, yeah, I'm in on Cooper Kupp. But even though the production's down, like it's hard for me to think that Stephon Diggs was traded for a 2nd round pick last year, and Cooper Kupp's not going to be close to that in the offseason. So, and I don't want to give up a 2nd round pick again for a wide receiver, an aging wide receiver. Like you have other positions of need versus an old guy. When I'd rather him hit free agency. Or you look at what happened in the regular season. We saw 3-4 wide receivers get traded. Amari Cooper, he didn't do much for the Bills, but he went for a 5th round pick. And we saw those guys get traded midseason for way less than they did in the offseason. So I would just kind of hold firm on the veteran market if it's not Diggs for me.
The only veterans I want are offensive linemen. The young players I want, especially if I can find a receiver at the back of the 1st round or 2nd round or something like that. If they're working with CJ Stroud in an offense that also features Nico Collins and Joe Mixon, they should be able to thrive because there's not going to be a lot of pressure on them. Now, of course, you got to actually nail the pick. You don't want to bring in somebody who ends up sucking, and sometimes wide receivers that you draft do that. But I'd rather attack wide receiver in the draft. Offensive line, that's what I'm willing to trade for. That's what I'm willing to sign in free agency.
Yeah, I for me, for wide receiver, I want to do a mixed bag. I think you need 2 guys. D'Amico, apparently, when he was asked about a timetable for Tank Dell's return, his quote today was, "He'll be back in due time." I don't know what that means. Next season?
In due time.
In due time? How long is
Real
due
ones
time?
know.
How long is due time?
In Time's a great song by Robbie Robb that they played in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. More you know.
You say you have no music knowledge, and then you drop all these songs that I've never heard.
But
before.
it's and nothing. I can't. Can I say that word? Everyone claims that they have it on TikTok now. I don't think they actually do it. But let's just say it's The Accountant starring Ben Affleck.
Oh, okay.
Where it's some version of the word "a" to describe it. It's very random niche music.
Spectrum-like activities.
Thank you so much, Sean. Yeah, you cleaned it up. What? What are you guys laughing
Almost
about?
mispronounced my name.
I know. I don't know why. I said show. Combine Joe and Sean.
Thanks.
Who's the narcissist of this program?
Well, I don't want to be called Show. It's a terrible nickname.
Yeah.
So
Show?
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I don't,
That's like that's a running back and forth. Will he call himself Show? That's that if you're a flagship person, that's one of the fun topics to keep up on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You know, the drama.
Is that what we need? What are we gonna call you? Paulie G?
Ooh, yeah. Want to do that? Want to just do a bit and then I frost my tips too because I'm in denial. I'm in a midlife crisis.
Is he the PG train this week?
Ooh.
Ooh.
Woo woo.
Are you gonna come back? Are you gonna come back from vacation with frosted tips?
Maybe.
Puka shell necklace.
The puka shell necklace is something I should have already gotten back.
Spray tan.
I'll never get a spray tan.
No,
I'll never get a spray tan.
That's I think that's a good thing.
Well, let's see. First off, let's see if I survive vacation because I'm literally just doing a bunch of rodeo stuff. Okay, just rodeo stuff.
Like you
Rodeo stuff.
like ride a bull.
No comment.
Okay.
No comment. Mud busting. No comment. Okay, you just have to tune in to find out. Gallant George, he's Joe and Paul Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. How are you feeling about the Texans wide receiver situation, which you just heard D'Amico Ryans weigh in on? Are the Texans good enough for another all-in move? We will answer that question on the other side. Stay put. Are the Texans good enough for another all-in move? No, we're not talking about an all-out move like that BS clickbait article from Newsweek suggested the Texans could be on the verge of doing. Relocation. If you saw that article, read it. It is just the exact same article that Joe and I discussed about potential Texans getting a new stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just that article, and at the very end, there's a passage in it, and the passage in it is a load of absolute nothing, and it drives me crazy that people get employed to write this stuff. Quote, it would appear that instead of asking taxpayers to cover the massive costs in terms of renovations, the Texans might choose to spend that $1.4 billion on a brand new state-of-the-art stadium and a brand new location. The title of this article read, Texans Considering Relocation. And it says, it would appear the Texans might choose to spend billions on a brand new location.
Yeah, they're going to relocate, Paul. To downtown or the other side of the street or to a new building. They're going to relocate.
Just drives me crazy that people.
It's a garbage article.
Can pass that, and you got the clickbait term that a city that has dealt with a team relocating. You're going to see that, and you're going to get pissed off. I mean, this person knows exactly what they're doing. His name's James Brizuela. His focus is on comics, comic book movies, and video games.
Oh.
But he also has in-depth knowledge of the NFL as a whole, having been a fan over 30 years and covering the sport over the last 6 years. He knows the in and outs of the comics world, too. Okay?
People move. People move in comics.
They relocate.
They move universes in those. So maybe that's what he means.
Anyway, I want to get to the original point. Sorry, that was a tangent that no one honestly probably cares about. But they're not relocating. Don't worry about that, Texans fans. Now, Joe, you asked this question: are the Texans good enough for another all-in move? What do you think about that?
Because this is from Garrett Wilson, that people like the ESPN article that's suggesting that the Texans trade for Garrett Wilson. We're assuming that's going to take at least 2 first-round picks at a minimum.
2 first-round picks for Garrett Wilson?
I would think so. I mean,
I'm out immediately.
Or first and a second at this point. I mean, you're giving up major draft cap.
Still out immediately.
Yeah. Like the idea of I know they don't need a pass rusher, but guys like Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, these big name players are going to be available this offseason. And I was just thinking, does it make sense to trade for anyone of that caliber with where the roster stands currently? Because you need, we think 3 offensive linemen, probably, at least 2 offensive linemen. You need 2 wide receivers. You have questions at safety because of health and age. You've got questions at the interior defensive line because of guys that are free agent. There's just there's a lot of holes on this roster. And the Texans went all in last year. And what did it get them? It got to the same exact place they were the year before. They won the division and they won 1 playoff game.
A slightly more respectable exit.
Yeah. And that's all got you. So does it make sense to trade a bunch of draft capital right now when you need young players, when you've also gone all in already with your cap space? And yes, they can maneuver stuff and they can open up room, but they've put themselves in a position with way less flexibility than if they were more patient. So my answer is no. I don't think they're in position to go all in this offseason on a star player, because I don't think it just fixes enough of their problems. Even if you're trading for, a great right guard, maybe you're not giving up a first, but you still have so many other spots to fill. I just don't think giving up a ton of draft capital, to me, makes the most sense right now.
That's the only thing I would do it for, is an offensive lineman. That's it.
I think it had to be a tackle, right?
Could be a tackle. If you're giving up that much, it better be a tackle. But if you're making a trade, it's to address the part of your team that needs the most help, that is very unlikely to get that help year 1 in the draft. And offensive linemen are generally just behind schedule. No matter what, they're probably going to struggle their rookie year. The offseason has made it very difficult for an offensive lineman to come in and succeed right away. And college schemes have also gone in a direction away from making lives difficult for offensive linemen, actually putting them through situations that they're going to be tasked with in the NFL. That doesn't really happen in college anymore, with everything being as spread out as it is. So these guys are coming in, and I mean, if they end up being good, great. It's very unlikely, though, that you're going to get the immediate returns from an offensive lineman, where if you trade for somebody who's established, you theoretically can get that. The problem is the only players who are probably going to be traded by the respective teams on the offensive line are guys that team is not 100% sold on, whether it's giving them another contract or the idea that they are worthy of a big-time contract at the end of their rookie deal.
Yeah, it's almost like you'd be acquiring another team's version of Titus Howard to add to this team. Where, yeah, the Texans could look into trading him because no one's sold if he's a left guard, if he's a right tackle, if he's a future member of this team. You probably don't love his salary with where it's at right now with the production that you've got in return. So, like, are you going to go all in for a guy like that? No, because very rarely are guys like Laramie Tunsil available on the trade market. Like when teams don't typically do that.
I mean, that's how Bill O'Brien got him, was by trading 2 first-round picks. It was so unprecedented to trade 2 first-round picks for a tackle that at the time was maybe top 5.
Yeah.
I mean, he was definitely one of the best tackles in the league, but I think it was debatable that he was that high up. 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, and that's why if it's 1 first-round pick, because I wouldn't describe that as like an all-in move, trading a first for a really good offensive lineman or a wide receiver, if that's the path that you really want to go down. If you're going to move on from the 25th pick in the draft, like, that's fine for me. But to invest a ton of draft capital, so more than a first, whether it's a first and a second or 2 firsts into your roster, which is where they stand right now, I just think they need to slow down a little bit from where they were last offseason. Where last year they really thought they were in a position to win, and then they just didn't do it. So I think you just got to develop a little bit instead of just push it all in again. Or you do what the Rams did and just say F them picks. Just trade all of it. Because if you're going to do it, you might as well go all the way in.
But you don't want to go all in.
No, I don't. No, I think they need to build through the draft. I just don't think they're ready to win right now. So I think trading a bunch of draft capital instead of getting good young players is a mistake. I'd rather have that 2nd round pick back than what you got from Stephon Diggs last year.
Yeah, this team is not like 1 move away, or even like 1 offseason of moves away, I think, to being a Super Bowl good, to looking at the Eagles and being like, we can beat the Eagles. I think they're just a little bit farther than that, just with the tools that they have at their disposal to fix these things. If it was just the wide receiver room looking how it looks and you felt awesome about your offensive line, that'd be one thing. If it was just the offensive line looking how it looks and you feel awesome about your receiver room, that would be one thing. The fact you have both these huge issues to address, that's before getting into like so Dalton Schultz, we're just run that back at tight end, hoping that Cade Stover maybe supplants him. It's a lot of hoping that you develop these guys, hoping that Hutchinson or Mechie step up, like we've been talking about for 2 years. Like, you're hoping for these things, and with the holes you have on offensive line, you're going to have to draft a guy, and like Paul said, you're going to have to hope he's good, or you're going to have to accept that it might be more than a 1-year project to get him to being a good offensive guard or center or wherever you're going to put him. So I just think that you can't think of 1-year move. You have to think of, I mean, your quarterbacks just finished year 2. Like, you have a longer runway to this thing.
With the offensive line and the receivers and even the tight end room as it is, yeah, you're probably right in that. You might even be taking a little bit of a step back this coming season to give yourself the leeway to have the most flexibility over the course of the next few years. I know that Derek Stingley's likely extension that would come this offseason could help and give you a little extra space to do something crazy, but the offensive line is going to take enough of a reset, I think, where, yeah, the all-in move is not going to be the difference. And maybe one of the benefits of this past offseason is that you did all of these moves, and while you were better, you weren't better to the degree that you were going on a serious playoff run. Now, maybe a deeper playoff run is as simple as just a little bit of luck where, I don't know, oh no, Patrick Mahomes is out for the year or something like that. Like, I do think that could theoretically be just as much of an obstacle that's been in your way over the last couple of years. And I think now you do wonder, okay, how did the Chiefs handle this hangover after getting their absolute skulls beaten in after going for a 3-peat? Like, they got to be worn out, or it's natural human nature to take that final step back that we've been waiting for them to take for a while.
Yeah, it could be Chiefs kind of fall back to you a little bit. Could be Ravens or Bills fall back to you a little bit, and all of a sudden now you're feeling better. And there's also the upgrade or what the Texans hope and what they're going to tell you is an upgrade at offensive coordinator. Maybe that's the now things are just going to click better. Like this group will just click better now that they're in the Nick Haley offense as opposed to the Bobby Slowick offense.
You hope that, but that does go back to you are hoping that Bobby Slowick was Chris Broussarded. You are hoping that Bobby Slowick is the biggest idiot that's ever set foot into a locker room, and that Chris Strausser, offensive line coach, is the biggest idiot that's been an offensive line coach ever. That is asking a lot because there have been a lot of dumb coaches over the course of the NFL's history.
Yeah, you're trying to go from Silas to Udoka. Like that's basically you're looking for the offensive coordinator equivalent of going from this guy's one of the worst in the league to going to one of the best in the league.
Yeah, and if CJ Stroud is going to be the quarterback that going into last year that we thought he was, that's why I don't think you need to trade for Garrett Wilson. Like he should be able to bring in a rookie wide receiver and have the player have an impact. Like we see rookie wide receivers be excelling all over the place. Like if you draft Emeka Egbuka from Ohio State and reunite them together, like then that should be enough for CJ Stroud. If he's the quarterback that he wants to be, that we thought maybe he was going to be, then like he should be able to elevate the talent. The priority is to be fixing the offensive line because he can't fix all that. But he should be a good enough quarterback where like he can elevate the wide receiver room enough.
Yeah, it doesn't even need to be the guy from Ohio State. It should be anyone. It should literally be anyone. It should be a third-round receiver.
Herbert.
What about Gronk?
Yes, that's what I was about to get to. Because Denver Sports 104.3 had this today from someone named Cecil Lammy, who is a digital talent for denversports.com covering the Broncos. Per sources, Rob Gronkowski wants to return to the NFL, and the Broncos are expected to be in the mix. Nick Caserio, it is time to put on your throwback Pat Patriot 87 Rob Gronkowski jersey and start schmoozing, talking about that Patriots success and how the Patriots, with Nick Haley, former Patriots tight end coach,
there we go.
Are back.
That's the connection.
They're just in Houston now.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
We see it in the transfer portal all the time.
Will it work? Don't know. Do I care? No. Rob Gronkowski, Houston Texan? Yes. Sound bites galore.
Nick Caserio also can show Rob Gronkowski that Tom Brady had lunch with CJ Stroud that one time, and Tom Brady seemed to take a keen liking to Mr. Stroud.
I would love.
Does he see his possible successor like Jesus saw Peter? I don't know. Just asking the question.
He's just like, Gronk, help him get there. Lead the way.
You have to lead the way when I'm gone. For those who need to see football greatness.
The idea of Rob Gronkowski coming out of retirement right now is so funny. Hasn't it been 2 years since he played last?
I think he sees that Travis Kelce doesn't have that dog in him anymore, and now he just has to play the amount of years that Travis Kelce's played since Gronk's played. And I think that'd probably be like 3 seasons or so.
I think he's been out 2, because didn't he retire the year before Brady retired?
No, I thought he retired with Brady.
Gronk retired in 2022.
Okay.
So a year before Brady.
A year? Okay.
And he also retired 1 year in between. No, he was on the first Bucks team, right?
Yes.
No, but he retired. He missed 19.
Yeah, he missed the year with the Patriots.
Gronk played 2010 to 2018, 2020 to 2021.
Okay, so
he's been out for 4 years then.
Yeah,
and then that 1 year in between.
He took a 1 year off.
He's got to rest his body a little bit. He's good to go.
He was beat up by the end.
Yeah. Bring him back. If Gronk wants to play football, Gronk can play football.
I will say
it's the year of the comebacks for the old guys. Gronk, JJ, they're all coming back.
They are all coming back.
Is Tom coming back next? Tom Brady, future quarterback of the Jets? I don't know.
Probably the Raiders.
Yeah.
I'd love to see this happen.
How fast would you buy a Rob Gronkowski Texans jersey?
Right away. Here's the thing. I don't.
I feel like that's the jersey for you to get.
I
Like
think
if you're ever going to get a jersey,
he has to make it to week 1. We can't have a Tebow situation, a Jags Tebow situation.
Right. But here's the thing. I think as an offensive lineman, I say as an offensive lineman, but as a blocker, like Gronk was always one of the best blocking tight ends ever. So
that's what I was thinking, because he's obviously going to be a part-time player.
Right.
Like,
he's not going to be the guy he used to be if you
Yeah.
bring him in.
And
He's-
I think him in like a 2 tight end set being the guy you run behind, like, I don't know, maybe.
if he
Better
still,
than Schultz.
if he still has it, I mean, he still has it. Yes, exactly. I mean, because the other thing is, I mean, you're hoping Brevin Jordan's going to be healthy again this coming season, and that's certainly not a lock that he'll be the guy that he was before he suffered whatever injury it was that kept him out pretty much all of last year. I forget what injury he
It
suffered.
was a knee injury, right?
Tears ACL?
I think it was an ACL.
I forget. I just remember he was gone and didn't think it would be that big of a deal, but it ended up being a pretty big one. Honestly, if they had a tight end capable of blocking all year long, because Schultz ain't,
or catching,
and Cade Stover ain't. Yeah, Schultz's hands. Yikes! It was that Schultz contract is probably the worst contract of the Nick Caserio era.
Yes, I think so.
I mean, maybe you say the same thing with Shaq Mason, giving him the extension, but at least Mason had one decent season before
Kenyon
this past
Green's,
year.
Rookie deal.
Yeah, just drafting
just,
Kenyon Green as a
just
whole.
hit him on his rookie contract.
I mean, those
For
are
sure.
those are your top 3 misses for the Casero era.
Green,
Shaq, and
then Schultz the second
Yeah,
contract.
because the first Schultz was fine. Like,
Yeah, I agree. Those are the big 3 misses.
You know who else is fine? Our beloved Cougs.
they are.
Big win last night. We do have to mention it at least once an hour. I want everyone
Our
to
beloved Cougs.
I want everyone to bask in the glory of this one. Bask in the glory. Rower. You see somebody out there who's wearing some Cougs gear?
Mhm.
Throw up a little Shasta. Throw up a little Shasta. Roll down your windows. Play a little Womp Womp in the background. Right? Like the greatest song that has ever been heard on a college campus. Little Womp Womp. COUGARS. It's the mother loving Cougars, except for the words aren't mother loving.
This is what we can say on the air.
I wonder what they tried to teach the kids at College Game Day on national TV. What's the alternative version? What's the clean version?
Did they do the clean version on game day?
They must have had to.
No.
They must have had to.
No, you let it fly.
Well, they don't let them do neck for an LSU College Game Day game.
That's true.
I'm sure that the people for the Cougs that were in charge of setting up game day were pleading with the students, please do the PG one. Talking about them Cougars. Thank you, Junior Broncos.
It just would have been, how much I drank that day if I was going to listen or not.
I would not have listened.
It's at 7 in the morning.
I would not have listened no matter what.
It's 7 in the morning. I mean, I imagine that the
Fireball at 6 a.m.
The campus kids that showed up there that maybe are in frats or something like that, they might have shown up, libated, if you will. But I am curious to know if everyone behaved. What made it to TV, because College Game Day is, I believe, pre-recorded. What made it to TV versus what actually could have gotten on TV? I wonder how ESPN played with the audio on that.
I mean, yeah, because it's not the same as, obviously the football version of College Game Day, because Cougs fans know you can swear on that one.
Yeah.
Because
If
Lee
anyone
Corso
can.
did it.
Right, but he gets carte blanche. Because they're like, well, Lee's still with us and we're happy.
Well, it
We're
was
just
like
happy
10 years.
about
It was
that.
like 10, 15 years ago whenever he
when he said F it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That had to be at least a decade
Oh my
ago.
God. I was going to say, I don't think it was that far ago, because I think it was like Tom Herman era. Tom Herman era was about a decade ago at this point. So yeah, I think they had to been for the like Herman Louisville game or something like that, right?
That sounds right.
Yes. No, it was SMU. That's who they played.
Oh, Southern Mansion?
Yeah.
Wow.
This looks like 12 years ago.
12 years.
Oh, I miss Lee Corso being that Lee Corso.
Yeah. The new
You're still
version's-
on it.
What are you doing, you little midget? That's probably my favorite one. Paul, that's demeaning. Yeah, but it's just when Lee Corso says it, it's not demeaning.
Yeah, but if Lee says it, then it's just like, it's okay.
It's just Lee being Lee.
It's just the old guy at the dinner table, for family dinner.
It is funny how there's only a few people on TV that are allowed to say whatever they want. And it's basically in the sports world, Charles Barkley and Lee Corso.
I put McAfee in there at this point.
Yeah, I think McAfee's up there too.
Because he's
fair.
letting it fly on game day
Mm-hmm.
and making Nick Saban uncomfortable.
That was basically game day at Tech. I mean, for a Monday, that's about as rowdy as you're going to see a college basketball crowd get. And to see the Cougars go on the road and win like that was very cool to see. Congratulations to all the Cougs out there. I'm a bandwagon Coug, maybe the greatest Coug fan, despite being a bandwagon Coug, because I chose it by choice. I didn't, go to the university. This wasn't a financial transaction. This is me following the strong, as I want to do. But this is a really impressive thing that they were able to accomplish. 2 Big 12 titles, your first 2 years. Again, this doesn't happen. The programs won 2 regular season titles to open up their tenure in said conference since 1923. It's over 100 years.
Yeah, and it's not even the same.
There's Idaho and the PCC, which I'm guessing was the Pacific Coast Conference.
Yeah, it had to be. But like that's why you look at what the Cougs are doing, like of all the realignment that's happened, they've probably been the most successful team of anyone that's moved to a new conference. Maybe Texas in football.
Yeah, but Texas has had a pretty good start to the SEC, but they do not necessarily have anything to show for it.
Yeah, they didn't win the conference.
Right.
Because Oregon didn't win the conference.
Oregon did win.
Oregon did win the conference, but this was year 1, right?
Yes.
So like they have another year to go. They have to win it again next year.
It's them in Oregon.
Yeah,
they're the college basketball version of it, and Oregon's the college football version.
Yeah,
of it.
I think it's not even really a close competition to anyone else. I would imagine
SMU, in the ACC.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
Big time ACC champs.
Texas, didn't they win the baseball conference last year? Didn't they win baseball last year?
No, but they won.
They were in the Big 12 last year.
Oh, that's right.
They won the Jim Schlossnagle Invitational.
Well, because U of H and the Big 12 expanded early.
That's right.
In response, and so they're like 1 year of.
And Texas ran because they were scared.
Yep.
Yeah,
they saw the Cougs coming and they said, "See ya."
Yeah, they're like, "Peace."
We can't win a basketball anyways, but now we definitely can't win.
Yeah, actually, they're pretty good in the Big 12.
Because they never won a conference twice.
That is true.
So not that good.
I mean, I was thinking more after Chris Beard got hired.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But what about Shasta Smart?
Shaka Smart stunk, and I was anti Shaka Smart very early.
Call him Shasta Smart because I had Shasta on the brain.
You did. I was just gonna. I thought you were making some crack,
no,
a little Paul Gallant jokey over there.
Sometimes those jokies
Paul.
are accidental, and that one was accidental.
No,
that's pretty good. I like how you kept in the no at the end of that drop. It's pretty good. All right, Cougs are Big 12 champs after their win over Texas Tech last night. You want to gloat? You can. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, the 10-minute drill. It's very funny to see the Eagles scramble in the wake of the rumors that they would not go to the White House. And plus, the NFL Combine is underway. We heard from D'Amico Ryans. And what's going on at the quarterback position across the league? Stay put. You'll find out. Yes, football. It's a sport. But sometimes sports intersect with the little thing that we like to call politics. And it was very funny yesterday after we talked in the 10-minute drill about a report that the Eagles would refuse the invitation to the White House after winning the Super Bowl. At 4:45 p.m., both Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport tweeted out the exact same thing, which means it was very likely a coordinated effort to do damage control for the Philadelphia Eagles, who looked like a bunch of raging libs. Adam Schefter tweeted this: "To those wondering, Eagles sources say the team is planning on visiting the White House this offseason and looks forward to receiving its invitation." Ian Rappaport wrote, "The Eagles would be honored to visit the White House, team sources say after conversations today. It's one of the aspects of winning they are excited about and look forward to receiving the invitation." They both wrote the exact same thing at the exact same time and posted it at the exact same time.
So they get a group chat.
Yes.
From someone from the Eagles.
Or perhaps individually sourced messages, Joe, to each of them, and they were very quick with the thumbs. And next thing you know, hey, the Eagles would love to go to the White House. They're not libs.
There's no way. It's fully coordinated. For them to be posted at the exact same time, unless they're both just like they type the same speed. It's so coordinated.
I get a kick out of the brazen nature with which these billionaires are licking the boot of the new man in office.
Yeah.
And I suppose had things gone the other way, they'd be doing the same thing because these people don't actually believe in anything. But it is funny. The Eagles did not, during this climate, want to look like they are refusing a White House visit when they've already refused a White House visit in 2018.
Yeah, and we're still not even sure they're going to go. Like, I know these reports say they're looking forward to the invitation, but now, like, I'll believe it when I see it, I guess. Again, I don't really care that much. I think the response, though, that you have your two most high-profile reporters having to tweet this story at the exact same time to diffuse this, I guess. I don't know, like.
But also, like, was the report from yesterday, was that, like, wrong? Or did they,
change
in 24 hours, catch so much heat from all the conservative Philly fans being like, I quit this team 2 weeks after they won the Super Bowl?
I wonder how many actually said that. I mean, it might have all been because John Rocker said, like, you're going to have to be called the Philadelphia Pigeons going forward. I'm John Rocker.
You know what? It probably was. Did they mention John Rocker in the press release? I mean, the report by Schefter and Rappaport?
They did not.
He's a needle mover. Whatever he says goes. He wants to fight people. I guess he can't fight everyone because the Mahomes are soft. They won't let Patrick Mahomes Sr. fight him, which they should have.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, there you go, guys. The Eagles will be going to the White House, and they felt the need to use the Bobos themselves of the NFL media, Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport, to circulate this news so that their reputations would not be harmed. NFL Combine's underway. The Tennessee Titans have the #1 pick. They've already fielded calls about it, but at the same time, Brian Callahan, the Titans head coach, believes that Travis Hunter can easily be a wide receiver and cornerback. Seems like cornerback is where he will be working out at the Combine with players of that position.
And I think he's going to do some receiver stuff for the Combine too now. I think he's a corner in the NFL. But I think it depends on who drafts him, honestly, like how they want to use him. But I'll put him at corner and just like let him play some wide receiver. But I also feel like we're at the point now where I watched a lot of Colorado play. I feel like we've overrated him.
Damn.
Yeah. They're
NFL scout Joe George here.
They want to use that G word, Paul.
What's that?
Generational. Because he plays a lot. Because he plays a lot of snaps.
It is generational.
Yeah. No one's done that before.
I mean, we haven't seen this in a while, so I think it's fair to call it generational.
But their talent, they're saying, is generational.
Because he's really good at both positions. I mean, I don't think Desmond Howard was doing this much on the offensive side of the ball.
No, but I just
and Charles Woodson, when Charles Woodson won the Heisman, same thing. Like, they were all over the place, but
they used Charles Woodson the way that we're talking about using Travis Hunter in the NFL, where it was like he played some wide receiver, but he was a cornerback. Like Travis Hunter just was a full-time at both positions.
And but people are just talking about he's going to be top 5 on both positions, like a corner and receiver.
I mean, he won the wide receiver award and the best defensive player award.
I know. But I don't see it in the NFL translating the same.
At which?
Probably wide receiver.
Okay.
We'll see. I mean, I think Derek Stingley would be a good wide receiver. I think Derek Stingley would have been an interesting case study to see if there are other guys who can play both corner and wide receiver. And get this, if the Texans feel like they are hamstrung as far as talent at wide receiver, why not use Derek Stingley occasionally at that position?
I'd be for it. It'd be fun. See what he can do out there. A little reverse action. I mean, they need wide receivers, so let him play both ways.
Quarterback changes. We got some updates on that at the NFL Combine. Kirk Cousins is officially the backup moving forward in Atlanta. That's not surprising, given what we saw from Michael Penix when he stepped in Atlanta at the end of last year. The Steelers say all options are on the table for quarterback. I guess Trevor Lawrence never actually won. There were some rumors about him potentially getting sniffed by the Steelers a few weeks back. And the Giants say they will look under every rock for a quarterback.
Does the Kirk Cousins one surprise you that they're not just going to try to find any way to get out of that deal? I know they'd have a ton of dead cap space, but I feel like someone would be desperate enough to give up something for him.
I mean, they can still do that and say he's going to be their backup.
That's true.
They can say, we plan on taking him to we want to have him as our backup. And then someone's like, here's a 3rd-round pick. They're like, sold.
Yeah. Yeah. You get a 3rd for Kirk Cousins. That's a huge
we can
win.
find another backup quarterback.
That would be good.
You get a 3rd for Kirk Cousins. Feels like great after the way he played at the end of the year.
Yeah.
He was terrible.
Yeah. He looks like he should be a backup. He's got that job stink on him.
That's what I was thinking. That's a little bit of what it felt like, where he just like fell off a cliff immediately.
You have an injury like that, whether it's the Liz Frank with Schaub or it's the torn Achilles with Cousins, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're up there in age. Good luck coming back.
It's still funny to think he threw for 500 yards in a game this year, though.
Yeah. And then
he went like scorched earth for 1 week, and then that's when all of a sudden he fell off the cliff.
That to me is almost worse. That he did show that he could still be good, bouncing back from the Achilles. And then he had a terrible stretch where it's like, that's where it becomes shabby, because it's like, ugh, like you might have just lost it, dude. Like,
yeah.
I don't know if it's a confidence thing or what, or maybe there's another injury and that's a different issue of now he has like knock-on injuries because of coming back from the Achilles. It's just no thanks on Kirk Cousins. If I'm a team and I'm looking for a quarterback, I'm not looking for him.
I'd be like, you can stay at Atlanta, buddy.
Not me. You're not coming to my organization.
Lots of people at the NFL Combine are bitching about the tush push. I saw that Raheem Morris, Atlanta Falcons head coach, said this is something that should have been banned years ago. And Sean McDermott said that it's a danger to players across the league.
I just feel like, players' safety and the health and safety of our players has to be at the top of our game, which it is. It's just that play to me has always been the way that the techniques that are used with that play to me have been potentially contrary to the health and safety of the players. And so, again, you have to go back though, in fairness to the injury data on the play. But I just think the optics of it, I'm not in love with.
Is this going to be on Soft Boys tomorrow?
Yeah, but I'm also just confused.
A lot of shoving.
They run the play.
But a lot of shoving going on.
He runs the play. If it's that unsafe, then why do you call it? Like, you're going to talk about player safety? You call the tush push. The Bills run the tush push. So, like, I don't.
They don't do it well.
No, they don't, but they try to do it. But I just don't understand how you can, like, go up there and, like, say, like, he's going to, like, it's a big player safety problem, and then you're going to call it on 4th and inches. That's strange.
Live by the sword, die by the sword?
I guess.
Or just like, hey, it's on this unsafe play. If he dies, he dies. I'm just trying to. I'm Sean McDermott. I'm trying to keep my job here, guys.
Yeah. Although, I mean, he's done a pretty good job. The problem is he just keeps on running into the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And then losing.
I mean, it is the tush push. Like, I don't know. It's a group of people coming together to advance their goal. I think Sean McDermott would really enjoy that because you know what it reminds me of.
Oh my God.
A group of ragtag individuals. Man, almost 25 years ago now.
Oh my God, Sean. Unbelievable. But
I
yeah,
thought Sean McDermott would get behind that.
McDermott stopped. He stopped before he started talking about that. We cut that out.
Every time he talks for more than 10 seconds, I'm like,
you think it's coming?
Here he comes.
I'm just always in the danger zone of what he's going to draw inspiration from.
Just don't be Pearl Harbor. Don't be 9/11. Don't be
anything.
Yeah.
I mean, with the recent plane stuff going all wrong, I mean,
almost
another
happened
one
again
today.
Yeah. Southwest Airlines at Midway almost happened today. Plane was landing. Another plane was crossing the runway. Plane pulled up last second.
Last week, I was driving past the San Antonio airport.
Almost hit you?
No, I mean, there's a plane that was landing and driving past it. You know, when the planes get ready to land, they look really low.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, I was just staring at it. I was like, please do not, please. I do not want to be on the news.
No one does.
Didn't hit me. Landed safely. I also got to my parents' house safely.
That's good. Well, congratulations.
Thank
you made it. We all made it.
A plane didn't fall on me in my car.
That's great.
We are getting closer and closer to Astros opening day, March 27th. And as we continue our countdown, a congratulations is in order for a new Astro who did something big time today. Stick around.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Cougs are de facto, for now, Big 12 regular season champions. How about that? Now, I suppose theoretically they could end up with a share of the Big 12 championship. Say things don't go according to plan the next couple of games, but they have clinched at least a share of it with 3 games left in conference play before they wrap things up. And considering they just beat Iowa State, yes, a Iowa State team that wasn't 100%, and a Texas Tech team last night that, yes, also wasn't 100%. Very, very cool to see them do it. And it does seem like it's going to be very easy for them the rest of the way before we get into Big 12 play, Big 12 tournament play in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, well, if they have to lose out the rest of the way at this point,
and they'd still get a share.
And they still get a share. That's not going to happen. They're not going to lose out. Kelvin Sampson. They're not celebrating, Paul. They're not gonna take their foot off the gas. They're gonna keep going.
No, you can't take your foot off the gas.
Because then you don't go anywhere.
Exactly.
You just gotta slow down.
It's very true. Learned that in Fast and Furious. Also, I learned that by driving a car.
Yeah.
And getting my license in Florida. Let's just say that the graders at the DMVs in the great state of Florida, they're rather generous. Perhaps can't do math, but that's par for the course in this little game that we like to call life, especially here on the Gallant George Show. We can't do math on the fly. So when you ask us how many days it is until the Astros open up the regular season against the New York Mets on March 27th, I'll be honest, couldn't tell you. But I'll give you this countdown and a little bit of bone. $30 days until opening day for your Astros. And today, Joe, we saw something incredible. What we saw was Christian Walker get his first hit as a Houston Astro. Astros, bang! There we go. So that's neato.
I think Paredes did too.
Hell yeah.
Or he at least was on base when Christian Walker got his first hit.
Either way.
So he touched the base, though. That's good.
And some solidarity. One guy gets on the base. The other guy moves the other guy around while he's on the base. Teamwork. Astros already showing incredible team chemistry with these new guys. No Altuve yet. No Jordan yet. No Jeremy Pena yet. They will make their debuts at some point during the week. Altuve will be in left field.
I can't wait to see it. I hope that game's on TV.
I can wait to see it because it's spring training baseball. Today's game was on TV.
I can't wait to see the highlights of Altuve on left field. How about that? That way we don't have to watch the whole game. Just whenever the ball is hit to him.
I need the all 22 tape. Or I guess it would be the all 10 to 14 tape.
Yeah. Or just can we just get a solo camera just on Altuve?
Yeah.
A dual shot.
Mm-hmm.
A game on the right. Like when they used to break in with Aaron Judge during the Cougs football game. Just put the whole game in the corner and put Altuve in left on the big screen.
So their next televised game on the Space City Home Network for spring training, because they're not doing every single one, is Saturday at the hated New York Yankees, who might have beards. Not that kind of
that fast.
That's what?
Did they grow them that fast?
Some people can.
To be well groomed.
We can.
That's true.
We can grow them that fast. So I mean, at least it'll be the perhaps stubble-fied New York Yankees and the Astros. That'll be this coming Saturday. So that's neat. We also have an update. The Astros plan on this year giving lighter workloads to their relievers, specifically Josh Hader and Brian Abreu.
That's interesting. Because I don't really know how you accomplish that if you don't trust anyone else in your bullpen, besides just like treating other guys as sacrificial lambs. Because I mean, last year, like they were overworked so much because they had to be. Like there were so many games where they You needed those 3 guys, including Ryan Presley, to be out there on a nightly basis. It felt like. So they can say they're going to do that. I'll believe that one when I see it.
Dang.
It's hard to predict that.
Are you calling the Astros liars?
I'm just saying you can't guarantee. I mean,
our Astros, our beloved Astros, would lie to us?
Yeah.
That's never happened.
Never. They don't lie.
No, they're always very straightforward and honest with us, whether it's talking about injuries or talking about their negotiations with longtime stars. Always forthcoming as it gets. No sarcasm there at all. Nope.
No, none detected.
Not by me. Lance McCullers update 2025. He threw a 35-pitch bullpen this morning.
All right.
I don't know if that means, Joe, from a mound or from flat surface.
I think he's on a mound.
Let's go.
Velocity.
I think. Yes.
Well, maybe not, because now I see a video from yesterday. Oh, he's on a mound. Okay.
He's on a mound.
Yeah,
but is he on the mound?
No, it's a wood plank.
A wooden plank.
Yeah, so it's not like a mound. It's not dirt.
Gotcha.
It looks like in this video, at least.
His velocity is 89 to 91 miles per hour, and he is expected to throw his first live batting practice this weekend.
You believe yet? Are you ready to buy into Lance McCullers being back yet?
No.
No.
Someday.
I think even after his first game back, I'll want to wait until like the next game to see what happens, to make sure he doesn't get hurt in between starts.
Yeah.
Like until he does like back-to-back starts. I'm like,
let's make sure he doesn't get injured opening a water bottle. You know, there's enough elbow
it was the
movements.
champagne bottle.
But if you twist open a plastic bottle, Joe, you could injure yourself very easily. You know, think about the wrist movements, the elbow motions, the tendons, the arm bones connected to the elbow bone.
That's true.
The elbow bone's connected to the shoulder bone. The shoulder bone's connected to the neck bone.
Yep.
Now hear the word of the Lord. You
Those
know,
are all the bones.
Them bones, them bones.
Them bones.
That's a song. I'm not kidding. That's from like Bible study that I somehow remember from 1994 Lutheran Nursery School. Again, and I'm sorry for everybody that I brought that up.
I think he'll be okay opening a water bottle.
I don't know.
No.
You have people on the staff that can open that water bottle for him.
Now, like if he had to like open like a pickle jar or like a salsa jar, like now I'm concerned.
Get some hot water on the top of it to make sure that is expanded as much as possibly can. Yes, Lance McCullers at home.
Injury risk.
Mrs. McCullers, please make sure that Lance is not opening any jars, that he's being very, very careful with his hands. Needs some help out there.
Yeah, everyone else got to do the work. He doesn't touch anything besides a baseball. Doesn't drive his own car. Don't let him do anything. Can't make his own coffee.
No, I think that's true. Yeah. He can't make his own coffee.
Well, he's got to like hold the coffee, right?
Yeah, if you're using beans and you put it in a grinder,
you
know, there's a lot of pressure that you have to put on the top of the grinder to make sure
it grinds.
That all the now I'm assuming that he has the fancy $7,000 coffee machine in his home.
Oh yeah,
I'd like to think that at least, but maybe he doesn't. I don't know.
I think it could be old school. You think?
Oh, he uses a French press.
Yeah, he seems like a French press guy.
No,
I'm sure just he uses whatever Maven uses. Just gets one at his house.
He probably has a Maven machine at his house.
Yeah.
Yes, I would assume that Lance McCullers has a $10,000 coffee machine at his house. He likes coffee, and
he's made $50 million a year the last 3 years.
That's true.
You got to spend it on something.
If I made that kind of money, I would 100% have one of these in my home.
Would you just have like a barista in your house too?
No, I would. No. But I would figure it out. But literally, the top of my list is like a $10,000 coffee machine in my house.
That's like if you made $50 million, that's the first thing you buy.
Yes, not love.
I do know you
Not
love
a house.
You
Not
love
a house.
coffee, so like it does make sense.
A coffee machine,
and you just use it once at the start of the day, and you just drink from that same pot for the rest of the day, right?
Rest of the week, sometimes.
But I feel like if you're gonna spend that much money on a coffee machine, Paul, like you have to make fresh coffee more often. You'd have to change your habits.
No.
It's still good.
You can't waste anything. There's sober children who have never known the taste of caffeine, the effects of caffeine in Utah. Okay. And I will always make sure that I'm not wasting valuable caffeine rocket fuel.
Yeah.
Even if it's been out for a week in the Gal Media lunchroom studio. People think that's gross.
How far is too far? 2 weeks? It's there for like we go on Christmas vacation.
If I don't know,
you come back.
If I don't know, I'm not going to ask.
It's a don't ask, don't tell policy.
It's truly don't ask, don't tell with the coffee.
Good to know.
Probably would be pretty gross after 2 weeks. I'll admit that. There's
Probably
probably
it's gross after a week. I give you like 24 hours, but
well, yeah, 24 hours is fine. A week, probably not great.
I mean,
2 weeks, okay. That's probably where we draw the line. But I'm assuming that no one's going to leave out a coffee pot over 2 weeks over Christmas break.
I mean, if it's Christmas break, there's literally no one in this building basically half the time.
That's true. Anyway, guys, we're getting closer and closer. We have a big Astros question that Joe will ask in the final hour of the show. Is there another trade the Astros could make that would be splash-esque, but maybe wouldn't involve Nolan Avocado? So that's on the table. Your Cougs are Big 12 regular season, at least co-champions after a big win over Texas Tech last night. If you want to celebrate that one. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stay put. Big 12 champs. Big 12 champs. Big 12 champs. With me now. Big 12 champs. Big 12 champs. Big 12 champs.
Big 12 champ.
Want to just do this for 9 minutes?
Yeah.
That would be really funny.
Just loop it, Sean.
Radio station goes viral for saying Big 12 champs for 12 straight minutes. Symbolic, no? Big win for the Cougs last night, 69-61 in Lubbock over Texas Tech in front of a hostile crowd of tortilla tossing battery chuckers.
What were the tortillas last night?
That might just be a college football thing.
Oh, okay.
But they should make it a part of the college basketball things.
Yeah, but I think it's more of an injury risk in college basketball. I feel like you could more easily slip on a tortilla.
Oh, yeah.
Like slip on a tortilla.
A tortilla to the face.
Yeah, because you can throw it and you can like hit someone on the court with it. Where in football, like just from where you're sitting, you can't really hit anybody with
If they do, they got pads on.
And they have pads.
Yeah, the helmet would protect them. But yes, theoretically, a guy could be running down the court
and just slip on a tortilla.
A wooden basketball court. And yeah, they slip on the tortilla. You play that sound effect in the background. Slips, falls on their ass. Back of their head hits the court. Brain spillage all over the place. Or theoretically, it could also just hit them right in the face. And, you know, basketball players in 2025, unless they're on the Cougs, might be soft, flop, try to draw a call. Might get a call, honestly.
Oh, I feel like if you get hit in the face with a tortilla, like...
Is that a technical foul?
Yeah, I think so on the fans.
Flagrant 2 on
it's
the
like when you
fans?
throw stuff on the court, like they at least stop the game.
Yeah, but we learned from Texas that if you throw things on the court, things get overturned.
Texas is fine. Texas,
yeah.
It's
Joe,
SEC bias.
Joe, there might be a different set of rules that some teams play with.
It's true.
There you go. There you go.
HTX Hobo Girl says it's only for football. So
that makes sense.
I mean, yeah, I get it.
Because it would be the tip, because they do it at the kickoff. So they would tip it off. You throw your tortillas, the game immediately has to stop. Like in football, there is a stoppage naturally in between the kickoff and the first play. In basketball, it just kind of starts. The game just starts. So
during a TV timeout, it should be acceptable.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that'd be fine. There's also...
They threw stuff on the court when Texas played last time. They throw stuff on the court there.
This was a nice win. No doubt about it. Not a nice. This was a great win for the Cougs, even with Texas Tech down a couple of guys. I do think it is worth mentioning after the game that even though the Cougs saw all those T-shirts, that clearly Texas Tech, they didn't hand out. This is probably some student who put together some T-shirts very quickly and was selling them outside the stadium. An entrepreneur, Red Raider. Shout out to that person. I hope they made a nice little cut from that. But after the game, I thought it was noteworthy that the Cougs players were very respectful and that Kelvin Sampson also was very deferential to Texas Tech. And it's clear, I think, that they look at the Red Raiders as a potential obstacle in the Big 12 tournament, if not in the actual NCAA tournament. But it was funny to see that after seeing those T-shirts that were being worn by Tech fans throughout the arena with the title, Toughest Team Wins, that's the caption, and a picture of Grant McCasland and JT Toppin after they were both ejected from that Cougs Tech game at the beginning of February. Somehow that got into the Cougs locker room. They saw that, and it was noted. The disrespect was noted.
What if Texas Tech wrote it there themselves? Just like before the game, just as a message. Toughest team wins.
I don't think they did that, but if they had, that would have been a very poor choice.
But I like the little clap back. You got to have that sometimes. You can't, like, if they're going to say the toughest team wins and then you win, then you get to say it back. It was a fun game last night. It looked like a great environment. And yeah, there was players missing, like you said, from the last two Cougs wins. It doesn't matter. Like they proved again last night to me that they have the roster to make a deep run this year.
Think about it from this perspective, too. You just beat two top 10 teams 2 days apart. One of them was on the road. I mean, that's a more difficult test than the NCAA tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, you're going to be playing in front of a largely neutral crowd. And you're playing one of those games on the road in this situation. What are the odds that you're going to play back-to-back games a day apart, 2 top 10 teams in all the land, not just seeds that we're talking about?
No, you have
very
to,
low. Like this is
yeah.
probably this 2-game stretch that they won both games of, and obviously had some help because neither team was 100%. But that is more difficult than any weekend they'll have in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean the Big 12 tournament will
outside of maybe the Final Four.
The Big 12 tournament will be kind of the same thing, where like you'll play some of the better teams in college basketball in theory towards the back end of it. But like you look at like Joe Lenardi's bracketology right now. He's got Houston versus Montana in the first round, and then playing the winner of Mississippi State and San Diego State. So like while San Diego State's had good programs in the past, and like people want to clamor out the SEC, so like we'll see what Mississippi State would be all about. But yeah, this is the tough stretch for the team, and it's why it's impressive to not just these 2 games, but again, to be at least have some share of the Big 12 title 2 years in a row in a conference that's littered with good basketball teams, even the teams that have down years this year. It's a really talented basketball conference. Like it's totally worth celebrating winning this 2 years in a row.
Yeah, and after the game, the Cougars, specifically Kelvin Sampson and to a degree Emmanuel Sharp. Emmanuel Sharp was excited to win the Big 12. They've been saying Big 12 champs, I guess, as a chant all year long, even after the 4-3 start. And he said, hey, look, we've shown some resilience. We get to celebrate this a little bit. But Kelvin Sampson said, as far as celebrating outside of dancing, we've won a few conference championships. We'll celebrate when the time comes. If you're a Coug fan, celebrate like it's another trip to the Final Four today. Maybe not tomorrow, but today. You get this day. You get carte blanche to talk bleep to anybody. But I like that the Cougs are showing a little bit of perspective here, because while they have been incredibly successful since Kelvin Sampson took over, what they have to show for it is the Final Four appearance, and not necessarily disappointing season ends, but like March has not been kind to them.
I would say disappointing, at least the last like 2 years, because we're all kind of waiting for the Cougs to take the next step, and it's fun to celebrate this stuff. But if it wasn't as challenging as it was to win a conference, like I think we would look at it differently. Their lack of major success, but they're the closest team in Houston to winning a championship. They are really the only team that I feel confident winning one in the next 2 years, even if it's not this year, because of the coach and what he brings to the team. So it would be disappointing if they don't get to at least the Elite 8, I feel like.
Yeah, that's fair. And look, losing to Miami was disappointing a couple of years ago. I think last year with Shed getting hurt.
Yeah, it just ends sour.
Yeah,
more than disappointing.
Because that game, I mean, they still were hanging around despite Shed being out. But when Shed left, did anyone really think that they were going to win? No matter how tough the team was, it was so difficult for them to do anything the rest of that game.
Yeah.
And sadly, Larry and Stafford couldn't come off the bench for Jamal Shed like he said he could have, but he didn't. And we'll never know, I guess, what the Cougs could have done in that game. Yeah. Alas. For those who don't know, a very loud sports radio caller who I believe had a few drinks that night, just given the way he was tweeting.
Mm-hmm.
He said that he would have actually stayed in that game, that Jamal Shed had to leave with a high ankle sprain.
Had he been Jamal Shed, no way he was going to be out of that game.
He thinks that he has the dog in him that Jamal Shed didn't in that moment. And while I have no issue with Larry, I was like, Larry, bro, if you did that, your ankle would have snapped. You're not in the shape that you maybe were when you think you were an athlete.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's the reference that I was just bringing up there.
Speaking of shape, how's football this week?
Our game was canceled last night.
Soft.
Apparently the fields were unplayable, and honestly, as someone who has played on those fields after rain, I don't disagree.
Okay.
Those fields are rough, and Saturday was brutal because for those who don't know, I'm on the poultry auction committee as part of the rodeo. It's my first year in it. I have no idea what I'm doing. Just smiling and being pretty and trying to figure out how to raise money for the kids. I'll post links at some point if you want to help, raise money for scholarships across the Houston area. But we were out there and it was so cold, and the truck was a little bit late getting there, and the rain, it was like 35 degrees and monsooning, like not snow. It was just heavy rain. And so from what I understand, on Saturday all day, we spent the day painting tables. And from what I understand, that all that time we spent painting tables, the tables had to be repainted the next day.
Oh,
real frustrating.
That sucks, dude.
Real frustrating. It was a frustrating weekend. Was supposed to hang out with Woodlands Girl on Saturday. Knew that wasn't going to happen. And I spent the whole day up to that painting tables in the freezing cold rain. So yeah,
I honestly think freezing cold rain is the worst weather.
It's terrible.
Because like,
at least snow, it slows down a little bit. No, this was
you don't get
brutal.
drenched from snow,
right? And I'm lucky that I have this coat that I've been wearing that I hadn't worn in like 10 years that I used to wear at Syracuse when it was cold out. This is this thick coat and it's waterproof. Thank God I had that, but I was the only person who had like something that was legitimately both warm and waterproof. Because some people had warm and some people had waterproof, but no one had both. So I was doing stuff in the rain that they weren't willing to do because I was like, well, I'm the only person that's actually geared up for this. So
Yeah.
I can do this for you. Yeah, it was brutal. Brutal couple of days, Joe. Brutal couple of days.
Doesn't sound great.
Got back on the apps. We're supposed to have a date tonight. That's already been canceled.
That's disappointing.
Bro, you just can't win. You just can't win sometimes.
It's rodeo season though. Is that a good time? Is that a good dating time? Like at the rodeo?
Drop a hey, poultry action.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a good dating.
I don't know,
time.
like take someone to the rodeo. Feels like that's a good date.
I don't know, but people have already slid in the DMs asking about the tickets that I have to cook-off tent, and well, you just want me for my ticket? You just want me for that? That's it? That's all I am? A piece of meat with a ticket?
Well,
That's it?
Hopefully,
the cook-off is the meat.
Yeah.
You think you're better than me?
Hopefully, these ladies that are sliding in the DMs,
No one.
they want more than just the ticket.
Anyway, I'm sorry I go a little bit too long talking to being self-indulgent here, but one of them, the marathon girl, saw me posting about it, and I think she's expecting an invite. Do I invite her is the real question. 713-780-3776 to call in and text in.
I'm not sure. I'm having a hard time keeping
I'm
up.
not either, because every single time I think she's out, she sends a message, and I'm like, okay, I guess you're still interested. I don't really know. All I know is that T-Bone's karaoke on Saturday night. Shout out to my guy Javier, who came up to me after I sang "One Last Breath" by Creed, because I was debating taking my one last breath after the day canceled on Saturday. It happens. It happens. Paul, you're being sarcastic and a little bit dark. Yes, that's how this show goes. Okay. He's Joe and Paul. Sean is behind the glasses. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Coming up next on this fine radio program of ours, guess what, guys? You guessed what's coming up. You guessed it. We're going to have the age-old debate. Now that the Cougs have gone to Lubbock and have emerged conquering heroes, an age-old question must be answered. What's cooler, Lubbock or San Marcos, Texas, as far as partying? We have to answer this question because there's a hilarious story that came out of San Marcos this week. Stick around.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
The Cougs are at least shared Big 12 champs after last night's win over Texas Tech, 69-61. Hell yeah. Go Cougs. Seeing Lubbock, the fine sights of Lubbock on full display last night, that riveting skyline is part of ESPN's slow zoom into the arena where the Red Raiders play. I mean, it was breathtaking.
Mm-hmm.
And I say that very sarcastically because I think anyone who has gone to school in Lubbock, you know exactly what it is. It is a party school because there's nothing else to do.
Yeah.
But I will say this about my Red Raider friends. They are very, very fun people. And I do think that the rubber match coming up in the Big 12 Big 12 tournament, we hope, between the Cougs and Tech ought to be a lot of fun. But Tech's a party school. And Texas State, which is the school that literally changed its effing name because of what a reputation it had. It used to be Southwestern Texas State. Now it's Texas State. They've been dealing with some stuff of late. This is a story from a couple of days ago, courtesy of Fox 4 News in North Texas. People who are at Texas State University from approximately 3 to 7 p.m. on February 14th, 2025, or at a Twin Peaks restaurant from 6 to 10 p.m. on that same day, you may be at risk of developing measles due to exposure. Now,
fun.
We're not talking Raider rash or anything like that. We're talking about something a little more serious. I mean, this is some Oregon Trail stuff. Measles?
Yeah.
What's next? Dysentery? All I know is that San Marcos, it's a fun place and stuff like this can get around. I don't know what the version of the Raider rash would be in San Marcos. Is it the Bobcat blister? I don't know. something that would involve disgusting alliteration like that.
Bobcat boil.
Yeah, Bobcat boil.
That sounds even worse.
Bobcat bumps.
Ooh, yikes. So it's got me wondering, because both these schools have a bit of a reputation. I think it's a fun reputation. There's a reason I have a T-shirt for each of these schools. In solidarity with the fun that's there. What's the better place? What's the more fun place? I would lean towards San Marcos. I would lean towards there because it is close at the very least to civilization. No offense, Lubbock. No offense.
That's kind of where I would lean too, just because Lubbock it just seems not fun to get there.
It's a bitch to get to.
Like if you had to, I can't imagine like taking like my dorm stuff up there and back at the end of a year. That would be terrible.
What is it? A 10-hour drive from here?
Something like that.
And if you fly, I mean, you still got to go an hour to the airport here. Get there a couple hours early.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that it's probably a 2-hour flight to get to Lubbock. And you're probably going to be flying on one of those terrifying airlines that seems to be in hot water all the time these days. You know, we're like landing upside down.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Those 80-person planes are the ones I want no part of.
Well, and that's what the one at Midway today was.
Of course.
It was a Southwest flight coming down, and then it looked like it was like a private jet or a smaller plane not paying attention coming across before the Southwest one had to bump back up. Yeah, I think I'd rather do Texas State than Lubbock. I just couldn't imagine driving that far for school.
It is only an 8-hour, 19-minute drive from right here. I just put it in Google Maps. I put it in the basketball arena for
That's halfway to Chicago.
8-hour drive, 8.5 hours.
Chicago's only 16 hours. I get like
only
Lubbock is 8 hours, like to the middle of nowhere. Like I couldn't imagine. Now I hope my kid never goes to Tech.
Probably be pretty cheap though.
Unfortunately, it's probably not.
Why?
College is expensive everywhere you go. I feel like these days.
Well, I mean, if you go to Texas Tech, you could be a landman, right?
Could be a landman.
That's true.
I know a lot of Red Raiders who are landmen now. And
average cost after aid $17,000.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's great.
Now in 14 years, we'll see what it looks like. But
Hey, we're going in the right direction again.
Hopefully.
I hope.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Okay. If I had to pick between the two, I do think a Tech person just a little more trustworthy than a Texas State person. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Now, it's not like I've had bad experiences with Texas State people. I just think they're crazy. One of my good friends back in the day, now he's settled down, but when he wasn't settled down, this man was an absolute animal.
He's a wild child.
A person I dated who went to Texas State. I was scared of her, but I was so scared of her that I was in love with her. It was one of those situations, you know? One of those situations.
Yeah.
Texas State people scare me in a good way, but sometimes that good way turns bad.
Now, Sean, you're going to know more.
Yes.
Than us.
I know several people that have gone to both of these schools. I've had a good time in San Marcos.
Okay.
I can speak from experience, boots on the ground, from what I remember.
From what you remember.
From what I remember.
That sounds good. That sounds like a positive.
Yes. 2 thumbs up on San Marcos. Also, you have the river that not just goes through the city, but goes through the town. It goes through the freaking campus.
Ooh.
So you can tube.
You can go tubing on campus?
Basically.
What?
Yeah.
That sounds
well, no wonder it's such a party school.
I will say, though, as far as party schools go, I knew probably like 5 people that went to Tech. Well, only 3 of them, I would say, finished. Only 3 of them finished freshman year. So
wow.
So
it might be more dangerous up there.
Yeah, it's I know a lot of Texas State people that finished the job.
From the 936, San Marcos is better. Well, there's measles there now, so you gotta
factor in the Valentine's Day measles.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I also but if you get measles at Twin Peaks on Valentine's Day, I think that's on you.
No,
because even if
you're just looking for love, and maybe you couldn't find love, Joe. Maybe they were like me, single, hopelessly alone.
You can get measles anywhere,
and you just wanted the comfort of a restaurant to, nuzzle your head in to some wings. This texter continues. San Marcos goes to the river. Grins, Austin bars, nightlife. Lubbock is flat, smells like cow poo. Dusty, windy, stale tortillas everywhere. Who's asking which is better? Asks Eric the driver.
They also have those haboobs. Yeah, haboobs. I think that's a sandstorm where it basically just rains mud because there's a sandstorm as it's raining.
In Lubbock?
So, yeah.
Oh, I'm out.
Just mud goes flying. Basically, it rains mud.
That's kind of sick, actually.
That sounds not fun.
What are you gonna play?
It seems like something from Mad Max.
Play some Sandstorm by Eric Prince in the background. Let's have a rager outside in the mud in the mud. The Mudnado. A haboob. What a name.
I think that's
that must have been come out. A Red Raider must have thought that up.
If it's not the name, it is not. Mud Storm.
Well, listen, Lubbock was conquered by the Cougs last night, but shout out to the fine people of Lubbock and the fine people of San Marcos, because it is people from Texas Tech and Texas State who make this state and this city a little bit more fun. We salute you. Real party college goers of genius and measles. If you're in Texas State,
is the University of Houston a party school at all?
It does feel like there are so many different experiences for Cougs, because for some it's a commuter school and some do have the campus experience, but it's a weird campus because it's right in the middle of a city.
Yeah.
So does it really feel like a college? I wouldn't be able to speak to that. I'm sure people who actually went to the campus and stayed on campus would be able to tell you, but I'm sure there's a lot of people that saved a ton of money because they weren't paying for campus housing by going to the University of Houston.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I think
college is a robbery. So, I mean, anyone who commuted, you missed out on probably a little bit more fun, but you're also probably more mature and successful at what you do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it can kind of fall into buckets. Or, if you had to just put it into a bucket where it has to be one, I think it would fall into commuter school bucket more than party school bucket. But like you said, it's in the middle of Houston. You can go to U of H and have a great time.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're just going to Midtown.
Yes.
We're in Lubbock, you're going to a frat house that hasn't been cleaned in probably 10 years.
And college bars are different than the bars here. So.
Yeah.
Most
harder to get into here.
If we put a poll out, I would assume most people are saying right now that this is San Marcos in a landslide, and Paul, you're an idiot for bringing this up. Fine. Okay. I'm Just ask the question. I saw, the Cougs played Texas Tech, and the San Marcos measles epidemic happened. Maybe it brings it down to Lubbock's level just a little bit.
Yeah,
not quite though.
You have to eat at that Twin Peaks if you're choosing San Marcos. You have to risk measles,
as one does.
As one does.
I also loved how it was like if you're on campus from 3 to 7. Like,
I know that's a huge area.
Like you couldn't give me like a building or two.
Was there was a Twin Peaks DoorDash driver roaming around campus, just coughing everywhere?
I'm just assuming it was
class.
That's where he went to date for his date, or where he went for his lady, or maybe she worked at Twin Peaks. That's a gender,
Yeah, that's probably more likely is that it's a server at Twin Peaks, went to class, and spread it around class. Spread around measles. I'm sorry. Spread measles around class.
Okay.
Well, you don't know.
Not Bobcat.
I don't know. I don't know what this. I'm assuming fine young lady.
Guys,
did.
boil's a gross word.
Boil?
Yeah. It's a gross word.
Why is it a gross word?
It just sounds gross.
But I mean, it's just a big, boil.
Yeah, I know, but it's just gross.
It is
a boil. A boil is also known as a furuncle. Want us to call it that, Joe?
No.
It's a painful, pus-filled bump that forms under the skin.
What is it called?
Furuncle.
A furuncle.
Furuncle?
Yeah. Boils are typically caused by an infection of the hair follicle by the bacteria Staphylococcus aureus.
Yeah.
Huh. Lubbock, San Marcos.
I'm sure this is the doctor in the Gallant family.
This bacteria is commonly found on the skin. It can enter the follicle through a small cut, abrasion, or ingrown hair. This is getting gross. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glasses. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hits the ball well to right. The wind is blowing that way. Ramirez looking up. That ball's gone on the berm. Cam Smith, the top prospect for the Astros, goes opposite field for his first ever spring training home run.
Well, that's exciting to see right there. Smith driving in Matthews with a blast. That could be something we say quite a bit in the future.
Astros, bang! Wait, Sean, what did you say?
I said swarm.
Oh. We're still in spring training mode. It's okay. We're ironing out the kinks, as they say. We're ironing out the kinks. Can't say the other term. Some people sometimes say the wrong word there, like there's a kink in the armor.
Yeah. There's a
bad brain moment.
What, ESPN.com headline writer that got fired during Linsanity. Using the other.
He did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was the low point of Linsanity, other than the Rockets signing him to that contract and us having to pretend that what happened in New York wasn't a mirage for a little bit, because much like there's very aggressive Alperen Şengün stance, who at least is a good basketball player, there were very aggressive Jeremy Lin stance. Sometimes sports and race intersect and leads to toxicity everywhere that you look. But no toxicity right there, because Cam Smith, Astros super prospect, I think he just made the opening day roster. And I know a thing or two about baseball.
Paul.
Who's the guy? I don't even remember who the guy was that left. That guy. Who's the guy that he played third?
Correa?
He was here a while. Yeah. Was Correa there?
I think so.
I remember when Alex Rodriguez played third base because Derek Jeter. So I think it was Correa's the third baseman. I don't know. I'm just a casual baseball fan. But Cam Smith. Don't even remember Kyle Tucker, let alone the other guy whose name is just eluding me. Like, can't think of his name. Is it some last name ended with man? What was it? Berkman? Was it Lance Berkman?
He did leave.
Lance Berkman did leave. Not in the Hall of Fame either. Controversial. Yeah, interesting. Well, guess we'll never know.
Cam Smith ripped that thing. It is a laser beam to right field.
And you heard Jeff Blum say Bryce Matthews is on. Is this the future of the Astros? Is this the beginning of something special?
Window opening?
The window has opened up so hard.
The future is now.
Oh, I got a huge window open in my pants. What?
Should probably zipper that up.
Well, that's what the zipper's for, right? By the way, someone over the weekend on Saturday. This keeps on happening to me. When I sing karaoke,
fly falls down.
My fly falls down. This has happened twice this year. Someone told me.
How are they correlated?
I don't know.
I think it's just the passion. As he's singing Creed as loud as he possibly
in the
can.
pants tent as I sing.
the fly.
You're supposed to sing from your diaphragm, Paul.
Yeah, I sing from the power source, I guess. The source of life, if you will. Anyway, this is a family program, as you guys can tell. We're closer and closer to the Astros getting the regular season started on March 27th. Also, there's a lot of Dallas Cowboys things that we have to dive into. I feel like it is the perfect time for another hit segment, Playing with the Boys. Let's go. The Dallas Cowboys are at the NFL Combine. Imagine you're a Cowboys fan. You've heard from Jerry Jones how Cowboys fans, the idea that it's been a long time since they've won a title is something that Cowboys ownership has honestly made fun of by talking about it in quotation marks. Stephen Jones was asked if he's actually listening to Cowboys fans this offseason at the Combine. Here's what he had to say yesterday.
you say to the fans, though, that specifically this offseason want to see you guys be more aggressive?
That we're going to look at everything we can. We're going to be selectively aggressive. We obviously, there's things in this league you have to, you have certain amount of resources they allow you to have. And, we'll look at that. But we're going to try to improve our football team. Not try, we're going to improve our football team. And, we expect to have success next year.
What the hell is selectively aggressive?
I mean,
that doesn't mean aggressive. That means that you might do something, but you probably won't.
It's remember last year they said they were going all in, and then they did nothing. The only thing they brought back last year was Zeke. They didn't sign Derrick Henry. They didn't sign any big free agent, and now they're saying they're going to be selectively aggressive.
Selectively aggressive is the cop-out of all cop-outs. That's what I do whenever I'm pussing out at the bar and not going up to people and talking to them to try and find another wife.
You're just, selective.
That's what you could say. Like, that's the kind of defense that somebody at the bar who never does anything can say. I'm being selectively aggressive. Oh, so you're just honestly being chicken bleep and hoping for the absolute best possible circumstance to drop right into your lap? Like, I'm calling myself out here, but selective aggression, what an FU again to Cowboys fans.
Yeah, I also don't think their new coach, Brian Schottenheimer, screams aggressive in terms of bringing a coach in.
Selectively aggressive. I could see Brian Schottenheimer being selectively aggressive. Occasionally on 3rd and long, they won't run a draw play.
Maybe that's what they mean. Hey, we're going to go for it on 4th down once every 12 times.
It's
be selectively aggressive.
Listen, the Mavericks have, thankfully for the Cowboys, stolen a lot of thunder away.
Yeah.
Stephen Jones, right before that answer he gave, was actually asked, so when you see Mavericks fans frustrated, how do you feel? And he dodged the question. But it was really amusing to hear him get asked about the Mavericks. Oh, I got a lot of respect for Cuban, blah, 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 the Adelsteins, whoever the hell on the team now. Was very interesting. Playing with the boys, the segment where we talk about the Dallas Cowboys for the ratings. So Micah Parsons says there's, quote, definitely a plan in place for a second contract since he's scheduled to make $24 million against the cap on the last year of his rookie deal this year. He wants the Cowboys to be aggressive this offseason, even though he thought the Cowboys were a damn good football team on his podcast. He said that after the Texans killed them, which is funny because even though he thinks the Cowboys were a damn good football team last year, he doesn't think that Derrick Henry would have helped them because there's only so much that Derrick Henry could have done. So he's contradicted himself.
Yeah, but
just these 3 stories
if you're
2 times.
If you're a damn good football team, adding Derrick Henry makes you a much better football team. They didn't win any game. I mean, Dak was terrible this year.
Well, let's just try to do Micah Parsons math here. The Cowboys were a damn good football team last year, but he wants them to be aggressive, even though last year he doesn't think being aggressive with Derrick Henry would have helped them.
Yeah, I think that sounds right. That sounds like about 7 wins.
It sounds like a bad podcast.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Micah Parsons tweeted this out because I think he was getting crushed by some of the Speak for Your Pizza shows for his podcast. LOL, I wonder, do people hate my podcast because it's actually good, or do people hate it because it's bad? Because hella people in the NBA and NFL have podcasts that don't have a problem.
I mean, I think people have a problem with half the podcasters. I think you have to be on a good team for people to not care.
Yes.
If you're on a bad team, then people care.
Yes.
I mean, the Philadelphia 76ers have lost 8 games. They were down by 50 points last night by the Bulls, and Paul George has dropped a podcast today. What are you doing?
Gotta keep your fans with the content that they have signed up for free.
Insane behavior. But
it's gotta pay MeUndies.
Yeah.
Sherry's Berries.
You gotta be on a good team. JJ Redick used to do that. His podcast, whether he was with The Ringer or when he was with Odyssey, he would just quit his podcast in the middle of the season if things weren't going well. Because he knew, he's I don't want to talk about this. The guys who are constantly going out there and still podcasting when their team's losing, I guess good for them, but that's why people don't like your podcast, Micah Parsons.
Yeah, you can't lose and have a podcast.
Yeah.
You just can't. So, but also, Parsons, you need to write down what you said. You're coming across as if you already have CTE, because if you are saying all of those things that directly contradict each other within a couple of months, we got to know where you stand. You're not entertaining enough to say a lot of stupid things and for people to look the other way, you know?
And he wanted them to keep Mike McCarthy. We forgot that one too.
Right, exactly. Bad radio done professionally, same thing as bad podcasting done professionally. There's a market for that. I wouldn't exist otherwise. Micah Parsons has got to figure out how to do it professionally. And someone needs to write down his takes so that he remembers everything he's saying.
He needs that one producer from Unsportsmanlike.
They called out Chris Canty.
Who called out Chris Canty about where he had Jalen Hurts ranked.
By the way, at least Parsons at least has an endearing quality to him that Chris Canty certainly does not. My God, Chris Canty. It's a disservice to our boys on the Blitz. Like some of that stuff's pulling out of your keister, big dog. Anyway, let's keep going. Playing with the boys. Oh, boy, it's really rough for Cowboys fans out there. CeeDee Lamb said that Eagles fans are more passionate than Cowboys fans. Yikes.
He's probably right, but it's tough to say that.
Here he is.
Oh.
Who has a more passionate fan base, the Eagles or the Cowboys?
I can answer that. Eagles.
Eagles?
They're crazy. Our Cowboys, our fans are deep, but they not. I don't want to say nothing crazy, but the Eagles got it.
But you said it. You still said it. You shouldn't have said that.
I think he should have. I think he should have.
It's tough to call out your own fans that way.
I think he's right, though.
I think he's right, too.
He's just answering the question honestly.
Yeah. You just stand by your boys.
Well, but I mean, like, listen, Cowboy fan numero uno, Skip Bayless, is doing stuff like this, where in a video he posted straight to Twitter, standing in front of some strange, elaborate cowboy-colored painting, wearing jeans, a Cowboys jersey, and brilliant white sneakers, Skip Bayless changed into a Philadelphia Eagles jersey and did this.
What do you think? Fly, Eagles, fly. It's your fault, Jerry Jones. You made me do this. I even got the shoes to match. You like it?
Look what you made me do. Look what you made me do.
This is such a strange video.
It is. Everything that
it's
he
so
posts.
strange.
He's become a little more unhinged now that he no longer has a Speak for Your Pizza-esque show.
I think he's unraveling a little bit.
I like it, though.
But then there's this lawsuit coming around still.
I totally forgot about that. I want to see Skip Bayless go full Alex Jones. You are not tethered.
I don't think we're that far.
By traditional media anymore. I need him to really lose it. He's not quite there, but he's on the path.
See, for a second, I thought this was like a lost bet. I saw only like a short clip of it at first, but seems like he really just is like, maybe he's done with the Cowboys.
He might be. Couple more things in this rousing edition of Playing with the Boys. The new Cowboys offensive coordinator, Clayton Adams. I'm not going to lie. If there's anything to get excited about this offseason, it's this guy because he's dropped this line.
What do you want in your offensive lineman?
The same thing that I want from every player on offense, and that is to create violence in the game, be aggressive, run, hit. I think that every decision that we make schematically needs to lean that direction. So if there's gray area, what is going to allow these guys to play more free and run and hit and be violent?
Violence.
I mean, that sends the right message.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, if you're a Cowboys fan, at least you got one thing you like to hear this year.
Yeah, that kind of violence, not the kind of violence that Jerry Jones is accused of committing. But guess what? Jerry Jones, he at least has had the civil assault lawsuit against him delayed. It was supposed to begin March 3rd. It will now not begin until August 11th. Jerry Jones, per this lawsuit, a woman alleged that Jones kissed her on the mouth and forcibly grabbed her without her consent during a Cowboys game, September 16th, 2018. This lawsuit was filed in 2020. He does not recall meeting the woman. He might be onto something there because I don't think Jerry Jones is remembering much of anything these days.
No, it takes that long to get your case heard? 5 years?
Except for his lines in Landman. Yeah.
I'm still not sure he had lines.
I think that was straight from the heart.
Really?
I think they just
go out there and riff, Jerry.
I'm not totally sure Jerry knew he was acting. Like,
this is like his defense.
Like, it's just like, hey, like, Jerry, there's this guy in the hospital. He's a landman.
He looks a lot like John Hamm.
I need you to go talk to him. Give him a pep talk. Billy Bob Thornton's going to be there, so just like call him Billy, but like,
Love it.
It's just they're friends.
Did Cam Smith just hit another home run?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
Is
I
it
don't
off
know,
the field?
Jim. I don't know. We're gonna have to double check on that. But before we do that, let's get a little garbage time before we get out of here.
He
Cam
went deep-
Smith.
He went deep again.
Cam Smith. Who's the third baseman again? I don't remember. Garbage time, me baby. Let's go. Two home runs for Cam Smith. How
Yeah.
about that? That's
Good-
exciting.
It's a good start.
I wonder if there's even a slight percentage chance of him making the opening day roster.
Yes.
You heard it from Joe.
Why not?
Yeah, slight percentage.
But like, okay, their outfield sucks. They know it sucks. Now he's playing third base, but they're willing to move Paredes to second for Alex Bregman. They're willing to move Paredes to second for Nolan Arenado. You just traded Kyle Tucker for this guy. So like, why wouldn't you move Paredes to second for Cam Smith? So if he's gonna hit like this, why not?
And they shut up Bloss and Loperfido through the
Yeah.
minors last year. So.
He might not make opening day, but
June 1st.
If he has to play that quickly, it means things have gone poorly. But he also just couldn't
Well,
do the job.
I don't
Poorly
know,
for
man.
the Astros or really well for Cam Smith.
Yeah.
Dana Brown puts guys out there, and I don't think he necessarily puts them out there just because things go bad or because of injury. I mean, we did see a lot of it last year because of injury, but he's aggressive putting the young guys out there. So perhaps there is a more than 2% chance of
Yeah.
seeing Cam Smith this year.
Yeah, I think it's like 5% or something like that he plays.
More likely the asteroid in 2032 or Cam Smith by June 1st.
Oh, I'll say Cam Smith.
Cam Smith, but
Okay.
close.
I would take Cam Smith and Bryce Matthews over the asteroid right now.
All right, let's go.
Wow.
One can play second, one can play right.
Nice. In garbage time, I was wondering where I put this. This really bums me out. $31 million of meth have been seized in Houston. Damn it.
How much?
How am I going to pay the bills?
That's where it went.
$31 million of meth.
What is it? That's a lot of meth.
You should see the picture.
This photo is crazy.
The picture that is posted of this meth that was seized from a Houston area stash house is a lot of meth. 625 kilograms of crystal meth.
It looks like a bunker from like a World War I movie.
It truly does. Like all those sandbags that you would
Yeah,
see
the
on
battlements
the
or whatever.
front lines
Yeah.
of World War I, for sure.
That's so much. It's like for people listening, it's up to a guy's chest.
By the way, it seems that not a single Houston or Harris County law enforcement agency was involved in this seizure, but it was seized $31 million of meth. So at the very least, it was taken off of the street.
Yeah. Hey,
Well, that's good. That's
Hell
all that
yeah.
I
matters.
don't care who gets credit, just as long as it's off the street.
Yeah.
I'm a little bummed out that they took it from my house, but hey, at least I'm not facing any charges. And on that note,
See where Paul's at.
Paul gets arrested on his way out of the
Yeah.
station. Yeah, listen, I'm gone the next 3 days, so
Paul
who
go to
knows?
jail?
Paul get arrested for claiming that he owed $31 million of meth that were seized.
It's Harris County Jail here. Paul Gallant calling.
What if I call it like, hey, that's actually mine. Can I have some of it back?
Can I get a refund?
Got some bills to pay.
I have rights, you know.
Yeah. Property rights, damn it. It's mine. All right. And on that note, thank you guys for tuning in for today's edition of Gallant and George. Shout out to our Big 12 champion Cougs, and shout out to Cam Smith with 2 home runs today. For our texters, callers, Twitchers, YouTubers, and everyone else who listened, for Sean Mapes behind the glass, for Joe George to my right, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. I will be back on Monday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank on Branham. It's AJ behind the glass, and it's a Taco Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. But it's Mendocino Farms Day here inside of the studio. I haven't been able to eat just yet. I was meditating before the show, so I had to, I got here a little bit late. But yeah,
salad was fantastic.
It tastes. I forgot the dressing. I'll go get some of that.
It's kind of like not a French or
Looks
Russian,
reddish, right?
but it's reddish. It was very, very good.
Yeah, it looks good. I like the what is it called? Couscous.
Couscous.
Couscous. There's no H in it. It's just couscous. Couscous is fantastic.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Humble. The H is silent, right?
Correct.
City of Humble,
Yeah.
the murder capital of the world. How you doing today?
It's a tough day, Jeremy.
Did you?
I have
kept
the
cookie?
update for you. I have the update. I was wondering if you were going to ask. I do have the update.
I did make a note of it to ask. You, so I didn't forget.
I just want to let you know, and you're going to you won't experience this as much with boys over girls, but the guilt factor that I received between last night getting home after the show and this morning when I departed for the SPCA was excruciating. Both kids cried and begged dad to keep the dogs or a dog. And then the wife, before work, professed her love for all of them and how sad she was going to be that they were all going. And then I put all three in the car and drove them to the SPCA. So I prevailed to some degree.
Wow.
While I took a whole lot of hits at the house because I had to put my foot down because we already have 4 dogs.
Pain is temporary. Pain is temporary.
I'm gonna tell you something. What's really not what's gonna be the most indelible thing that stays with me. You drop them off at these places, and you just want to know that the dogs aren't going to be put down. They're going to be good. People are going to adopt them. And I was just like, hey, trying to make conversation, but hey, tell me that these dogs are really cute and they're puppies and they're going to go quickly. We can't tell you that. And then the dogs didn't even want to get out of the cage. Like they weren't like loving like the initial reaction. And then they just take them in the back and go, here, sign this. And I go, what am I signing for? They go, oh, you can't come back and change your mind. And I'm like, why do you do that? And they said, because a lot of people, this is where people are these days. People take their dogs in and put them up for adoption because they need medical attention.
Yeah.
Once they get the medical attention, they go back in and adopt the dog. So, long story long, the dogs are hopefully going to be adopted too.
But Cookie's gone.
Cookie is gone.
No Cookie in the
Daisy,
Blank
and Travis
household. Man.
were the last names, yes.
Wow. Well, that's good. That's good. I'm happy for you because I think you'll be happier to work. I think you'll be a better colleague, better co-host. You won't be as upset. You won't be as stressed. I think that's good for me. And I always look with decisions that you make and household decisions in the Blank household. I always root for what's in the best interest of me. And I think this was in the best interest of me. Cougars win. Cougars win in Lubbock yesterday. 15,000, 4,000 students who were wearing toughest team win t-shirt. And look, Texas Tech didn't have 2 of their top players. Good fight by the Red Raiders. Incredible crowd. I'm rooting for Texas Tech in the tournament. I have Big 12 bias. I've always been a Big 12 guy. For my entire life, I've been a Big 12 guy. So I root for the conference. I really do. I know the rivalry, the Houston fan base and the Texas Tech fan base is it's turning up a notch. It's turning up, which is fun for the league. It's fun. Like that, the rivalry and the hatred, like that stuff is fun. I'll be rooting for Texas Tech in the tournament, rooting for them to get their 2 guys back. But back-to-back Big 12 champions. First team since Idaho when they joined what was later to become the Pac-12 to go into it for a team to go into a major conference and win their first 2 years in the league. Unbelievable what Kelvin Sampson's done with Houston.
Not just any league, by the way, the best basketball league over the last several years in the country. And the fact that they've been able to do what they've been able to do that I wasn't even sure that they could do coming into this conference with how much talent, especially even last year, all the different teams in that conference that were stacked. And they just keep on racking up wins. And they're just, and I keep saying, if you're not watching this team on a nightly basis when they're playing, you're missing something because they're representing your city in a way that you should be proud because the defense, the toughness, when it gets down to a 1-possession game and they got to grind it out. And even the coaching's, the respect that the other coaches that they're beating have afterwards for this team. A lot of times when there's a rivalry or you're playing a team of this stature, especially when you see how Hurley acts and some of these other big time coaches, there's not a whole lot of love lost if you lose to a team like that. But to hear from the other coaches and have them profess their respect and the kudos to Kelvin Sampson and his program for the way they get it done, the style that they play, and the fact that over this period of time, how impressive it's been. I think that a lot of people sleep on that factor alone, that you're getting from your colleagues the utmost respect and the compliments because of the way you take care of your business. That's phenomenal to me.
Yeah, I watched the McCaslin press conference, which the Texas Tech, you have a great head coach. Graham McCaslin is fantastic
really is.
as well. Big 12 has a bunch of really good coaches. I like McCaslin a lot. He's really good. Only the second year there, and he has them as a top 10 team in the country. That roster's really good. It wouldn't shock me if they make a deep run in the NCAA tournament if they get healthy. And they're supposed to. I was talking to the Tech radio guy, Jeff Haxton, Hax I call him. And he's like, yeah, we're expecting them back in a couple of weeks. So Darian Williams might even play like Saturday, Chance McMillan in a couple of weeks. So I hope that they get healthy because those are two big pieces for Texas Tech, and they probably need them like everybody does. I mean, if you're out two starters in the NCAA tournament, it's going to be hard for you to make a run. Cougars tried to a few years ago. They got to the Elite Eight. Remember when they didn't have Sasser? They didn't have Tremont Mark. Last year, they didn't have Arsenault. They didn't have JoJo Tugler. Then they lost Shed in the Sweet 16 game against Duke. So, yeah, you need to be healthy. Health is important at the right time of year. So I am rooting for Texas Tech to get healthy. But McCaslin talking about how Houston's this great bar, right? Like whenever we play Houston, that is the perfect bar for us. If you beat them, then it's one of the best wins that you can have in the country because they're number 3 in the net ranking. If you lose to them, then it shows you like what it takes to be at that level, what it takes to be that good. McCaslin had a quote afterwards where he was talking about how he looked at his team after the game when they were doing their little alma mater or whatever. And he like said like that's what it takes. And he looked at them because he wanted to see the reaction of like we want to face them again, or if they like kind of look defeated. And he said that all of their reactions was like we want them again. So it would be interesting if they play in the Big 12 tournament. That would be a lot of fun because Tech, of course, won in Houston. Houston beat a shorthanded Texas Tech in Lubbock. If they were to play it again, it'd be intense. Which both games have been intense. Last night was a great atmosphere too. So much fun.
It just seemed like and Fraschilla was saying, and they've all been so complimentary of the Fertitta Center. But they were saying that environment was right there with the Fertitta Center as one of the best environments they've seen all year because of how loud and raucous that crowd was. And that's what you want. I mean, as a top team, that's what you're expecting to face when you're on the road. And I think it should motivate a team like Houston, which it seemingly does. And you know what? The good thing about it is that you look at the way they won and you realize there's still room for them to improve. They didn't play a great game, a perfect game by any stretch. But, everybody stepped up when they needed to make the plays necessary. And I think the depth they have in the front court defensively is such a huge bonus for them when they're guarding and they get into the tournament with some big front lines. But they have 3 different guys that can beat you on any different possession. And that's big when you're going to try to make a long run in the tournament.
I'm biased, but I would say 4. I think that they have 4 guys on the offensive end that can get you. Like they have the culture stuff.
Right.
They're going to rebound. All the Tech out rebounded them yesterday. Tech had tons of offensive rebounds, but they're going to have the offensive rebound. They're going to have elite defense. They're going to take care of the basketball. But then you look at the offensive end. Milos Uzan went off yesterday. 22 points, a career high. But that's not surprising. Like he's had 19 points here, and I think he's had 19 points twice this year over the last 2-3 weeks. Had a huge game at Arizona. So like. You have to pick your poison with this Cougar offense. You want to take away Jawan Roberts in the post, who can get you 20. Like Jawan Roberts had 16 yesterday. He didn't have a good day from the floor. He was 3 for 10 yesterday. He'd be the first one to tell you that. It's 16 points.
Yep.
I mean, he was great from the free throw line, 10 for 12. But if you decide to take that away, okay, well, now you look at the Cougar backcourt where your point guard all of a sudden is capable of getting 20 and is a really good shooter. Like he's kind of an underrated shooter.
His floaters are really good.
Yeah, he's got that length.
Yeah.
Like he's got good length. He's long, so he can get into the paint and he can finish. He's really good finishing at the rim, too. I mean, he had 2 or 3 finishes at the bucket where he got to the free throw line, too, and 1 opportunities. But LJ Cryer can score you 20. We've seen that time and time again. He didn't shoot well. He was 1 for 5, 1 for 4 from the floor, had 5 points. Yet you went on the road. Emmanuel Sharp's capable of getting you 20. So I think that you look at their offense. I think JoJo Tugler's coming offensively.
That dunk
he had 8 points yesterday.
To show his wingspan
Yeah.
was ridiculous.
He's
He's
one
a
of the
sophomore?
best. Yeah, he's one of. I mean, he's the most draft buzz guy on this team.
What's his
And
wingspan? Like
he's-
7'6"?
Yeah, it's pretty. Something
It's
like that.
ridiculous.
He's being projected as like a second rounder, whereas I mean, Jawan Roberts, love him to death, probably not an NBA guy.
Right.
LJ Cryer, probably not an NBA guy. Sharp, probably not an NBA guy. Uzan, maybe. I'd be surprised if it were this year, but JoJo Tugler is getting draft love because of his length. I mean, he's 6'7", but can jump through the roof. He's got 7'5" wingspan. But his offensive game is coming too. Like, I mean, he got in the paint a couple of times yesterday, got that little right-handed hook to go. If he's capable of doing that, Now you have
That's what I was
5
gonna say.
capable starters in your starting lineup.
I wasn't expecting him on the offensive side of the ball to have any kind of moves, but he looks like he's better than serviceable. But when even the guys coming off the bench are the way they move without the basketball, their cuts to the basket, their flashes that, when defenses are keying on the guys you mentioned, that they get those little easy bunnies that, otherwise you might not expect a team to get. I just think their depth is big. Their ability to score in the front court and in the back court, as you mentioned, and nothing tops the fact that this team can play in any gym in America, no matter how hostile environment, they play defense like that. Because that defense is going to travel and is going to be a problem whether you are on your home court or not.
Yeah, they can win games whenever they don't have good offensive nights. And people will criticize them, for their offense, and they're not going to lead the country in points per game because their tempo. It's not really their tempo; it's more the other team's tempo because of their defense. Like you get a Houston Cougar defense, what's the offense going to do? It's going to be tough. You're going to get shots late in the shot clock. But when you look at the Ken Pom offensive efficiency, they're number 7 in the country in offensive efficiency. Like, I think that, and again, I'm biased. I'm wearing a U of H shirt today.
I don't think
I think their offense is very underrated.
I don't think they see that and realize that, because you're right, because their defense transitions into so much of their offense. But as their coach said after the game too in that press conference, the fact that they punish you even on the offensive end, like they create contact, they finish through contact, they're strong around the basket. They'll take you at the Tugler dunk. He had a guy draped all over him, yanking his opposite arm, and he still found a way to throw it through the rim with authority. Like, and the fact that your big man can beat you with a multitude of offensive moves, and the backcourt can kill you either from 3 or through penetration. Tell me where they're weak, and because they're deep too. I mean, yes, you can say, well, they need to polish some things up here and there, but every team in the country still does. But yet they have depth, they have talent inside and outside, and they have a complete package in terms of guys that can step up at any time.
Yeah, it's a good team. It's a really good team.
It's a great coach too.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm biased, but I think he's the best in the country.
I think for people that have slept on Kelvin Sampson at all, even in the past, when they forget about how good he was at 2 different big stops and always just want to say, oh, well, what happened at Indiana? Don't even worry about that. Those were phone calls that now would not even buddy would bat an eye at. His ability to recruit, coach, and then coach his way even today and be tough on these kids and call them out when they make mistakes, and yet they don't curl up into a ball and go hide in a corner. They get ready to do it better the next time on the court and the next time they have a chance. And it's just a special, special thing to watch. And Houston should be really proud of them right now.
Yeah, the players know what they're getting into. I mean, they sign up for it. Kelvin is not bashful. He doesn't hide what they're doing. I went to a shoot around where they had a recruit, and coach is like he always does. I mean, he's brutally honest. I mean, he's brutally honest. That Indiana team that he had that second year, I think that team was national championship good. I mean, you had Eric Gordon on that team. You had DJ White on that team. You had Jordan Crawford on that team. Like, that team was really, really good. I think that, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say they would have won a national title, but I think they were capable of doing it if things didn't hit the fan there.
Eric Gordon was really good in college.
So good.
Yeah. And he had Blake Griffin at Oklahoma, right?
Yeah, he did. Well, no.
I think he had at least 1 or 2 years of Blake.
I don't remember the timeline there.
I think he had the Griffin brothers. Remember, Blake's brother played on that team, too.
I think he was older, though, right?
Yeah, but I think he had Blake Griffin as well. But look, I mean, I just think that Calvin's he's a certified Hall of Famer in my book. And I think he's the best coach in the country right now. And I still don't think he's getting enough credit. But I think at the end of the day, when you look at his body of work, his resume, especially if he can get 1 national championship, but even if he doesn't, I think that he should be a slam dunk into the Hall of Fame at some point.
Trying to see if he did have. I don't think he did. No, he left. Blake Griffin was 07 through 09 at Oklahoma.
And when was Kelvin?
And Kelvin left in 06. Okay. So he just missed him. But I think he had his older brother. He might have
recruited him, or?
Probably.
Yeah.
And I know he had his older brother.
Okay.
He had his older brother. He probably did recruit him.
There you go, yeah.
713-780-ESPN, HRNP, listener line. Brandon T, love what I'm seeing from this Cougars team. Sampson's teams are always tough, but this might be the best offensive team he has had. Can't wait for March Madness. That Quentin Grimes, Marcus Sasser team was pretty good, too. Cougs, without a doubt, the closest team in Houston to win a championship. That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that.
That's very interesting. Yeah. I think they might be the closest to it.
One game at a time. That's how I think. Texter says Eric Gordon is the best high school basketball player of all time. He must have done some numbers.
I'm sure, and he's from Indiana, right?
I think so,
yeah. So if he was Mr. Basketball in Indiana, that's saying something, but I'd have to see the numbers because there's been some pretty good high school players.
Yeah. It's a fun ride. Lock up a share of the Big 12 title, potential chance on Saturday at home against Cincinnati. Yeah, outright Big 12 championship, cut down the nets maybe on Saturday. Could be a lot of fun. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Busy show. We're on the YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitter at ESPN 975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. D'Amico Ryans is talking from the combine. I think Lance Zierlein is flexing that he is there. We'll get into that a little bit later. Kelly Iko will join us at 4:45. Talk about the Houston Rockets, who get set for a back-to-back tonight. Milwaukee's in town. They play San Antonio at home tomorrow? Or are they on the road?
I believe they're on the road tomorrow, home for the Bucks tonight.
Yeah, I knew they were home for the Bucks. I didn't know if that San Antonio game was here or there. So first leg of a back-to-back, another back-to-back. Plenty to get to. 713-780-ESPN. When we come back, is the Astros dynasty over? Someone on the Cron opined that it is. Do you think it is? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Cam Smith's having a big day out in West Palm Beach, if you're into that sort of thing, which I temper expectations in spring training. Like, you're facing the Forshay Whitcombs of the world. Well, he's a hitter. He's not a pitcher, but you get the point. Like, pitchers are working on things. You see a lot of guys who are never going to pitch in the big leagues. So you have to kind of provide context. And I've seen the highlights here. Cam Smith has a 2-homer game today. I don't know who he homered off of. Like, I don't know if he's homered off a couple of minor leaguers. I don't know if he's homered off a couple of pro guys. But pretty cool to see Cam Smith hit a couple home runs. I'd rather him hit 2 home runs than strike out twice. I will say that.
Totally agree. Like, you know what? Yes, I think there's a lot of people that looking for clicks and story ideas overreact to spring training. But when you have a kid that's been labeled by multiple people an aircraft carrier and a guy that could carry your team in the future, and he's hitting multiple bombs in a spring training game, it makes you raise an eyebrow and go, okay, well, maybe the future is closer to now than down the road if he continues to do this. And maybe you don't see him to start the season, but maybe there's a chance you see him by the All-Star break.
Todd says, rumor has it Cam Smith is going to be good. People might not trust Dana Brown's contract negotiations, but I trust his eye for ball players. Looks even bigger than 6'3", future Hall of Famer at 100%. Cam Smith's going to break Barry Bonds' home run record for sure. I mean, I tweeted about it. I got to farm engagement somehow. I said, straight to the bigs, don't at me. That's very, very unlikely, but we'll see. I mean, it's fun to have this level of prospect in the system to see how it's all going to pan out.
The biggest thing is it's better than the opposite. Better that he's not just flailing and missing and getting rung up over and over again. If he's hitting tanks and he's having multiple home run games, hey, it's something worth keeping an eye on to have some excitement about, the possibility of him being a major leaguer sooner than we thought.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. Maybe he'll turn out to be very good. We'll see. So Cron.com, which don't confuse that with HoustonChronicle.com. Houston Chronicle and Cron.com are very, very different.
So weird.
They're run by the same people. They're owned by the same people, but they're very, very different. Maybe it's kind of like Nike and Jumpman.
Or Nike and Converse.
Nike owns Converse?
People didn't know that. That's right.
Yeah, I had no idea. But Cron's like their digital thing, and they're not subscription-based, whereas Houston Chronicle does have a digital element, obviously, but they are subscription-based.
So Cron is their sports map.
Kind of.
But
what would our Houston Chronicle be?
Us?
Yeah, I don't know if we're not like subscription-based.
Well, no.
We're not subscription. But anyways.
Some people think we should be.
Lost in the minutia there. They're different. I mean, they have different writers too. So that's part of the thing too. Gwen Howerton, who I've never heard of before. She does write for Cron, but I don't think she does many sports pieces. She sometimes does. She's labeled as an audience producer, which I'm going to start calling myself that. I'm a producer of audience. It's what I do.
So you're not farming engagement anymore.
Kind of the same,
Yeah, I was going
right?
to say, that's the same thing by a different name.
It's like a more professional engagement farmer, an audience producer.
Instead of a janitor, you're a custodian.
That's the first time I've ever seen that.
Or the custodial arts.
Custodial arts.
Yes.
That's the first time I've ever seen the title audience producer.
That's big on a resume. It looks a lot better.
You don't farm engagement. You're not an influencer. You're an audience producer. I love that.
Skip
That's
the
great.
overalls and the John Deere tractor for the farming. You're going right into producing.
I love that name. That's really good. But anyways, Gwen opines in an essay on Cron.com, TLDR, but she says the Astros dynasty is probably over, and that is okay. So we ask you the question, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, and Blankers will get your opinion and our opinion on this on the other side. Do you agree with Gwen? Is the Astros dynasty probably over? 713-780-3776. Let's discuss next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Before we go to the break, a word from my good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville is the best in the business at getting your hair back. That's right. It's your own hair, and it's going to be put where you need it most. And they are phenomenal, and they're all right here. Everything is done right in the Houston Med Center area, and Doc Linville is the best. And I'm here to tell you it from personal experience. I had the NeoGraft. I've had PRP treatments. The platelet-rich plasma helps to spur on growth of the hair that you still have on your head, as well as to kind of fertilize the hair that you just moved. And then the fact that you have the procedure in place with the NeoGraft, it takes hair from an area of your head that you never are going to lose it no matter how long you're on this planet. Studies have shown genetically you never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go on top or in the back. Therefore, Doc Linville takes some of that and puts it where you need it most. Maybe it's your hairline in front like me. Maybe it's that baboon's butt that always shows up on the back of the top of your head that you want to cover up, and you don't think there's any solution. You don't want the sprays and the creams and the foam on late night TV that just mask the problem. You want a solution. You want to get it done the right way. You go to Doc Linville. Because you're listening to me and you want to talk to him, all you got to do is go to 975hair.com, and you can get a free consultation with Doc and his staff like I had. People off the street pay $150. You listen to us and want to talk to him, absolutely free if you go to 975hair.com and set up a consultation. It's free of charge, no signing on the dotted line, no commitments to be made. There's no catches. All you got to do is show up and get all the information. They're going to tell you about the PRP treatments, the NeoGraft, and they're going to answer all your questions. And then they leave it in your hands to decide if it's something you might want to do. If you do, they are the best. Like I said, they're going to take care of you every step of the way. Doc says he's not trying to make a ton of money on this and make a killing. He wants people to know he can make a difference and get your hair back. Just check it out. You got nothing to lose, and you got a whole lot of hair to gain. 975hair.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Gwen Howerton, audience producer at Cron.com. Gwen and I, two peas in a pod. She opines that the Astros dynasty is probably over, and that's okay. Not a strong take, huh? Kind of riding the fence there a little bit.
Kinda, yeah.
Kinda. Rhino on Twitch says that so she's a troll. You can make the case that audience producer, like engagement farmer, is synonymous with troll. You absolutely can make that case.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
No doubt.
I just don't understand how, it's like we talk about all the time. I mean, are you really watching this team? I mean, with a passing judgment like that, and you look at them and you say, if that infield, even if it just stays as it is right now, is currently constructed, that infield is one of the better infields in all of baseball. And their pitching staff, both on the relief side with the two guys they have at the back end, and then with the starting pitching that they have with the four guys they have at the front end, that they can compete with just about any team in a series in baseball. Now, the outfield we've said is a question mark, but with Altuve at least providing from a bat standpoint, defensively, we know that Jake is a better than average defender, but we've got, I've been clamoring for one more bat, but I think a lot of people, and you see some of the experts said if they would have pulled off a move for Arenado, they felt like that team could compete for a World Series. I wasn't sold on that, but I'm here to tell you that I like the fact that a lot of people see what we kind of see, which is a team that's pretty much loaded with the exception of, the fingers that you can point at the outfielders.
So you don't think that the dynasty's
I
over?
don't. I think that they have a lot of talent. I think you've got Yordan on a sweetheart of a deal, locked up for a long period of time. Yiner's going to be here for a long period of time under team control. You've got some good young players, and regardless if Cam Smith does it this year or not, I think he's close. I think Bryce Matthews might be close, but I think that you have the ability to still be flexible, to add guys, and depending on what you do with Fromber and other things, Fromber could be an ace for years, or he could be gone, and you could repurpose that or try to find a different way to add to this team. But I don't think the window's closed.
Yeah, I'm a raging homer, so I don't think that. I mean, dynasty and window I think are a little different. Like window means you're kind of capable. Astros dynasty probably means that you need to win another pretty soon. But I do think that they are capable of doing that. Rocky says Astros are done, like done. They're cooked. This looks like an egg in a skillet. Rocky put it I didn't know that was an emoji. You can have an emoji of an egg in a skillet.
Never seen it before.
That's next level there, Rocky. Well done. Junior Bronco says surprisingly she's an Aggie. That's not nice, Junior Bronco. Just because you're making fun of her, that doesn't mean that you need to say she's an Aggie as a way to bring her down. We don't approve of that. Junior Bronco says he actually pulled her bio. Gwen Howerton is an audience producer at Cron, where she has handled everything social media from running Cron's Reddit account to making videos since 2023. She occasionally pitches in by writing and taking photos for the site. A native Texan and graduate of A&M, she previously ran public relations and hosted a radio show on politics at A&M student radio station. When not working, she enjoys biking, watching baseball, listening to new metal, and playing Halo 3. So there you go. Gwen Howard, very well versed. I don't know why we're making fun of Gwen. This is a lot of people have this opinion.
I think it's just a title that caught your nerve, that struck an opportunity for people to dig a little deeper.
It is interesting because, like, when you click it, which Cron.com's all clickbait, right? Like, that's how they make money. It says the Astros dynasty is probably over, and that's okay. And then whenever you look at the headline that they had on their webpage, it's a little bit different. It talks a little bit more like in conclusions than that. But I mean, I think it's a fair question because I think it's 50-50. Like, I really do. I think that there's a lot of people that are listening to us right now, probably half the people, if it's 50-50, that would tell you that the Astros dynasty is over.
I think that a lot of people, because of the fact that the names that kind of were synonymous with this golden era of Astros baseball are now gone, with the exception of Altuve, and if you believe McCullers is coming back. And I think that has led people to believe that it's over. And a lot of people think that without them, even if it keeps going, it's hard for them to make that connection. But the simple fact of it is, I don't know that they even have to win another World Series. The fact is that they keep winning. If they win another division, if they go deep into the playoffs yet again, if they make another league championship series for sure, then you're just taking that body of work over the last 9-10 years and going, they just consistently win. And that means it's not closed.
What is new metal? Do you know?
I know that there was some discussions going on about it. I really have no idea.
AJ's way cooler than we are. Do you know what new metal is, AJ? AJ looks like he might dabble in new
AJ,
metal.
not NEW.
I have no idea. I haven't heard that before.
Let's see if we can pull up some new metal, like top new metal song.
Okay.
And see if we can do that so we can get an idea of what new metal is. I Googled it.
Aluminum?
What?
That's not a new metal. That's more of an older metal. I'm just saying. Titanium? No? All right. I'm gonna Google this while you go ahead.
I was just gonna see how far you were willing to try to climb out of that hole.
I don't have to climb out of it.
I think it's a hole.
I'm proud of it.
Like, I wouldn't put the Blanker's name associated with that
there you
joke.
go.
No, yeah, you got it.
Yeah, new metal is a subgenre of metal music that combines heavy metal with other genres like hip hop, funk, and grunge. It's known for its intense and angry lyrics, off-pitch guitars, and heavily amplified beats.
What's the point of having an off-pitch guitar?
I don't know.
Like, is it like,
a whine?
Are we rebelling against the music industry by being off-pitch?
Is that a different level of whine?
I
like
think
when a whiny guitar goes.
I think it's symbolic. Like, we're new metal. We're not gonna, abide by the establishment. We're anti-establishment, so we can do whatever the heck we want with chords.
Okay,
I think that's what it is.
So now I Googled new metal bands. Korn, Limp Bizkit,
Really?
Slipknot, Linkin Park, Deftones,
Okay, so we know new metal.
Papa
then.
Roach, Incubus. Yeah, we know some of them.
new metal.
Yeah.
So there's nothing new about new metal. It sounds like new metal's been around forever.
Yeah.
I thought it was new.
Well, I guess it's a genre that's been around.
Oh, we've heard that, AJ. Did you pull it up? Did you pull anything up? Or
I pulled the same thing up and I just saw.
Yeah, we're good. I mean, if I didn't realize it was that popular.
You don't want to hear some Fred Durst from 1994? Some Limp Bizkit?
I'm not crazy about how they got the name.
Okay.
No, I don't. I mean,
Papa Roach has a song out right now.
Do they really?
They have a current song that I think is in the top 5 on the chart right now.
Yeah, I used to listen to some of them. I mean, I've listened to a bunch of those bands. I didn't realize it was that popular. All right, 713-780-ESPN. The Astros dynasty, is it over? Cam Smith making a statement today. Yeah, we've heard he hit 2 home runs. First Cam homer was off a big leaguer, multiple years of experience. There we go. Astros are back, baby. The dynasty is not closed. Thank goodness Walker was signed because Singleton has already ticked me off just 3 to 4 games into spring ball. What happened?
What the hell did he do?
Give us the context. We're not watching the game here, Texter. We're doing radio, new radio. Yes, it's over now. We rebel against the machine. Yes, it's over now. It's rebuild and working towards the next best lineup to play ball. We love baseball, so we'll watch the Astros no matter the roster. So there you go. A Texter agrees with Gwynn that the Astros dynasty is probably over.
Don't we rage against the machine?
Zach says not blank, saying actual metals. New metal came around during the 90s. Bands like Korn and Limp Bizkit, what you just told us. Ask Grok. I don't like Grok as much. I use Google AI. Linkin Park, new metal. I'm a homer, but can you really call 2 titles, 1 tainted championship, and 1 legit a dynasty? That is a relative term. I'm probably a little bit more loose with the definition of dynasty than a lot of people are. But yeah, I think what the Astros did, their golden era was a dynastic run.
That body of work in that time frame with 2 World Series championships and 8 straight League Championship Series appearances and 4 World Series appearances with 2 titles. I think that also matters. I think that I thought they needed a second championship to validate and also kind of take a half step away from the 17 tainted championship in a lot of people's minds. But I think that when you look at not just the World Series titles, but what I just said, I think it's a dynasty.
Yeah, I do too. A lot of people would disagree with this, and I understand that. And I do think that the dynasty definition is relative. Like, I think it's different
more
for every person.
Bitterness. A lot of people are still bitter about the first one.
Mike is
Limp
not
Bizkit.
dynastic. Limp Mike.
Yeah.
No, I think that a lot of Astro fans also have that opinion, that you need at least 3 titles to be considered a dynasty.
I just think you get to 4 World Series and Game 7, you lost. Well, one of them you lost it in Game 7. So I think 2 titles, 4 World Series appearances in that window of time. That to me is pretty damn impressive.
I agree. How is it a dynasty when you have teams winning on the same level at the same time? Who's won at the same level of
seriously.
the Astros since 2017? Nobody.
No.
Nobody.
The Dodgers haven't for sure. They got the one bubble.
Dodgers would be the
and then
the other one.
and then they got the second one this last year.
Those have to be the only 2 teams with 2 titles since 17.
I think so.
Yeah.
Because the Yankees haven't sniffed it. They finally got to a World Series last year.
The Yankees haven't won a clean World Series since Reggie Jackson in 1978. Because even their titles in this millennium were all tainted by steroid users. Every single one of them. Not just one. Every single Yankee title since 1978 had a player or multiple players that were using PEDs at the time of a title. That's more tainted than the Astros, stealing a couple of signs and banking a few trash cans. No. Everybody was doing that. You had teams using the steroid gun on the metal bench.
Center field cameras, Apple Watches.
You had Tommy La Russa, it's Tony, right? Tony La Russa? Tony La Russa was cheating with the White Sox in the 80s.
With a Gatorade sign in center field.
Yeah. Cheating's. Everybody says that, baseball is America's pastime. No. Cheating is America's pastime. We all know that. If the Braves of the 90s are a dynasty, so are the Astros. Fake Tony Stark. Agreed. Texter, Astros dynasty continues if Hunter Brown takes over for Fromber as the ace. Do you think that's possible?
I do.
I do too. Now, I do have question marks about the rest of the rotation going forward. Not this year, but let's assume they lose Fromber, which I think is the betting favorite that they don't re-sign Fromber. The rotation after this year, has some holes in it. Like Hunter Brown, even if he takes over for Fromber as the ace, now you need Eric Getty to be your number 2. You might need Javier to bounce back. You might need Luis Garcia to bounce back. There's a lot of ifs after Hunter Brown going forward.
If you could go back to pre-surgery Javier and Garcia, and you pair that with Hunter Brown, and then you say you could even throw Blanco, who you didn't mention, in the mix as a guy that maybe for a year or two is capable. I'm saying for a year or two is capable of being like a really strong, 4-5 along with Eric Getty. Now you're looking at a rotation that maybe could come as close as anybody to maybe not skipping a beat if you lose Fromber. But if those guys are all iffy and question marks and we don't know when they're going to be back, then it's hard to say that.
Astros are also really good at developing pitchers. So, we have to account for that. Can a Gusto turn into a middle of the rotation starter? Can a blue ball turn into a bottom of the rotation starter? The Astros always find guys. Luis Garcia, what was his story? He didn't pitch above A ball whenever he got called up that COVID year.
Yep.
They find guy. They're really good at that, and they still have the pieces in place. Murphy's been here forever. Miller's been here forever. So, you're kind of banking on that to happen. Eric, are the Astros 1 to 2 hits on prospects to keep the window open? A lot of the guys who made the dynasty weren't major prospects, in my opinion. That's true. Jeremy Pena was not a major prospect. Yordan Alvarez was not a major prospect. He got traded. You're probably right, Eric, because you do have a pretty good young foundation. Yordan's here for a while. Yiner's here for a while. Pena's here for 3 more years. Some would be like, well, Pena's not all that great. But if Cam Smith turns out to be, a good player, if one of Jacob Melton or Bryce Matthews turns out to be a good player, you have a pretty good foundation. So that's probably a fair point. 1 to 2 hits away.
Yeah, and I think that, like you said, there's guys sitting there in the waiting that could potentially be those guys that you already are developing into us seeing them very, very soon and being impactful. So I don't think that's a far-fetched thing to say, and I don't think it's far-fetched to say that they can do that.
Is the Astros dynasty over? And we're now having an argument about what is a dynasty. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Blank and Branham, 713-780-ESPN. The Astros dynasty over. Is it even a dynasty? 713-780-3776. Spots are filling fast. Very few remain. Almost sold out of this bad boy. The ESPN 97.5, 92.5 occasional invitational. Blankers will be there. I will not. So don't worry.
Miss?
Yeah, I'm gonna be on the air, but I have to do a remote that day. So you don't have to worry about seeing me. I know a lot of you don't want to play in the occasional invitation because I have to deal with Branham. Well, they don't have to worry about that because I'm not going to be there. Take the day off work, play a fun round of golf with your favorite sports station. The occasional invitational benefits kids' meals, fantastic cause. So you're going to be helping out the kids by playing golf. Doesn't get better than that. This year's tournament takes place Fat Tuesday, March 4th at 10:30 a.m. Wildcat Golf Club, the setting. Always looking for fun to do on Fat Tuesday, like stuff your face, drink some Carbach beer, have a lot of fun. But you'll receive beverages from Carbach, as mentioned, lunch from Brown Bag Deli, dinner from Valencia's Tex-Mex Garage, and then 18 holes of golf. Register now at ESPN975.com under the promotions tab. How do we feel about razzing Courtney a little bit, our marketing girl?
Let's do it. What do you got?
Do you think that the 18 holes of golf is needed in the read?
It's a technicality, but I understand what you're saying.
Like, how many scrambles do you play that don't get like rained out or banged?
There's never a
you don't play.
There's
18
very
holes?
rarely a 9-hole scramble unless you're doing it after work.
Yeah, like
it's nitpicky, but it's you.
That's what I do.
It is.
That's what I do. Like, come out for the occasional invitational and play 18 holes with us. Yeah, I think that's what we're doing. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I digress. Astros dynasty over. A texter, man, I hope Blue Ball makes the roster. Going to have fun with that name. Grow up, texter. Grow up.
That's our producer today. That's what I told him his new nickname is.
AJ? His name's AJ.
So I call him Blue Ball.
I call him Age.
That's why
Age is way better.
Age is way
Sure?
1,000% sure.
I thought you said you really liked Blue Ball.
No, I never said that.
Okay, just checking.
8 ALCSs, 2 World Series championships, 4 World Series appearances, and missed 2 more World Series appearances by 1 win. It was 7, right? 7 ALCSs.
Yes,
in a row?
correct. Todd was right I was wrong. That
the texter said 8.
Okay.
We're correcting the texter here. Yeah, I think that's like 7 ALCSs, 2 World Series championships, 4 World Series appearances. I think is a dynastic run.
I absolutely
it's the best in this era for sure. Dodgers would rival it. Cam Newton, Cam Ward, Cam Smith. That's it. I'm naming my kid Cam. Cam equals greatness. Hopefully your genes are not involved there,
Cam
texter.
Akers? Is there any?
That's pro.
Yeah.
He's a pro. 2 chips. Cam Whitmore. 2 chips. One where they needed to cheat is definitely not a dynasty. Oh, there you go. That's a 409 area code too. That's like in the Houston area. That's a local hating on the Astros. Must be a Ranger fan. 2 chips, 1 where they needed to cheat is definitely not a dynasty. Okay, well, 7 ALCS appearances, 4 World Series appearances, 2 titles, and everybody was cheating, texter. Don't be obtuse. So if one of our championships is tainted, and like players like Chris Sell said, you're fooling yourself if you think the Astros are the only team to still signs. Whoever else would have won that year championship be tainted? I mean, the Red Sox championship in 18 is tainted if the Astros championship in 17 is tainted.
Yeah, I think it's just the travesty is that everything else gets swept under the rug. It's like the Astros are the poster children, and everything else, even if it happened and there was proof of it and that they were called out to some degree on it, it's not of the magnitude of the Astros, no matter what. And then it's because it was like a Neanderthal. They had to use a garbage can and pound on it as opposed to the technical side of things with an Apple Watch and set. Okay.
The banger on the trash can is kind of funny.
Whatever got it done, right? I mean, we found out that there was a million means to the end of different teams doing it different ways.
Yeah, I mean, it's pass fail. Like, give them the pitch or don't give them the pitch by any means necessary. 409 Josh, even if the Astros win 2 of the next 3 championships, I think it would be the sequel dynasty of the franchise dynasty. I think too many players have changed for it to be one dynasty. See, I disagree with that a whole lot. And the team that I would point to is the Patriots. Like, the Patriots went, 10 years without winning a title in the Brady Belichick era?
In between, right?
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
Like, it was
there was a very
around
big
10 years.
there was a very big gap between their first 3.
And we consider that one giant dynasty, don't we?
Yeah.
We don't consider that 2 separate dynasties.
Because same quarterback, same coach.
They won one in 04, and then they didn't win another one until 14.
That would be 10.
My math is right.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Well,
5,
mine
6,
wasn't
7,
for the
8, 9.
ALCS.
9 years between. 9 years between.
There you go.
That's almost 10
Take the
years.
under.
That's one big dynasty. Like, I don't break up the Patriots dynasties. I wouldn't break up the Astros.
That's why I
dynasties.
wouldn't. That's why I said it's still alive. I think that this Cron.com person, this producer, I would question. I call BS.
Audience producer. Now, what would have to happen for it to be two separate dynasties? Like, I think that you have to have a period of time of multiple years where you don't make the playoffs.
Yeah, I was going to say you have to have some level of suck, and then the interesting thing is if Altuve's still around, right? Because if you have a couple of down years, but Altuve's still there, that's the connection that keeps it all going, whether McCullers is there or not, to where people can say you still had at least one player that was there for all of it. So therefore, does that not mean that it was still that same run?
Yeah, I think it would have to be multi-years of missing the playoffs.
Because the Spurs went every other year for a couple of years. And I want to say when they didn't win it, they had down years.
Texter just asked about the Spurs too. Would you consider the Spurs in the 2000s?
Oh, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. They got caught in the one where it was a short season because of the lockout and the strike. But other than that, I mean, when you win multiples in that shorter window of time, I think you have to.
They didn't miss the playoffs.
They didn't?
No,
I thought they had a down year, but yeah.
Whenever they tanked and got Duncan.
Yep.
They had those years, but then
they
once
won the lottery.
Once they got Duncan, they won in Duncan's second year. They won again a few years later. They won again, like they alternated. They won 3 titles in a 5-year stretch. Then they lost the finals in 13. They won the finals in 14. But they made the playoffs for every year from 97, 98, all the way through 18, 19. So they didn't, like, they might have had a down year for their standards and, like, lost. Like, they had a couple of years where they lost in the first round. A few years where they lost in the first round.
I mean, I thought that they had down year. I wasn't sure if they even made the playoffs, but I knew it wasn't even close. Like, you would think when you make a run in that window of time that every year they're at least competing for a conference championship.
Not only is that era of Spurs basketball a dynasty, it's probably one of the top 5 dynasties in NBA history.
I mean, you start and end with the Celtics run of all the 16 championships or whatever it was. But other than that, it's right up there in terms of the most impressive runs by any franchise in the league.
No doubt. Like, that can't even be questioned. Texture, it's still one dynasty for the Bulls, even though Jordan left 1 year. Yeah,
2
for
years.
sure.
Well, 1.5.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Altuve is the reason that it would never be 2 separate dynasties, like the Altuve era for the Astros. That's probably, I like that. I like that argument. What Jeff Luhnow created is over, but the Astros probably still win their own division. World Series in H-Town is a done deal. See, if you're capable of making the playoffs in baseball, you're capable of winning it all. Baseball is such a crapshoot. Baseball postseason is so much a crapshoot.
We've talked about it before. And if on top of all of that you just said, if they continue to win the division, then that's a standard of excellence that a lot of teams don't even get to. And if they do get to, they can't maintain that over and over again like the Astros have done. It's one thing if you sneak in or you get a wild card and you're just not a very good team and everybody knows it. If you win the division and you continue to win the division and then, like you said, have a chance to go deeper and possibly go on a run, then that's a sustained level of excellence that a lot of teams would love to have that aren't even close to doing it for an extended period of time. So you have to give them their flowers on that.
Yeah, I agree. Like we diminish playoff appearances and division titles like it's a 72 and 90 year. Like they still matter. Like it's not ultimately the big goal, but it's still a feather in the cap. 4488 is winning the division this year. Considered that the dynasty is still going. Like Blanker said, it adds to the accolade. Hey, Walker and Paredes look good too. Working full counts. Yeah, that's part of what the Astros were doing. I think that they wanted guys who could work the count, and I also think they like the pull power of Walker and Paredes
for sure.
into the short porch and left. He said, "Don't sleep on Guillermo. He looked great. Thumbs up."
Plays
emoji.
short today. Yeah.
He plays all over the infield.
Yes.
A hot take.
Is he better than Rodgers?
My hot take.
Is that
My
was
hot
it?
take is I think Guillermo has a better chance to make this team than Brendan Rodgers.
I think if you think about how they acquired both of them, they went and got Guillermo, and Rodgers basically had his agent pick up the phone and see if he could get an invite to camp.
Yeah.
I would think that they already were thinking pretty positively about Guillermo.
Now, Guillermo's just a minor league deal too.
Right.
So, like, same type of contract, but you're right. The Astros went to Guillermo first, and then, Rodgers might have courted the Astros.
Old Scotty B picked up the phone.
Yeah, you always do business with Scott Boras. That's definitely the case. What about Kobe's Lakers? Is that a dynasty? I would say so, right?
Yeah. I mean, look, for everything and all that conversation that's just dreadful to even broach the subject of. AJ and I were talking about at the end of the show yesterday. The fact that people sleep on Kobe has 5 chips. That's more than LeBron. So Kobe's run of championships was no doubt, and he did it with like we talk about James and all of his different partners in crime. The fact that he had Shaq, but he had Pau Gasol, and he won it with different guys in different eras. I think it's definitely a Kobe run and a Lakers run.
You putting Kobe ahead of LeBron?
He's in the conversation. Just an overall greatest players of all time. I know statistically it's going to be an argument that a lot of people have, but when you say that, again, when we talk about criteria, he has 5 championships. He has all, you can put up the all defenses. Now, the longevity helps immensely with LeBron too, but that's why I hate the discussion so much that we sleep on Kareem. We sleep on Kobe when you look at and just make this a 2-person conversation.
You didn't answer the question, politician blank.
I think overall body of work, I think it is worth an argument, but I understand that Kobe is close enough with championship. I mean, LeBron's close enough with championships, but has all the other accolades to say that he is above Kobe.
AJ, did you answer the question?
I just did.
I don't know that you did.
I just said LeBron's above Kobe.
Oh, my bad. I missed the end. I just wanted to get my shot in there. Yeah, I have to put LeBron ahead of Kobe too.
It's hard though, because and Tim Hardaway just talked about it on a podcast this week with Gilbert Arenas and those guys. When you watch Kobe play, that killer instinct, that ability to just do anything at any time to rip your heart out. I don't know that LeBron's ever had that kind of killer instinct and to that level and the way he was constantly like reinventing himself. But at the same time, you can't take away the longevity, the numbers, and everything LeBron's done.
No. I love Kobe. But I think LeBron's going to go down. Oh, it's the same. It's
Because
like
he ripped the hearts out of every team I worked with.
Sports hate for sure. Like
Yes.
I hated Jordan. I hated Jeter. But when they retired, I appreciated both of those dudes. Same thing with Kobe. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Speaking of hoops, who can change the Rockets' fortune? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. get into the who can change the Rockets' fortune in just a moment. I had a second helping here of the couscous from Mendocino. This is so good.
Really, I mean, everything was tasty, but I didn't have the couscous. It looks kind of like
This is great.
baby corn.
It does. Doesn't taste anything like baby corn. It's delicious. You know what's really good on those Mendocino farms? I know that's probably not their specialty. Their tomatoes are fantastic.
Yeah, even in the salad, the small little tomatoes were really good.
The cherry tomatoes?
Cherry tomatoes, that's what I was looking for. Yeah.
Question, is there any avenue for the Astros to work into a lineup that has Caratini and Yiner like they did last year? If Jordan is almost full-time DH, it'll be hard, but I hate that Caratini will be losing at bats this year. It'd be difficult without injury. Maybe a Walker day off, maybe a Jordan in left field day. I think Altuve is still going to play some second, so maybe you can open up DH every now and then.
Yeah, you know what? I was going to throw that at you. What do you think? I was thinking about this when we had this conversation the other day. Kind of like the bet you and I made last year with Jordan and how many games he would play in left field.
Mm-hmm.
How many games? What's a good over-under for how many games Altuve plays in left field this year? 70?
I'm taking the over.
I think I am too. Boston and Gloss were kicking this around as I was leaving, and I was like, I definitely think it's more than half the games.
If he stays healthy, let's say like percentage of his starts, I think he starts 75% of his starts in left field. Like I argue with Manny on Twitter, Manny Fresh.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks that Jose Altuve is going to play 0 games in left field. No, man, he's
Zero?
Yeah, he's going to play more in left than he will at second.
Heartbeat. I'll take the other side of that.
Yeah, so I bookmarked it so I can put him on Bad Take Boulevard whenever it happens.
Did you ask to bet him?
No, I didn't ask.
He might pay up. He's a good guy.
Maybe so. Probably would. I trust him, but I didn't put that out there. Yeah, I think Caratini is going to be a left-handed bat off the bench, and maybe because he's not going to start as much, maybe it means Singleton won't be on the roster. Like the Twitch is saying, why is Singleton on this team? He's on the team because he's left-handed bat off the bench. But if Caratini's just going to be that guy and not start as much, maybe that makes Singleton disposable. We'll see.
Especially if Caratini hits the ball like he did a year ago.
He was solid. Like I don't want to overrate.
But
Caratini,
I didn't expect anything from him offensively, and maybe that's kind of the after effects of having a Maldi.
Mm-hmm.
But he hit the ball with some pop, and he had a good enough season that I don't mind his bat.
Yeah, 113 OPS plus is well above average, and he's also catching, so like there's a premium for that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I wanted, and I'm fine with Walker. Obviously, I'm happy with what they did. That's why I was up for the idea of just making Caratini your everyday catcher and moving Yiner to first base. But I like this. I like this too. I like Christian Walker as your first baseman. Yeah, I mean, it's going to take injury, I think, for Caratini to get many starts. Although I did hear Espada say he wants to give Yiner more days off. He feels like he wore him out last year. So,
okay. Yeah, I mean, we talked about during the course of the season that we thought that it had an adverse effect on his offensive game. So,
and a lot of times too, like, I mean, catchers, the most Iron Man of catchers they're only starting like 4 of every 5 games at max.
I think it's smart. I mean, we talk about load management in the NBA, but I think especially because of how grueling a position catcher is, I don't think they should be catching like 160. I mean,
that never happens.
Like 140, 50 games. I think they should be in the 110 and give them the time to kind of rest their body.
Texter ask, how is Whit Chamberlain not the greatest ever with his stats? I would argue that that's a fair argument.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you can't criticize him because he came along at a time where there weren't a lot of guys close to his size, and Bill Russell wasn't even close to his size, but he was dominant.
His numbers are incredible. His numbers are the best numbers ever.
Mm-hmm.
He gets docked because of that argument. Like the centers he were playing were plumbers in the offseason.
Right.
He also gets
Or the
docked a
season.
little bit for the championships.
A lot of people said that they were working during the season.
Really?
Yeah.
Will wasn't.
No.
Will
I mean, some of these other guys.
I asked Elvin Hayes,
Mm-hmm.
Go Cougs, one of the greatest of all time. I asked him who he thought was the best player ever. He said Bill Russell, which I disagree with him. But I think he said Bill Russell because that was the toughest guy that defended him.
Okay. And maybe like as a team player and with the championships they won, maybe that ropes into it. It's like saying that you're going to criticize Shaq because he was the most physically dominant player of his era, and his era lasted a pretty long time. Like no one could even come close to his physicality. That's not on him. And then they started calling the game differently around in games he played because they felt it was so unfair. He was that physically dominant.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, his numbers are through the roof. CBS Sports had this article, who can change the fortunes of NBA teams? Like they had Luka for the Lakers, they had Jimmy Butler for the Warriors, Joel Embiid for the Sixers, Chet for the Thunder, Jamal Murray for the Nuggets, and then Kyle Kuzma for Milwaukee. They didn't mention the Rockets, but to localize this topic, Who do you think can change the fortune for the Rockets?
For the rest of the season?
Yeah, or you can kind of answer it however you want. But I think that the article was more this season.
Yeah, because they didn't do anything that brought anybody in that you can say is going to be impactfully making a difference like a Kuzma might make in Milwaukee or some of the other guys that you mentioned. I think that when you look at it from the Rockets' perspective, I think there's a couple of guys that come to my mind, and one of them is the guy that I've been focused on all season long. I just think that if Cam Whitmore ever gets it straight between his ears, he could be a guy coming off the bench that can give you offense and energy and versatility and do a lot of things for you. That I think that this team sorely needs, especially because their bench play of late the bench hasn't given them what I think that they've gotten in spurts. But I think that if he could just stop all the sideshows and just focus on basketball and being a contributor, he has all the tools to where I think he could make a big difference in this team. And I think that other than that, it's just trying to identify one of your big 3 or 4 players that can be that consistent guy. It might be the fact that, and the easy answer might be Fred VanVleet, just because getting him back might be able to kind of settle things down when they fall apart in the fourth quarter.
I think it's Amin Thompson. Now, maybe there's not enough runway this year for that to be the case, and maybe short term it is more Fred VanVleet to kind of stabilize them a bit, because it does feel like they lost their stabilizer without Fred VanVleet. I don't think Fred VanVleet's a great point guard, but maybe it's the fact that they just don't really have another point guard. Like, Amin's not a true point capable of playing it, but more of a positionless player, and he's so good that he can do it. Aaron Holiday, I like Aaron Holiday from a veteran presence. I think you can do far worse as a backup point guard, but he's a backup point guard. When they lost Fred VanVleet, they lost their stabilizer, I bet. So short term, I have no problem with that answer. I think long term, and maybe there is enough time this season, I think it's Amin Thompson. Because Amin Thompson, to me, has the highest ceiling of anybody on this team. Alpi Şengün's an all-star. I think Alpi Şengün's kind of at his ceiling. Maybe he can get a little bit better. But do I think Alpi Şengün can be a top 5 player in the NBA? No. I think he can be an all-star. Jalen Green, can he be a top 5 player in the NBA? No. I think Jalen has all-star potential too. I don't think he has top 5 in the game potential. If in 3 years Amin Thompson's a top 5 player in the league because he's a baby Giannis, that would not shock me at all.
Yeah, I think that in terms of, I understand what you're saying, because we saw him start consistently make threes a little bit more comfortably, and they look very fluid. He has the most upside to actually be a superstar in this league. I think that Jalen and Şengün can both be very high-end, really, really good players in this league. But we keep saying, and I keep specifically saying, when is one of these or both of these guys going to step up and show, grab the bull by the horns and say, I am legitimately an all-star, superstar caliber player? We still haven't seen it. I think what we've seen in terms of how quickly the progression has been, Amin, the first year, I expected nothing out of, except for maybe some minutes here and there to kind of get his feet wet in the league. All of a sudden, he's taking quantum leaps. And now we're seeing a guy that's a gym rat that's actually working on his game to a level in which his jumper is starting to develop, where we thought he might never have the ability to shoot an open face-up jumper. And you start saying, with all the other tools that are in his tool belt, he could be that guy.
Yeah, I'm a big Amin guy. I think he has the highest ceiling for sure. I want him to be involved a little bit more offensively, especially whenever they're going through a bit of droughts. Like if Jalen Green's not having a good shooting night, which we know he has the ebbs and flows. Şengün, I don't want to say I love Şengün because I don't think I love Şengün. I like me some Şengün. But at the same time, Şengün makes me bang my head against the wall.
Oh, no doubt.
Careless with the ball at times. Sometimes he doesn't finish. He's a very good player. Like, it sounds like I'm hating on the guy because I'm hating on the guy. I think he's very good. But I think he's careless with the ball at times. I think he doesn't finish at the rim at times. I think he takes bad shots at times. And I also think he's a liability defensively, even though the advanced defensive numbers don't back that up. Amin, to me, is the aircraft carrier for the Houston Rockets. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. You texters, what you're saying about Wilt Chamberlain, GOAT, plumber, not reading that stuff on the air. Very funny, but not reading that on the air. Texter, Shaq was a dominating force that Hakeem swept right out of the finals. Shaq would call Hakeem the greatest ever.
He would. He has always been extremely respectful and complimentary of all the guys he likes to put down. He has always been a massive Hakeem fan.
He's a big fan. I think they shared an agent too.
He gave Yao a lot of props when they went head to head.
Eventually.
Well, he started with something that he shouldn't have said. But
what did he say?
It was just a slur.
I can't remember what it was.
It was.
I remember it happening, but I don't remember don't say it.
Yeah, no, and so from that point on, he was always complimentary of Yao.
Remember whenever Charles Barkley said he would kiss a donkey's butt if Yao scored 20 in the game?
But I told you that, like Yao's first game in Indiana, or it was one of his first games. We were in Indiana, and he was so bad, and we were so embarrassed. We got on the plane, and I texted my buddy that's the head of PR for the league that used to be our PR guy, and I go, "You're going to have a massive problem on your hands. This guy's going to be the worldwide leading vote getter for the All-Star game, and he's terrible right now." And then thankfully, he kind of got comfortable and got, understood the NBA game and got better and became a hell of a player. But man, those first couple of games, we were like, oh boy.
Yeah, he did. He was a little sluggish, a little slow. Took him a little while to get adjusted to the speed of the game, but I loved him. Todd Şengün is not long enough. He's 6'11" with no wingspan. I think he's long enough, but he does lack vertical leap. Like, I think you can get away with his size and his wingspan if he was a leaper, but he's not really a leaper. I saw somebody on Twitter the other day said that Alpi Şengün's not a 5, he's a 4. Maybe offensively, but let's see what Alpi Şengün looks like trying to defend some of the 4s in this league. He would get abused.
His foot speed has no chance against some of the kind of stretch 4s that are in this league. The way that the power forward position has evolved to include putting the ball on the floor and facing up, he would get absolutely his doors blown off. The thing that I don't like is I'm a little concerned that if he starts getting his accolades like all-stars and things like that he starts feeling too good about himself, that he's not afraid to like embarrass his teammates on the floor and point fingers.
Yeah, I don't think he's that good.
I don't like him. I don't like him when he's constantly looking for a replay review every time a call doesn't go his way. But I hate it more if he's going to sell out his own teammates.
Yeah, hopefully that doesn't happen. Texter, I wanted the Taco Bell Shaq versus Hakeem one-on-one. I did too. That would have been awesome. And they got that because they shared the same agent. But then remember it got canceled.
Oh, that's right. They were actually going to go through with
They were
it.
going to play a little one-on-one.
Yep.
I think they came out with the double decker around the same time, if memory serves. AJ's too young. AJ, when were you born?
The double decker.
2002.
The double decker taco. Remember it was soft shell. It was soft taco surrounding the crunchy taco. Yeah, they brought that back recently, I think, the double decker.
Really, I hadn't heard of it.
You never heard of the double decker from Taco Bell?
No.
Man, I think you can get it right now.
Really?
I mean, it's very mid, but it is a Taco Tuesday.
That's true.
What do you get from Taco Bell, Age?
Well, I don't really eat Taco Bell too much. To me, I like to, stay in shape and stuff. But like when they had the nacho fries, sometimes they're kind of solid.
Nacho fries aren't bad. What do you get from Taco Bell?
I get the bean burritos.
Same. Yeah, bean burrito, but add beef. I add beef to them.
Do you?
Yeah,
I add extra onions and
I get rid of mine.
sauce.
You can get mine. You can have my onions. I don't get the onions. I don't like raw onions. The taco sauce is good down. That's the old faithful there at Taco Bell. The old bean burrito, add beef is the way to go.
And I don't know if you know this or not, but you can actually ask them to grill it longer, so it gets a little bit, because I like my burritos that are on the tortilla skillet that get a little bit toastier.
You like the tortilla a little brown,
huh?
Kind of like
They
you
can
like
do
your
that
co-host.
They can do that for you.
There you go. You
That's
said
5%.
You said you were born when?
2002.
Okay, that's not too bad. I graduated high school in 2003. I feel so old. All right, moving on.
I certainly don't.
713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line. Let's cash them or trash them next. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Cash them or trash them with the bees. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-ESPN. Double deckers, the cheesy Gordito Crunch now, and it's still pretty good. I don't think so. I think they're different.
Same game, different names.
I
wouldn't think Taco Bell would do that.
I think they brought back the double decker recently. Double decker taco would go hard right now.
It's like bringing
Brandon
back the
T.
McRib. They don't change the name of it. They just bring it back too much.
Brandon T definitely was the double decker taco, and I remember them riding the twin bike in the commercial. I do remember that now. I had forgot about it until you mentioned it. But you remember that?
Shack and Dream. Yeah,
I think they were wearing that little hat with the little fan on it.
Like a pinwheel hat?
Yeah. Pretty sure that they were.
I'm sure you could look it up.
Yeah. I agree. Alpe's a 4. He gets dominated no matter what position. Defense sucks. Agree with what y'all said about him. All right, cash them or trash them. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-ESPN. What you got, Blinkers?
Well, very apropos because of the reactions of today's spring training results. Cam Smith's going to be an Astro on the big league roster by June 1st.
I think it's too quick. I'll trash it. I think there's a chance we see him this year.
I think we see him before the All-Star break this year, but I was just wondering if we see him in July or June.
I still think that both of them are under 50%.
Huh.
Yeah. Like, there's a lot of things that have to happen for that to happen. He's got to crush the baseball, and just be banging down the door. You also need the outfielders to be bad, and then maybe injury, too. You need all of those things to happen, or 2 of those 3 things to happen. So I think it's possible. I wouldn't say by June 1st. So I'm gonna trash that one.
AJ, do you want to vote?
I guess I'll trash it. Yeah.
Well, thanks, AJ. I don't think you even know. How about that?
I casually follow baseball.
You just know AJ Blue Ball.
No, oh my gosh, bro.
I have to deal with this every day.
Yeah, that nickname is crazy.
Yeah.
We each have to deal with things every day.
Yeah, but yours is like glee and happiness.
I love it.
Christian Walker will be better offensively than Alex Bregman in 2025.
Cash it. Totally believe that. People are overhyping Bregman's start to the spring training. We all know that he always gets a pass for the first month or whatever his slow starts are. I think he's going to slow start or have some kind of a patch in the middle. I think that Christian Walker's set for a really big offensive year here.
Let's track this one. OPS plus. Walker had a 121 OPS plus last year. Bregman had a 118. Now, Bregman is going to Fenway, which is a better hitting ballpark than Houston. Metrics last year had Boston as the second best hitting ballpark in all of baseball, behind Coors Field. So Bregman is getting aided by a better park. Minute Maid in Arizona is actually a little bit better than Minute Maid. Now, so I think it'll be close, but I think Walker will be better offensively. Let me go one step further. Isaac Paredes will be better offensively than Alex Bregman.
I'd love to say yes, but I'm going to trash that.
Yeah, I'll be watching it to see if the Astros upgraded offensively at third. Bregman last year, 118 OPS plus. Paredes was 112. So Paredes was lesser last year than Alex Bregman. 713-780-ESPN. A few cashums or trashums on the text line. Anyone who doesn't eat Taco Bell is a bum. Cash or trash?
This is probably going to be a really hot take, but I can't say that. It's closer than people think for me with Taco Bell and Chipotle. Chipotle has more. Taco Bell used to have an adverse effect on me. Chipotle has an adverse effect on me now. Taco Bell is more stabilized. I don't mind Taco Bell. I used to hate it.
Chipotle and Taco Bell do not belong on the same conversation. They're very different places.
They are.
Very different places. Yesterday, I walked to get lunch. I went to Velvet Taco.
Heard of it. Never had it.
Life-changing.
Really?
Because they had a Chipotle. I was going to walk into Chipotle, and I was going to pick up a Chipotle bowl, and they had Chipotle and Velvet Taco right by each other. And I think I've had Velvet Taco like once, like a long, long time ago. But on the window, they showed that they had their new bowls. So I was like, why not? Why not try this? I can get Chipotle whenever I want. There is a Velvet Taco right down the road from us, but I hadn't had it in a while. It's like, let me change it up. Let me try something new. So I walk in there. I try the one of their bowls. They had a chimichurri steak bowl. Oh,
good portions too.
Life-changing. Yeah, they were solid. Probably less than Chipotle's portions, but they were a little cheaper than Chipotle's portions. And the taste, my goodness, life-changing. Life-changing.
I'm looking forward to trying that.
Nodding his head. Yes, you've dabbled in the Velvet Taco, haven't you?
No, I I've heard of it though. I'm gonna have to check it out because I like those bowls. From
I didn't realize it was a chain.
Steak bowl.
Is it across the nation or just Southwest?
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, because I've heard of Velvet Taco in Houston. I didn't realize that it was more of a chain.
I'm not that adverse with the Velvet Taco. I think I've had it twice in my life. Most recently yesterday. That chimichurri steak bowl. I tell you what, man. That I will put that cash or trash this. That chimichurri steak bowl better than any fast casual bowl on the market.
Ooh.
On the market.
We won't know until we try. So
You can't. Yeah, you gotta try it. You gotta
Yeah,
try
I
it.
have to try it first, but also that's
So good.
Is Chicken
So
Kitchen a fast casual?
I've never been to a chicken kitchen.
Chicken Kitchen's so good.
Where are they? Where are there?
There's one in
chicken
Westview.
kitchens?
There's a chicken kitchen in Westview, and they started to spread out across the city.
Oh, okay.
There
I
were
see
two
these.
Rice grads that did it for their MBA.
I think there's one in Rice Village, right?
That's what I said.
I've
Yeah, in
seen
Westview.
it.
Yeah.
I've never. Oh, Westview and Rice Village are the same thing.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I stay out of Rice. I'm not smart enough.
They're really good.
I've
I used to go
driven
to
by
Chicken
these.
Kitchen a lot.
What do you get there?
Get the chicken and brown rice bowl.
Oh, these look pretty good.
And you can add tomato and you can add all kinds of fresh fixins. Yeah, Chicken Kitchen's really good.
This looks good. I don't think it's better than Velvet Taco, and I've never tried this, so I mean, I'm just going off appearance here. Don't judge a book by its cover. That Velvet Taco, I want some Velvet Taco right now. So good. Not as good as Mendocino Farms though. Cash or trash, Verlander becomes the last pitcher to win 300 games. He's at 262 right now.
Man, I will cash it. It is going to be razor thin. I just think that if he better be a whole hell of a lot better than he was when he finished his last year here. And with that being said, with longevity and his ability to get through at least 5 innings, it's going to be super tight. I think he may squeak into 300 wins, but I don't think it was as easy as I thought it was going to be a couple years ago.
I don't think he's going to make it there. I'm going to trash this on the sense that Verlander doesn't get to 300 wins.
Okay.
I think he's going to try to chase it. I just don't see Verlander winning 38 more games in his career.
It's like I said, the fact that if he's anything close to what he was at the end of last year, he struggled to get through 5. So I think that he's got everything, including Father Time, working against him. And Lord knows, his velocity's down. I don't know what, as much as he's taken care of himself and had a rubber arm, I easily could see him not getting even close to this too and being done in a couple of years.
So he needs 38 wins, right? 262 now.
He's also with a team that's not great.
Yeah, they're going to be kind of maybe 85 win team.
Yeah.
So he needs 38 wins. And let's assume that Verlander stays the same, which is a major assumption. Major assumption. Because pitchers in their 40s usually get worse, not stay the same. But let's assume he stays the same. Verlander won 5 games last year. He won 13 games in 23. So that's 18. He won 18 games when he won the Cy Young in 22. That's a major
Never getting
reach.
close to that again.
So what is that? That's 36 wins. That's 36 wins over the next 3 years. He needs 38 wins. He's going to be 40. This is his age 42 season. So if he's pitching at even if he matches his previous 3 years,
he's done. He's not getting
it. Even if he matches his previous 3 years performance, which one of those years is including a Cy Young, he's still shy of that and would be chasing 300 at the age of 45.
Yeah, he's not getting it.
I don't think he's going to get there.
I think he could be done. I think he'd be done pitching in the major leagues in the next 2 years.
I mean, what if he's injury prone again this year and has another year where he's a 5.5 ERA guy? He might he might not get signed.
Nope. I think it's the 2. I think there's a legit chance he's done out of baseball in 2 years.
I think so too. Cash him or trash him. McCullers will play this year.
Cash it.
Yeah, I think he'll play. I don't think it's fair to assume that he's going to be any good, but I do think he'll play. Hopefully he's good. But I even if he has a 4.50 ERA, wouldn't shock me. I'd be more surprised with a 4.50 ERA than a 3.25 ERA.
Yeah, I'm just curious in terms of his stuff. The breaking stuff was elite in the past, and with everything that's happened with his arm and his endurance level of being able to sustain with everything with the surgeries, I question his stuff being anywhere close to where it was.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. That's another one. People are assuming Lance McCullers is going to come back and pitch to his career norm.
Right.
Why would you assume that? He's older. He's surgically repaired. He hasn't pitched in 2 years. I think it's incredibly unfair to think he's going to pitch to his career norm. Texans get a big-time receiver, cash or trash.
Well, they already have a big-time receiver. His name's Nico Collins.
Well, you know what he meant.
I will. What's big time? Another 1A?
It's tough.
Yeah, I don't think that. I'll trash it. I don't think they get another 1A.
Does Stephon Diggs count as a big-time receiver?
See, that's what I was going to say. If he's more of a 2 to me.
I think it's a big name, cachet-wise.
Yeah. Like Garrett Wilson. I would love Garrett Wilson, but I don't think they're trading to get Garrett Wilson. I don't think the Jets are giving him up now.
No, I don't think so either. Garrett Wilson would definitely qualify as a big name.
Oh, no doubt, and I'd love it.
I'll say trash with the caveat that if you consider Diggs big time, I think there's a chance they bring Diggs back. Cash or trash, Tucker and Bregman going to have the worst seasons of their career this year.
I will of their career.
Yeah.
I'll trash it because of that.
Yeah, I'll trash both of them. I think both of them would be good-ish.
I'm afraid Bregman might have a good year.
I mean, Fenway's going to help him.
Yep.
Fenway's a major offensive ballpark. Velvet Taco is fire. It is. You ever tried a bowl from Cava? I have. I like Cava.
I've never been to Cava.
Cava's good. It's good. It's not like I would put that bowl I had, the chimichurri steak bowl at Velvet Taco at like a 9.3.
Wow.
I put Cava at like a 7.1. Still good. I mean, I still like Cava, but it's not as good. Hot take, infield markedly better than last year as a group. Three-time Gold Glove replaces Bragg. Who's the three-time Gold?
Okay, that's Christian Walker.
Yeah, it's a little different. He's not replacing Bragg. Paredes replaces Black Hole at first. Defense better at second. Okay, so will the infield defense be better this year than last year? Let's go with that.
I will say yes. Because you get rid of Altuve, and you get rid of the debacle that was first base all year defensively.
Yeah.
And I don't expect Pena to be worse than he was last year. I think he'll be better. And so even if Paredes is a little less than Bregman, I think that it will be better.
Yeah, I'm gonna cash that too. I think it will be better. Qdoba is better than them all. I'll trash that.
I've had that. I wasn't impressed.
It'd be solid. It's okay. It's not better than all of them though. Brandon T, cash or trash, fresh chicharrones over tortilla chips with queso.
Explain, please.
Chicharrones are the like the pork skins.
Oh, no.
Pork rinds.
Yeah, no.
Pork
Chips
rinds.
and queso.
I like chicharrones, but I rather have tortilla chips.
Mm-hmm.
Chicharrones are real big if you're like on keto because they don't have any carbs. They have tons of fat.
Yeah.
But they don't have any carbs.
My dad used to sit there and watch TV eating those pork rinds.
Oh, my grandpa would.
Nasty.
I call him Papi. Papi would eat those chicharrones all the time. He also grew serrano peppers and ate those things raw with his dinner. Talk about a dude.
No doubt.
Talk about a dude.
Leonard Armato was the agent that represented both Dream and Shaq.
Was it?
You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, I read that in the book. That Miran, whatever her name was.
Fader.
Cash or trash, Freebird's better than a Velvet Taco. Trash.
I used to like Freebirds. Then they started closing up.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know if is there still that one right there where Shepherd Plaza used to be?
I thought
right
so.
Off 59 and Shepherd.
I used to love Freebirds. I used to be a Freebird stan.
I used to eat there at least once a week for lunch.
But I've been out on Freebirds.
I haven't been there in a while.
Cash or trash, Bregman comes back to the Astros after his contract with Boston.
Trash. To do what?
Play baseball.
Yeah, like in what degree? At what level?
I'm going to trash it too. But I mean, I do think that it's plausible. Like Bregman's probably going to play with another team again. Like I don't think he finishes his career in Boston.
No, I don't either. But I don't know that they're going to do any of these like reunion tours.
Nah. Yeah. I mean, I trash it, but I would say it's not.
Like at that point in time with a team that's still somewhat analytically driven, I just don't know where they go. Well, there's value there. Let's bring him back to play where? To do what?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be 3 years down the road probably. Is Cam Smith your third baseman? Is he in right? Maybe you're looking for a second baseman at that point. I was
going to say maybe second, but if Matthews might be that guy,
I think it's a greater than 1% chance. But for me to cash it, it's got to be better than a 50% chance.
I'm not cashing.
I'm going to trash it. Rockets are going to win 52 games this year. Last one.
I already said no. They're not.
You said no today?
I trash it. I've said it all year.
Oh.
And then everybody was hammering me when they got hot. Well, they're not so hot now.
What's their pace? What are we looking at here?
They're 35 and 22 right now.
35 and 22. Yeah. So their win percentage, 35 and 22. You're looking at a 614 win percentage.
Nope.
82 times 614. People love when I do math on the
Say
air.
it with me, people.
50 win pace. 50 win pace.
Okay,
and they're also probably trending more down than they are up.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I'm going to trash it. What was the over under though? Like 44? I feel good about that. I do
think it was low.
It was like 44.
Yeah.
I have a ticket on it. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Someone ranked the Midwest states in the U.S. Do you agree with this list? And where does Wisconsin rank? Can't imagine why we'd be talking about Wisconsin. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Get to the worst Midwest states in the country in a second. Texture, cash or trash, queso and chips greater than salsa and chips.
It's a no-brainer. Queso and chips is like all world. I like salsa and chips, but queso and chips, especially, and I'm a queso connoisseur, being a cheddar head and all that, and a cheese head. But man, I'll tell you what, that's ridiculous. Queso and chips is a slam dunk.
I trash it. I think I'd rather have salsa and chips.
Really?
Yeah. I like salsa and chips a little bit more than queso
How do you
and
get
chips.
the queso with the chopped tomato and onion and all that? Man,
You get the salsa with the chopped jalapeno, chopped tomato, chopped
you put
onion.
jalapenos in the queso?
A little bit of cilantro in there, maybe some garlic. Give me salsa. Give me salsa over queso. Both are very good.
AJ, where are you coming from?
I
on this
love
one?
queso. I've always loved
There you
queso
go.
since I was young. So
How do you feel about salsa?
sauce is solid, but I always prefer queso.
Do you like spice?
I love spice.
Okay. All right. I was going to disqualify you if you didn't like spice, but since you like spice, I can't say a whole lot. All right. So I came across this on Twitter the other day. This Twitter handle, Midwest versus everybody. Terrible Twitter handle. Like, what a boring Twitter where you're just like talking about the Midwest all the time. But
Can't handle it, huh?
They were ranking the Midwest states in the country. And apparently there's 12 Midwest states. I haven't spent a whole lot of time in any of these states because I try to stay out of the Midwest as much as I can. But they rank the Midwest states
Get your
1
ass
through
kicked in
12.
Wisconsin.
What?
You can get your ass kicked in Wisconsin.
What do you mean?
It's going to Czechoslovakia is like going to Wisconsin. You got your ass kicked in Wisconsin. It's a line from the movie Stripes. It's very famous.
Oh, I don't think I've seen that movie. But anyways, they rank the Midwest states 1 through 12. Here, just hammering through the list here real quick. Indiana 1, Illinois, Iowa, Kansas, Michigan, Minnesota, Missouri, Nebraska, North Dakota, Ohio, South Dakota, and then dead last, bottom of the barrel, scraping the bottom of the heap, Wisconsin.
This is ludicrous, and I know exactly why you picked this when you saw Wisconsin as dead last.
No, it had
Like
nothing to do with
anytime that you put Wisconsin below North and South Dakota is a joke. Missouri, ridiculous. Have some metropolitan cities. Have some culture and some entertainment. Like there is nothing on the planet to do in North and South Dakota. I think that Minnesota and Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, Illinois are all above Indiana. Not only just because of the Big Ten and all the sports and everything like that, but Indiana's another one. Like, give me the metropolitan areas that you can go to in Indiana as opposed to Chicago and Illinois. Iowa should be much lower, too. Kansas should be much lower, too. Michigan, even though Detroit's an armpit, and Minnesota, because they have Minneapolis, should be higher. And everybody else should be below that. Wisconsin's got Madison and Milwaukee. This list is a joke.
I think North Dakota and South Dakota are too low. Like yes, they do a lot of meth there and stuff, but it's like beautiful. It's a beautiful area. You get the Enchanted Highway in North Dakota. The wildlife is gorgeous. South Dakota, you got the Badlands. You got Mount Rushmore. I think that Dakota should be higher on this list, but I appreciate nature. I don't need the big city. I would have North Dakota 1, South Dakota 2.
Do you appreciate streetlights and being able to see things at night when you're driving? Because in North Dakota and South Dakota, there's a slim chance of doing that.
My vehicle has lights. I don't need street lights.
Oh, Try driving up by the Continental Divide with no lights at night and seeing how fun that is.
I mean, a truck has lights.
Right, but okay.
Yeah, give me the Dakotas. Give me
where?
the Dakotas.
Give you them where?
At the top of this list.
At the top of this list. That's why
list.
you probably should stay out of the Midwest.
I'll take the Dakotas over Wisconsin, over Missouri, over Minnesota. No problem. Yeah. No problem with that. I don't know. You don't like nature as much as I do.
Oh, okay, you're right. Because I grew up on one of the Great Lakes, but I hate nature. Like that's ridiculous in itself. You need the best of all worlds. You can have nature, but you can also have a big city, and you can have farms in between, and you can have lots of different things to do, like and the Four Seasons and all the other things that were that look naturey that are about nature. But tell me that all you have is nature in North Dakota and South Dakota, and I'll say, yeah, that's right.
Why do I need a big city? Like once I'm done working, I want to live far away from a big city on a plot of land and never leave that land.
I think you're more of a rarity than you are a common.
You think?
That's a common opinion. I don't think that's a common opinion at all.
Okay. That's why, we have different lists, I guess. Give me the Dakotas. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Kelly Eco, talk some Rockets when we return. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I'm getting crushed for never seeing the movie Stripes. What year was Stripes made?
I don't even remember. Bill Murray, Harold Ramos.
Oh, you know what? I have seen parts of it. I've seen parts of it. I've never seen it
John
start to
Candy.
finish. Yeah, I have seen parts of it. I've never seen it start to finish, though. I'll have to check it out. Where can I find it?
I mean,
You have the VHS of it? Or
maybe somewhere in storage.
Let me. I think I still have a VCR somewhere in the garage.
There you go.
713-780-ESPN. Have you seen Stripes? What am I missing out here? Kelly Eco joining us on the HRP guest line. We'll talk some Rockets. But Kelly, have you seen Stripes? Or are you a millennial like me?
Kel, you there? Oh,
Yeah,
he's
you
laughing.
hear me?
Yeah. You didn't see the
What's
movie
going on,
Stripes?
I did.
What would you rate it? 1 to 10?
I did 7.
Okay, that's not
There you
great.
go.
It's not. I mean, 7's not great.
It's not bad.
It's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
it's not
5.
terrible. Like, I wouldn't get up and walk out of the theater, but I'd probably take a nap or two.
Oh, taking a nap or two and you give it a 7? You got a high bar there, Kelly.
I mean that for some people, that's kind of their thing. Like, you go to the movies, get your popcorn, get your food. You might doze off for like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, wake up, check back in.
Dang. All right. Kelly Eco covers the Rockets in the NBA, doesn't think highly of Stripes, all for the Athletic. We were talking about this earlier, Kelly, like who can lift the Rockets? I saw some people talking about other teams and like Luka can lift the Lakers. Who could be that guy for the Rockets that could lift them down the stretch here?
In terms of lift, I don't really think they have anybody to do that per se. It has to be a collective effort. When you're a team like the Rockets that don't have that A1 go-to guy, like a Luka or a LeBron, like you have to rely on the strength of your team as a whole to get through this last 20 or so games. Because up until this point, they've gotten to where they are by embracing the collective. Like there isn't a quote-unquote guy to go to in the clutch. They've talked about this is an equal opportunity offense, and whoever has it going is going to be the one that's going to finish the game. So I think down the stretch, while you're going to obviously lean on the experience of guys like a Van Vliet or, a Dylan Brooks, as far as actual on-court abilities, I don't think anybody's above anyone else.
Cal, I'm curious. We are again dealing with the curiosity surrounding the career of Cam Whitmore. And we come out of the All-Star break, and Cam is barely scratching the surface, and his body language is still showing you he's disinterested. I said he's a guy that could be that guy down the stretch if he could just get it right between his ears because there's so much talent there.
Right.
Is there any hope of him becoming a factor off the bench again between now and the end of the season?
I think so. I think one thing that I've seen, this season is that when Ime picks guys out of the rotation, he always gives them a chance to come back in. And I think because of the injuries that they've had this season to guys like Tari, Jabari, Fred, there's always going to be opportunities to get minutes. Now, what you do with those minutes is going to determine, how long you stay in that rotation. But I do think just because of what Cam brings on the floor, like he's an incredible floor spacer. Obviously, he's talented going downhill, athletic, is powerful. The only thing with Cam is that, and that's the one thing that they've tried to work on this year, is the level of readiness in terms of how you approach the game when the ball's not in your hands, how you approach the game when you miss your first 3 shots, or if a teammate doesn't see you in the corner on the fast break. Like, how do you approach those next possessions? That's kind of been the focus with him, from an internal standpoint this season. But I do think that, yes, he can be a guy that you can go to because of his unique skill set, but it's got to be a marriage of opportunity and readiness. I think he's a young player, so he has shown frustration at times when he's not playing, and the coaching staff is aware of that. I think he may kind of embraces the edge that he plays with, like the attitude. He kind of embraces that. But in terms of actually getting on the floor, I think it's going to take
maybe another injury or two if you really want to see Cam get minutes between now and the end of the season. Just consistent minutes, I think.
Fans aren't going to be happy about that one. Kelly Eco joining us on the HR&P guest line, covers the NBA and the Rockets for The Athletic. What do you think is the ceiling this year for the Rockets?
I think they're a first-round team. I mean, I just think when you struggle to score in the half court as they have all season long, and when you struggle to shoot from the perimeter all season long, when you get to the playoffs, teams that have watched you all year, they already know the defense has developed to punish you, which is going zone, blitzing them, because they know that 9 times out of 10, they're not going to beat you from the outside. And if they do, you take your cap. Like, if you see a lot of the lineup that Ime runs out there, oftentimes it has 2 to 3 players who aren't considered spacers, right? Like, you might have a man out there with Steven Adams, and you might throw Tate or Tar. Like, you might throw different options out there that give you good defensive versatility, but from an offensive standpoint, it's going to be, you're going to almost labor for offense. So I do think that if they get the wrong matchup, like currently they're locked into the Lakers right now. If they were to play the Lakers tomorrow, I think that series is 5 games. I just don't see the Lakers. That would be a problem that they wouldn't want to deal with on a night-to-night basis, having to scheme up defenses to stop both LeBron and Luka for a 7-game series. I think that would be a really quick series. They would have to get lucky in terms of matchups who they see in the first round, because the way they play, it's not really a playoff style. Like, it doesn't forecast a lot of playoff success unless they magically flip the switch from being an inefficient half-court team to an efficient one.
So, Kel, the biggest struggle that frustrates me throughout the season has been their inability to finish games, whether it's closing out games in the final 3 minutes or the fact that their fourth quarters have been less than stellar, whether they're winning by 7 or down but have a chance to come back. And we were talking about the other day, like, it's easy to point the finger at if Jalen is having one of those nights and he's turning the ball over and not shooting it well, or, you know, that they get into ISO ball a lot. But then there was also the criticism of, is it at some point the coaches too, when they don't know how many timeouts they have in the Cleveland game, or that they can run the baseline? How is that fixable between now and the end of the regular season to try and at least avoid a Laker matchup or kind of get back up into that top 4 with home court advantage?
I think so. I think getting Jabari back is a start, because you get some more balance in terms of how likes to structure his sets, and in terms of their proficiency on the offensive glass and their ability to just be a defensive, versatile unit. Like, Jabari can switch 1 through 5 and they've been able to have some success by doing so. So just being able to be in that position, in late games, whenever the game seemingly slows down and you can draw things up, at times we've seen the Rockets kind of run a kind of bland offense, right? And that comes down to, it really comes down to them not having a go-to guy. Like, if you go and look at the stuff was running for Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown in Boston end of games, they could be much more creative and much more on the fly because of the skill sets of those 2 guys. But when you have guys that you don't have a true blue chip A1 guy, like a star yet, you have to kind of learn almost a college style, high school level offense to just get equal touches for all the guys on the floor. So I think until they get to that point, you're going to see the fourth quarter struggles. You're going to see the minus net rating in the clutch time. You're going to see all those mishaps. And it's just one of those things as a young growing team you have to kind of grow through to get to a space where you can actually emerge from that.
How much can Fred VanVleet change that narrative between now and the end of the season? Because I see a lot of people saying, I mean, everything's different. Everything changes when we get Fred VanVleet back. I know that he's Ime's coach on the floor, but how much of this iteration of Fred VanVleet can be a difference maker in those situations?
It should be a lot. Fred is somebody who his leadership and his presence goes way beyond what you see on the floor in terms of just his organization ability and his ability to teach. I think
one of the biggest underlying qualities that Fred has is his ability to be a teacher in real time. Like, he's been able to break down film with these guys because he's been in so many of these games before. He's been in the NBA Finals. He's won the NBA Finals. He understands that now all the basketball you played between October and February is good, but it doesn't really mean anything in the grand scheme of things. Like, everything you do from this point on matters. And that's what teams remember. That's what teams care about. So getting him back in terms of being that floor spacer, being that ball handler, being that savvy defender, even at his size, I think it goes a long way as to why the Rockets have struggled in his absence, because they don't have that older guy on the floor to kind of walk them through possessions and walk them through things. And they're relying on their athleticism and their youth, which can only get you so far. So I think getting Fred back should do a solid job in terms of just bringing them back up to speed and just giving them something that they can look forward to on a night-to-night basis.
Kelly, appreciate the time. If you want to watch Stripes to get a nap in, I encourage you to do so. And I know you're going to be working hard here in the stretch drive, final few weeks of the NBA season.
Thanks, Kel.
Thanks, Joel. Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Kelly doesn't know my name.
He got you again.
Yeah. Thanks, Joel. Thanks, guys. Yeah, he has no
Thanks,
idea
Age.
who I am. That's okay. 713-780-ESPN if you want to, mock Kelly at all after he big leagued me. When we come back, D'Amico Ryans from the Combine. How fired up are you? The Combine this week. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. I'm fired up over HR&P. They are the best. If you're a business owner, you should be fired up over HR&P as well, and invite them into your life. Mike Hawley, U of H class of 1990, go Cougs. Chris Fisher over there. All the fine people at HR&P have been protecting the interests of businesses for over 25 years. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. You're tired of dealing with payroll? Call HR&P. You're tired of dealing with compliance at HR? Call HR&P. They're going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need, whether it's one of those things, whether it's all of those things. Nothing cookie cutter. You're not reading off a menu. You need a lot of help, a little bit of help, anything in between. HR&P is going to sit down with you and create a plan for what best suits your business. Their customer service is elite, second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. They'll be familiar with you. They'll be familiar with your company, and you're going to love that. It's customer service. I can speak to it. I can attest to it. We use HR&P here at Gal, of course. Anytime I have a question, I usually fire off an email. Always a quick response. Always very easy to understand. Very thankful that we have HR&P here. Let HR&P take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business, spending the time in the business you want to. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525. Or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net. Junior Broncos is giving me grief for Kelly's big leaguing of me. Surprised Kelly didn't ask J-Bone to get him a coffee. Dang, J-Bone, that was rough. Oh, sorry, Guy. Yeah, Kelly doesn't know my name. It's okay, though. It's all right. It's I dream one day for Kelly to call me by my name. Just once. That's all I want. I dream of that day. I'll be fired up when that day comes. Speaking of being fired up, how fired up are you for this week's NFL Draft Combine?
I'm interested. I'm interested because of the fact that, from the standpoint of regardless of which position you're looking at, and I think that the Texans, even later in the first round, I believe that they have a chance to get an impact player. I'm going to watch the receiver group carefully. I really don't want to watch the offensive lineman because I hope that they go to free agency before they go to the draft in the first round, at least for an offensive lineman. But if later in the draft they're going to take a flyer or they're going to try and get somebody, okay. But I think that it's going to be really interesting from a league-wide perspective. Definitely, it's interesting always. But I think that from a Texans perspective, and I'm really watching the receivers carefully because I think they could get a good one that helps fill the void of Tank and or Diggs for next year.
I love you're selling it. You're going to be watching these receivers at the Combine?
No, I'll be watching their numbers, and I'll be interested in what people say, like Lance and others experts, in terms of what the draft order looks like and who might be a receiver or two, whether it's Golden, whether it's Ibuka, but whoever there's going to be there in the 20s that might be a guy that the Texans could pick up that could help them with the receiver core. So I want to see the fact that what people are saying about them as the Combine progresses.
I love the Combine too. I don't
care less about the 40s.
Yeah, I don't watch the drills and people like, hey, this guy's a workout freak. That's cool. Like, that's awesome. That's really, really cool of that guy. But I like to hear the stories, read the reports too. We're sports junkies, so it's fun to keep up with.
I like to see Rich Eisen run.
I've seen enough of it.
It's funny.
Does he still do it every year?
Yeah.
And he races his ghost.
Yeah. Oh, and sometimes he'll race someone else. But I think he used to do it in a suit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't do that anymore?
I don't know if he still does.
I mean, I think it's funny for the bit.
I think, yeah, for sure. That's what I'm saying. I love that. The craziest thing to me, too, and the interviews are always good to hear from all the different teams, especially guys in new places. But, to me, how many guys already have said they're not going to work out at the Combine?
A lot.
Genty's not working out. Shedeur Sanders isn't working out. There's a lot of people that are just saying, yeah, not me.
The Junior Broncos, let's break down college receivers' hand size and kneecap length. King of Twitch, hip movement.
Old boy from Alabama's getting crushed for his hand size. The quarterback.
Milroe?
Yeah, Milroe's getting crushed for his hand size.
Is he?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, they were saying because he had a really awful, was it the Senior Bowl?
Did he?
Yeah, and people were killing his hand size.
Yeah. I mean, I enjoy this stuff too. Now, Lance is out there, and Lance, I think, was trying to flex that he was out there. He was part of the press conference with D'Amico Ryan, and he recorded it on his iPhone and sent it to us and be like, hey, you guys can use this to sound like they don't have perfect quality audio on YouTube. Like the Texans posted the press conference of D'Amico Ryan's with immaculate sound quality. And Lance is emailing us his MP4 of the iPhone, I think, recording the speaker in the room.
I was just going to say,
what is he doing?
He definitely didn't do it up at the podium. He definitely put his phone to a speaker somewhere in the room.
I mean, it didn't sound awful iPhone quality, but when you compare his MP4 to the fact that it's literally on YouTube with the NFL quality, it's night and day. So I don't know, it's one of two things. Either Lance is flexing hey, yeah, guys, I'm here and I'm working. Or if he's just ignorant to the fact that the Texans post this with perfect audio quality on YouTube. Which of the two is it?
Why can't it just be that he's looking to be a good team player and he's trying to help us out?
Because it's not helpful.
I mean,
hey, here's the link on YouTube, guys. Where's the help?
I mean, have you heard Lance on most mornings? I mean, he really doesn't. He gives you substance. It doesn't have to be the best audio quality.
I don't think he's aware that this stuff gets posted on YouTube. Right?
That's Lance. Lance not afraid to clear his throat on the air, but he's going to give you substance.
Either there's fake hustle here, or he does not realize it exists on YouTube.
I think he probably thinks that he beat YouTube to the punch.
When he sent us that text, it was already on YouTube.
Well, I mean, I don't think he realized that.
I don't think he's aware they posted on YouTube.
I just think that he might have. I think he felt like I'm getting it to the guys before anybody else.
I think you're defending him. Like, here was the text, which I
think
didn't know.
you're bashing him.
I am bashing him because I think one of those things is true. 713-780 ESPN. Are you believing either one of these theories where A, he's fake hustling, or 2, he does not realize that this stuff gets posted on YouTube? I don't think it's the fake hustle. I think he doesn't realize it gets posted on YouTube. He sent us a text, which I didn't know who it was because I don't save numbers in my phone.
I could not believe you didn't have Lance's number in your phone.
No, I don't save numbers in the phone. But anyways, he sent us a text today, 1:05 p.m. I sent BMAC the raw sound from D'Amico's combine answers. We thanked him. He said, please ask him to label them and save them for us in the morning if you can. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate the MP4 on the iPhone. And then I was like, hey, AJ's in for Brian today. He put the cuts in Dell's folder. And he said, perfect. He goes, perfect. Hopefully the sound was okay. I haven't broke his heart yet that we pulled it from YouTube. Should I? Or should I?
Yes.
Should I say that to him?
Yes.
Okay. We pulled it from YouTube. It sounded great.
But thanks for the effort.
I'm not going to thank him for the effort. I'm just going to say we pulled it from YouTube. It sounded great. So I'm going to let him know that we didn't use his audio. We pulled it from YouTube. But yeah, that was it caught my eye. It was kind of interesting. Texture says, for as much time as Lance spends watching film, Lance doesn't know much about the NFL Nepo baby.
Ooh. And I thought you were being critical.
Fired.
Owie.
I think Lance is good.
I think he's very good. And if you go back and look at like his ratings and then how the players turn out, he's pretty good.
Texture says that Branham has his barber saved in his phone. That lettuce doesn't look that good on its own. I did get a haircut today, but no, I don't have my barber's name in my phone. I just go to the website and reserve a time like a normal person. Weirdo.
You know what, Jeremy?
What?
I'm with you on that. Well, I actually cut my own hair now. But at the same time, unless it's like we have a function coming up, but a lot of people get really bougie with their haircuts.
No, I believe that. I believe that some people probably have their barber in their phone, but
I think most do. I still do.
I go to Vinny's barbershop in Spring. I go to the website and RSVP a time. Okay. I don't text my barber, hey, when can you fit me in? I'm sure that does exist.
Yeah, like the lady that's cut my hair for a long time, she kind of branched out on her own.
Yeah, a lot of
and
people
has
do
her own shop. So I just text her, hey, any openings today? And she'll say, yeah, I got this and this and this. Which one do you want? Boom, good.
Yeah, I do think that that's normal. I just do the RSVP on the website. But anyways, let's get to some of the sound that we did not use from Lance's iPhone. We pulled this from the YouTube where the audio quality is good. This was a Lance Zierlein question, though. D'Amico Ryans was asked about what he wants from an interior defensive lineman.
You have to be able to do both, right? So I like guys who are very multi-dimensional, right? You want guys who can stop the run, but also have enough athletic ability to get on the edge and also win versus their one-on-one pass rush attempts. So different guys, we like to roll our guys. So we're not beholden to just having 4 guys out there at one time. I like to roll guys 8 deep, and all those guys have varying traits that can allow us to, be multiple in how we're deploying guys. Whether it's a rush attack, pass attack, like guys have to be able to do both.
There you go. One's versatility amongst his interior defensive line. Now, the fact that they roll so many players, which just means he uses a bunch of guys, does that mean you should be spending a lot of money on your defensive line?
Well, I mean,
like if they're playing 60% of snap, like it might be a Danico Autry conversation because I know that they love Danico Autry. But if Danico Autry's playing 50% of the snap, should you pay him $10 million?
Yeah, I mean, the value from an internal defensive lineman to an edge rusher is substantial. And if you are truly paying Autry knowing you have your 2 edge rushers already, then you're overpaying.
Yeah.
I mean, you also have to factor in the suspension, which wasn't ideal either.
Sure.
But
No, you don't. Not really. Because, I mean, we're talking about going forward because they can save money by cutting Danico Autry. So
I've seen that.
Like Danico Autry next year, do you want to, because they can save up to like 6.5 if you cut them pre-June 1st or whatever the date is. You can save like 9.5 up to 10.
I saw 10
if it's after that. But you can't use that until after you cut them, which would be later in the summer. So it's like you can get those savings, but it's not until later on down the road. I like Danico Autry. I don't think that they're going to cut him. I think it makes sense for him to stay, but it did make me think and look, like Will Anderson, you're going to pay at some point. Danielle Hunter, those are your edge guys. They're getting a bulk of your sacks. You're going to pay those guys. But if you're rotating in everybody else and they're playing 50, 55% of the snaps, why would you spend a lot of money there?
Yeah, and I do believe that they think that he's versatile enough to do both, but because their rotation, if he does like to rotate so many guys to keep them fresh on the edge, that there's going to be enough snaps with his value that you can, and you're going to move him around. But because you're losing some of your depth too, and you got to see what they're going to do to fill it. I think Settle was the only interior defensive lineman that was under contract. I think they lose Foley and Mario Edwards. So I think that I believe, like you do, that he's going to be back. I think that maybe he gets more chances on the outside this year based on who they aren't bringing back. But I understand where everybody says say that. I just think he's too good of a football player overall to worry about it with him.
Yeah. It's just like they want to play a lot of defensive linemen. They want to rotate a bunch of them in. They're not going to play many over 55% of the snaps. It feels like you can kind of find scheme fits there and then draftable players instead of committing a lot of money to like 3 specific players. It feels like if you're doing that, maybe that you can kind of platoon the situation there, kind of patchwork the situation there, but it is a very important position and position group.
But that's why I was going to say too. That's why when you see some of these guys that are names are popping up in Miami and Washington, and some big names that have a big dollar figure associated with them, with what he said, they're not going to go out and try and trade or bring a guy like that in because the price tag's too high and because he likes to rotate so many guys.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting way of just like roster building. But again, it's an important defensive position, and he's a defensive guy, and he knows that the buck stops there. 713-780-ESPN. More of what D'Amico said using the immaculate YouTube audio quality and not Lance's MP4 on his iPhone. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Twitch, Astro on Twitch. Wait, is Lance a Nepo baby? I had no idea. His dad was an NFL coach. It hasn't been mentioned today by him. Ron, why y'all beefing with LZ? Godfather's going to have y'all whacked. Beef with Joe George. I'm not beefing with Lance. Wouldn't beef with the bench.
Maybe
at all. Nah. XX Zerline specifically mentioned on today's show about going to that presser and said he had to grab audio. LOL. I don't think he's aware that it exists on YouTube. I really don't.
I think you're probably right. I think he thought that he got it before anybody else here at the station and was doing everybody a solid.
Yeah.
Starting with us. Now, do you think he would recognize you in the hallway?
No chance.
Okay.
No, he'd big leg me like Kelly Eco does. Soriano says Branham is not a man of the people like Joel. It's probably true. I'm not nearly as social.
I'm a man of the people now.
I prefer not to be bothered. Leave me alone. I'm just kidding. Kind of. Here was D'Amico Ryans. Actually, a few texts on this real quick. Texter, like Granado, I have the nice French man come to my house when I need a haircut. That's nice. Texter, the combine should be mandatory. College players need to prove they can play in the NFL. You're right. The three-cone, the shuffle, and the 40-yard dash is going to prove if a college player can be a Sunday player in the NFL.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I'm not they drafted Lassiter, who was not a combine guy, and he was fantastic.
Like, this is the thing. We know what Nick is so far. At least his track record shows us. Hasn't been great drafting offensive linemen. Has been really good with secondary guys, including, let's not forget, Stingley, when he was hell-bent on getting Stingley when everybody said Sauce was the better of the two. And when we were even saying, hey, look, if you've got two guys and one of them isn't injury prone and having injuries and they're both similar, then you probably lean the other way. But he looks like he got it right there. And then with what he did with Bullock and Lassiter this last year, he knows his secondary. Offensive line looks terrible. In between, he's done some good things with receiver. So we'll see.
I'm a big Bullock guy. Huge fan.
I know
of
you
his.
are, especially said that way.
Texter, don't come for the bench. You'll lose your job like the entire Wheelhouse cast. That's probably true. But if there was one of the two that you can have some fun with, it's Lance.
Oh, for sure. Well,
I would never say this about Granado.
I mean, I can have fun with both of them,
Never.
but I believe Lance is the guy that takes it better.
Yeah, I'll give Lance a little bit of grief, but give Granado a little grief.
Or the
for severance
Godfather was
packages
not
in the
happy
mail.
with the Red Weasel, and he unloaded.
Yeah, I don't like to mess. I mean, Granado gets mad at me enough whenever I just say random things. Like, I'm not going to Granado. You kidding me? That's not happening. I'll mess with the mob, the mafia.
No, you just
Houston Mafia.
He
right?
can have you
whacked
or touched, as they say in the city. That's the inner city term for I can have you hurt badly.
I don't think I like the way that sounds.
I'm just telling you, that's a term. AJ, have you heard it before? I can have you touched.
That sounds.
No, I don't like how that sounds either, though.
Okay, well, it's true.
Sounds like Epstein-y.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds like Diddy, like
Literally, that's the end of mine.
Let's stay away from that term.
Just telling you.
Let's segue to D'Amico. D'Amico talked about what's the most important thing. It's not going. This text is not going to like D'Amico's answer, but the most important thing at the combine.
Biggest value I get from being here is just being able to sit down across from the players face to face, be able to hear their story, hear their background, their upbringing, and also just get to feel their energy, feel their passion and love for the game of football. It comes off in those 15-minute interviews, and I can feel that energy very instantly.
There you go. He doesn't care about the drills and the 40 timed and the 3-cone and the shuffle. He cares about the interviews beyond all else.
I'll tell you this.
You think that's coach speak, or you think that's real?
I think it's real.
I do too.
I think when I just got done talking about Nick and his track record. D'Amico's track record with the draft is really good. He found Fred Warner. He found the safety, the Hawaiian kid. That's just been amazing.
Free agent, by the way.
Yeah, he is. I've seen him take more times than not the guy that's kind of a cast off and turn him into a really primetime performer. So I believe all of that from D'Amico.
Yeah, I think that you look like an Anthony Rendon, where he doesn't like to play baseball, so he did enough to get paid, right, and then basically disappears. I do think it's important to find players that you trust are always going to have that effort. Now, I'm not opposed to drafting the Anthony Rendones because you're going to get a moment where they're really, really good. You just can't pay the Anthony Rendones. You can let them be motivated for a contract for you and then be really, really good, but then you don't give them that second deal.
Right.
You let them walk,
Yeah.
and everybody's going to be mad at you. How could you let this player walk? Well, he doesn't like the sport, and he's going to fade away into Bolivian, as the great Mike Tyson would say.
Yeah. I just think, you can call it that. It's just the Chandler Parsons effect. I mean, the beauty is getting them at a very cheap price as like one of the great finds in the draft and capitalizing as much as you can, and then realizing if the market says he's going to get overpaid, then you let him walk.
Yeah. Texter. So Jeremy said that Lance's audio compared to YouTube's audio is basically like Lance's brisket compared to a moist brisket.
Ooh, that's never going to go away.
Yeah, that's pretty much the same thing. Lance's audio, Texans audio on YouTube. I wouldn't even say a moist brisket. I would say Lance's brisket compared to J Bar M brisket.
Oof.
Which is like complete
That
opposite
is
ends
that
of the
is
spectrum.
quite the divide there.
It's a great divide. D'Amico talking about the importance of getting a quarterback, and I also think he busts a myth here. Here's D'Amico.
We're this franchise. I know, right, every team that's here, right? If you want to win games and you want to be, if you want to have a run deep in the playoffs, you have to have a quarterback to do that, right? And that was the main focus for us. So it was easy in the evaluation process of getting CJ, just seeing his talent, seeing the type of guy that he was, like ultimate competitor, true leader. His teammates loved him. Like he cared about his teammates. And that's what stuck out for me is the type, not only getting a quarterback, but getting a guy who the locker room can get behind, guys that they feel his passion, they feel his love for the game. He's competitive. He has the leadership and drive to be great. And that's what led us to getting CJ, and CJ's done an outstanding job for us these past 2 years.
All right.
Still got to play though, right?
The theory, what?
Still got to play the game too. I mean, I understand you get all those things, but you got to have a guy that can live up to it on the field.
But I think that's the stuff that they value. Like, obviously, you have to have the talent. Like, they're not going to draft a bum with zero talent that has all the intangibles, right? Like, I think it speaks for itself. The myth that I think this breaks, though, is that there was a lot of people that felt like the McNairs forced the Texans to draft a quarterback. I don't think that is true. I do not believe in that myth at all. And then you had D'Amico, and look, D'Amico's a pro, and he's going to answer the questions right. And yes, he's had CJ in 2 years, so there's been enough time to like fall in love with the guy. But listening to D'Amico talk about everything they saw in CJ Stroud ahead of drafting CJ Stroud makes me think that the McNairs had zero meddling in a draft pick. And then secondly, they don't seem like they would meddle in a draft pick, Cal and Hannah.
They don't. That's for sure. And I do remember all that being thrown out there. I just think that maybe it says to me more than anything else, that was the only quarterback that they wanted. Like if he was there, he was gettable, and Carolina went the Bryce Young route.
I think there was 2 quarterbacks they wanted. They were trying to trade for number 1. When Bryce Young was unanimously the number 1, the consensus number 1 pick of the draft.
They were, but then you also had the rumors out there that they wanted Will Anderson more than anybody in the draft.
Yeah, well, and they proved it by trading up to 3.
And so they did. But I'm glad it all went the way that it did. But it's such, the fact that it's such an incomplete science, and it's just, I don't think the McNairs had anything to do with it because at that time their rating was at an all-time low and Hannah was just getting involved. The last thing you want to do is have an owner pull a Dan Snyder and come in there and say, you're drafting a quarterback. And you're right. Cal does not seem like that kind of guy.
I don't think Cal's banging down the door being like, Nick, you better draft CJ. No, like Cal McNair is going to be like, hey, wake me up when you made the pick as I play my Call of Duty. Like,
what area code am I calling for this guy you're drafting in this round?
He's going to throw up the H's with a pinky ring. Like I don't think that Cal McNair is calling up Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans and saying, you must draft CJ Stroud, never quit. No, like that. I don't think the McNairs meddle in draft picks. I really, really don't. And then also like hearing D'Amico and like Bobby Slowick whenever this was like 2 years ago, I think, Bobby Slowick was on a podcast talking about what they saw in CJ, and he went on and on about what impressed them. So I don't believe the theory that exists that the McNairs meddled with the Texans draft and forced them to take Stroud, and then Nick Caserio, because he really wanted Will Anderson, made that blockbuster trade to 3. I think they love both players. I don't think the McNairs meddled with the pick at all.
No, I would agree with that. I just think that it's pretty outlandish to think that a guy that seems so clueless and was basically being categorized as one of, if not the worst owners in professional sports at the time, who was needing his wife to get involved just to try and save some respectability. I don't think that either one of those individuals or them as a team would say, hey, the first thing that we really need to do is get involved in the NFL draft and tell them that they need a quarterback and take this kid.
Cal McNair is being hoodwinked by Jack Easterby, and then all of a sudden, fast forward a few months, and he's forcing the Texans to draft a quarterback at 2? No, that's a stupid theory.
Like, what are the chances they even were part of any part of the interview process?
None.
0. So there you go.
None.
They didn't have it.
The furthest I'd be willing to go with this is that, like, Hannah, not Cal, Hannah could have, like, met with them and be like, hey, we'd really like it if you took a quarterback. Like, we think it's marketable. We think it helps
I think
sales.
you hit it.
But that would be as far. They're not saying we're on the clock at 2. You better take Stroud or you're fired.
Or I
They're
could
not
see
doing
them
that.
saying, and again, I also think that there was a third party involved that was trying to change the image of ownership. But I think that in any kind of meeting that took place prior to the draft, I think that the conversation was more or less, you guys handle the football part, but it would be really good for us as an organization if we had a kid that we could really build around from a marketing standpoint too.
Yeah, that's the furthest I would be willing to go.
And then we trust you and goodbye.
Yeah, that's it. Like that theory to me makes absolutely no sense. Jerry Jones would do that. Jim Crane would do that. Jim Crane was a fantasy general manager for 3 months after he fired a World Series winning general manager. Cal McNair, I don't think is intellectually capable of doing anything like that. No offense, Cal. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Now, here are some of the Texans questions that I have with them entering the combine. Some of the off-season questions. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.